Greetings and salutations, race fans, and welcome to the second running of the Zwartkops Top of the Hill. It's a glorious day today. The crowd is coming up, the rain's gone away, it's sunshine, we've got the smell of petrol in the morning. I'm Colin, I'm going to be working in the pit lane. Greg, you're going to be up in the commentary box. What an exciting day we're in.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Col. I think we're in for an exciting day. After yesterday's first three qualifying sessions, you can see the times are already starting to come down compared to last year. There's a lot of work that's gone into these cars. There's a lot of time that guys have spent getting them ready, particularly for this event. There's a couple of cars that have come out specifically just for this one, as opposed to the other two hill times that happened during the year. But it is fantastic to have a third option for these guys to go and play with and have an absolute blast. And the crowd yesterday, even though it was Friday, and we've got G20 to contend with, we're here in full force, bud.
Yeah. Greg, we've got some cars getting going. We've got about 30-40 seconds before we've got some action. You better run up to the commentary box and let's get the show on the road.
No doubt about it. I think what you need to do is go and find out exactly what happened with those few cars that had problems yesterday, see if they're ready to go, and I'll catch you later on. Guys, we'll see you later on, and enjoy the day.
The format for today, 3 qualifying runs. We've got historic cars, we've got single-seaters, and we've got the big guns. 2 of the big guns yesterday who had some problems were the Scribanti cars. Both have been repaired. 4 o'clock in the morning. It was absolutely fantastic. And then here we've got the first of the historic cars going out. They go out in batches to across the track to the start area, the launch pad, and that's where all the action really takes place. So the historic cars, the oldest car, 75 years old. We were doing a calculation earlier between the cars and the drivers in the historic cars is around about 800 years of combination for these beautiful cars. That one's relatively new, 1950s something odd car. So here's the lineup. They'll go across the track. They're reaching the start line at the moment, the launch pad. In the background, over my shoulder, you can maybe able to see the launch pad. And this is where action really gets going. And on that note, I'm gonna hand us over to Greg in the commentary box to talk through the first of the cars as they launch into 2 kilometers of top of the hill at Zwartkops. If you can, get here. It's brilliant. Greg.
Sorry.
Thanks. I'm just trying to get my earpiece to work. It's not working though. But here we go for Top of the Hill Challenge 2025. Myself, Greg Maloney, and Leon Udendahl going to take you through the first couple of runs here. This is qualifying 4. We had 3 sessions yesterday. James Temple was looking pretty good yesterday. In fact, he's feeling pretty confident about his ability in this Shelby Daytona that he has. His biggest competition is going to come from Ian Schofield, of course, in the March 77B. But as you can see, not holding back here right from the word go. It's a pretty green track overnight. There wouldn't have been a lot of cars that have been on the circuit yet. This is the first couple of cars that'll go. As you can see, they start from the bottom of turn 4, the usual way around. And then we're going the opposite way around here. For people that have never watched Top of the Hill, you come into Zwartkops going, hang on a second, those cars are not going the right way around, are they, Leon?
Yeah, good morning, Greg. Welcome, everybody, to the live stream of the Top of the Hill Challenge, second year running. And we're looking forward to an awesome day's race. At the moment, the guys are qualifying 4. John Tent and Shootout on the track. And looking good as well. As Greg said, the track's a bit green, but it'll get better as the day goes on.
Yeah, certainly will. It's going to get a lot better as they get quicker and quicker around this track. The whole idea, of course, is to get the fastest lap times in here, because qualifying counts, all 6 qualifying. We had 3 yesterday morning and 4 practice sessions yesterday morning and 3 qualifying sessions yesterday afternoon. This is qualifying 4, so there's already some times that are up on the boards, and a couple of cars that will be coming out later on in the session that have to yet put a time down. There are a few drivers that didn't make it out yesterday afternoon to the first 3 qualifying sessions, so it's going to be important for them to climb into their cars and at least get 1 time in. If they don't get a time in, unfortunately what happens is then they don't get to qualify for what will be our class finals in each of the classes. And then the most important factor here, of course, is the shootouts. We've got Class H, which of course is your classic cars. We've got Class A, B, and C, and that's basically where you look at the road-going saloons and supercars, modified saloon cars, and then single-seaters or sports cars. Right now, it's all about Class H. They're the first class that'll be out there. They go out in batches of 7, Leon. So it's 7 cars every single time out on circuit. Everybody gets a chance to go and play, but you've got to go out in that batch of 7 or the minimum number of cars that are still available after all the 7 cars have been through. So as an example, we've got 20 cars in Class B, for instance. That means you're going to get 3 sets of 7 going out. It'll be 2 sets of 7 and 1 set of 6 that goes out for their qualifying. That's how they'll be working it. As they go down that part of the hill, past that little blue area there, just past Universal Racing and AMG Driving Academy, that's where the finish line is. There are 2 sectors that you can pick up as well if you're watching on the live timing. The one sector, of course, runs from the start line up until, as we're watching this man come through here, Dirk Venter, he crosses the finish line. That's sector 1. That sector 1 time should come up. It's not coming up here. I'm going to ask our timing guys to have a look at that for us as well. And then from there, it's all the way to the end. So from the finish line, the original finish line at Zwartkops, to the finish line here for top of the hill, that's where we're going to see the second sector come through.
Yeah, Greg, basically for the people who don't know, the start line, where they start is normal turn 4, and we go opposite around. And like you said, Greg, the guys who didn't make it out for qualifying yet, they've got 3 sessions now, qualifying 4, 5, and 6 to get a time on the board. So it's important for them. But yeah, it's a nice sunny day, sun is out, and looking good. So
it certainly is looking good. And the cool thing about it is looking at the weather conditions that I got today and looking at the weather report that came through, doesn't look like we're going to have any rain at all, which is fantastic. That's the idea. If we can get a clean, clear day's racing, that is perfect and exactly what we need in terms of all of the action that happens here for this. And I can tell you right now, there's going to be plenty of action because we've got cars that start from 1935. Riley Sports and a Riley Sprite, and a 1935 car, a 90-year-old car fighting against sort of your 2015, 2016 cars.
Daar zijn, dames en heren, welkom in alle Afrikaanse mensen hier by die Top of the Hill Challenge by Zwartkops Renbaan. Dit is ons tweede jaar dat ons hardloop en ons sien uit na 'n winnende dag. So ek sê nou en dan 'n bietjie Afrikaans vir julle gooi en daar sê vir al die mense in Pretoria. But at the moment we've got qualifying for at the moment, and the guys are putting some times on the board.
So working through here, as you can see, the slightly older cars are out on circuit at this moment. Stuart Craig, Pat Gehring, and Rodney Green. They are, of course, in the 1947 MG. I'm trying to remember what he's called now. It's got right in my head. The MG Spider. That's it. That's him right there. The MG Spider. And then, of course, we've got that Riley TT Sprite, and we've got the Riley Racing 6 as well. Those 2 cars, as I said, from 1935. Incredible to see that car of Rod Green's going through there. 90-year-old car and absolutely hauling on slightly bigger wheels, slightly thinner tires, and a massive steering wheel that he has to negotiate in that cockpit. But having an absolute blast here yesterday and today, and doing a magnificent job of course, pushing to the limits in his particular class. It's H1 that these cars all participate in. Here's another car that we'll keep an eye on as well throughout the day. Great to see this. This is a Cooper F2, a Formula 2 car on track here at the Top of the Hill Challenge. Fantastic to see that as well. And let's see whether or not he can move that car a little higher up than what was expected. 53 car, that is piloted by Stuart Gregg, of course. And he'll be looking forward to probably improving his times throughout this qualifying session to ensure he at least makes the class final, which is pretty easy for them to do. I don't think there's going to be much competition for them to make that class final. It's when they get to the class final that I think they're going to fight a little bit harder than what they have throughout this weekend so far.
Yeah, Greg, as you said, different classes, and some of the guys, they come here, they want to do the best time of the day. But some of these guys, like we see in the older cars, they just here to enjoy it and put these older vehicles on the track. And it's awesome to see these older vehicles on the track.
Yeah, it's a spectacle to see these kind of cars on track. I mean, you're watching that shot there, particularly is on the left-hand side of the shot there is the crossroad. And you can see that was the second of the Rileys. That's the TT Sprite that Patrick Gehring is driving this weekend. He's parking, waiting. So what they do is, it's literally, the car starts, does a full lap as it goes past turn 8, they start the next car. By the time that car's come down the hill and stopped, he gets to the crossing. So when the second car passes him, it allows that car to go across. So it looks like we got Colin already working hard down in pit lane. Let's head down to Colin and see who's picked up down in pit lane.
In our opening, we spoke about the PE Scribantes, Silvio and Aldo. They had some drama yesterday. Aldo in the A4 four-wheel drive, his first gear stripped, so they worked and sorted that, changed gearbox, so he's all ready to go. The bigger one was Silvio over here. He went off, ABS failure, it shut down, it didn't really fail. The whole side of the car was all bashed in. The guys worked until 4 o'clock this morning trying to get it right. There's nothing that a little bit of duct tape and some tie wraps can fix up. Michael, you said to us earlier that it was a voltage climbing issue where the volts were volting. Have you managed to sort it out?
Yeah, well, we've made some changes. We think we've got to the bottom of it. Lithium-ion battery, alternator. The voltage just climbed to 20 volts during the run. So in over 16 volts, it turns the ABS off. So unfortunately, Silvio did nothing wrong, but we've got a normal lead-acid battery in a new alternator. And fingers crossed that it's all goes according to plan.
Sometimes old school is the best school. So qualifying, they've got 3 runs to go. They haven't set a time. There's massive pressure. I don't want to go and talk to Silvio right now. Maybe he's just beckoning. Silvio, a little bit of pressure. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pressure's on big time. I mean, we need to bank a time, Colin. So pressure's really big at the moment. I must be honest. But we up for the challenge, and let's see how it goes. We'll give it our best. We'll give it our best. That's for sure.
They always give it their best. Motorsport, you either giving pressure or you taking pressure. These two are taking lots of pressure. Greg, let's go back to some of the on-track action.
Yeah, thanks, Cole. Yeah, I actually saw a post put out by the Scaranti boys last night while they were having dinner, and both of them were saying how hard the team was working to get both Frankenstein and Pikachu ready. Frankenstein, of course, is the S4 Audi that Aldo would run, and Pikachu being the RS3 that Silvio would run. As you heard there from them, unfortunately, Silvio had a phenomenal run up until he got to what is normally turn 8, but turn 4 here, of course, for today. And at turn 4, he hit the brakes, ABS system kicked in, it locked up, and it completely locked the car. He went sliding into the wall and into the tire barrier on the exit of turn number 4, this way around. So a little bit of issues there for him, but fortunately got it all sorted out. We move into a couple more of these really spectacular little older cars, and as they come through here, of course, you're going to see the likes of this is the Austin A35 Teapot that is about to go out there, and Siafari Jr., I believe, is going to be driving that one today. He's got a pretty hectic schedule today. If you've seen how many cars, I should say how much, listen to me, how many cars he drove yesterday, but you'd be amazed. He got to test the V8 supercar, of course, that Jonathan Dutoy, I think, will be piloting today. And then he's in this little Austin 35. This is quite a cool little car, something completely different to what you see thrown up a hill normally. But there's 2 of them. There's an A35 Jumbo, and there's the A35 Teapot. That's Teapot that he's in right now. Not too shabby little handling car there, Leon, you got to say.
Yeah, also something that he's not used to driving, something different for Siafari Jr. And just getting back to Silvio, they've got a bit of pressure because they need to put a time on the board. Maar as hy dames en here is lucky by die top of the hill challenge. Is die tweede keer dat ons hom hardloop hier by Zwartkops internasionale renbaan. Daar sy Siafari en die Teapot soos hom noem, dis 'n klein Austin. It's a 1959 I think, 1959. But yeah, Greg, awesome to see these vehicles. And the guys that's got times on the board, they'll use actually qualifying 4 just to get into it, see track conditions, and then they'll start pushing maybe qualifying 5 and 6. But the likes of Silvio, they've got pressure.
Now those guys are going to go and do a time. They've got to put in a lap time in one of the 3 sessions this morning. If they don't get a lap time in, they don't qualify for the class final, they don't qualify for the top of the hill shootout later on. So it's all important for those guys that did not get times in or had problems yesterday to use these 3 sessions this morning to allocate one of the times onto the board. That's the beauty about this particular form of motorsport, is that you do have a practice session, a qualifying session, and of course a qualifying session on race day as well. So it gives you an opportunity that if you do have an issue or a problem, that your team has time to fix it, and you still have time to go and allocate or post a time that's one that's close to your rivals. And that's exactly what we're looking forward to seeing in a few moments' time, because of course straight after this we go into that modified saloon car class. So we've got to get through all of the H category first. The first 7 cars have posted times, as you can see there. James Temple is the quickest so far in that Lindenberg Racing in Shelby, South Africa Daytona Coupe. And now we're watching the likes of Pat Gearing, Grant Haskins, and they're trying to come through here. This is the 7 car, well, it's the number 50 car normally for us here today, but he normally runs the number 7 on it because that 1947 MG Spider is pretty spectacular. Watching this man as well, coming up onto the track for the first time. Great to see an opportunity for this Cobra to get into the mix as well. And I'll tell you something, Heinrich de Prio was pretty spectacular yesterday. Found out late in the afternoon, that's a 750 horsepower machine he's got underneath him there. It runs, I thought it's on the entry form it says it's running the Lexus motor, but he's actually changed the motor and he's put in that, I think it's the LTS Corvette V8 that comes from Chevy. So he's running that underneath the hood of that AC Cobra. So he's still getting used to the amount of power available that this little machine can give. And of course with that rear wheel drive, I think you've driven one of these before as well, if I'm not mistaken, Leon. You know, a little bit too heavy on the loud pedal, and that back end steps out rapidly.
Ja, en daar's net weer welkom sê aan al die mense by Zwartkops Renbaan, die skare wat lekker groei. Net vinnig vir die mense wat nie weet nie, dalk die eerste keer dat jy kyk. Daar is druk as jy Hill Challenge doen, want alhoewel jy nou qualifying 4, 5 en 6 het om later in die top 3 in jou klas final te kom, maar jy het net een rond op die baan basies. Jy weet, so die druk is daar, jy moet wegtrek, jy moet hom reg kry daar by die wegtrek, en ons trek weg by die gewone drive 4 op Zwartkops is nou basies die start-finish, as ek so kan noem. So, daar is druk, en dit is die verskil van die Hill Climb. So Greg, although it's qualifying 4, 5 and 6, but you've got that pressure and you've got that one lap, so the guys are trying to get to that top 3 in their class finals.
So guys that have done hill climbs or time attacks before will be used to that kind of pressure. Guys who've never done hill climbs or time attack, they're not going to be used to that kind of pressure. Guys will be very good at this will probably be the Polo Cup drivers, because they used to do Super Pole. So if you've ever watched the Astron Energy Polo Cup and their Super Pole qualifying that they do, it's on a similar vein, where you literally have one lap to put in a hot lap and get the fastest you can get out of your car and potentially go quicker than your rivals in each of your classes. This is one of our young lady drivers for the weekend. This is Nicole Donker. She's actually in the car that I piloted about 4 years ago in the Passion for Speed Festival at Trans Africa Racing GSM Dart. Headley Whitehead was just ahead of her there. He's about to go and set his first time for the morning. And he'll come across the line and move himself up into 7th place overall on a 1:21.4. So not a bad run there from the little Austin Cooper S. But this is the GSM Dart, and Nicole Donker, speaking to her yesterday when I saw her yesterday morning before we got into the first practice session, she's literally done about 6 laps in this car. So as of yesterday, let's make that now 10 laps in the car, and still going well. So flying the flag high here for women motorsport. We have a couple of lady entries this weekend, and she certainly is looking to try and be at the front end at least of her class in H2.
Yeah, Greg, so we need to get some more ladies into the top of the Hill Challenge, but some of them making a debut this weekend. Nicole Donker is one of them, and we wish her good luck. Like you were saying earlier, some of the guys, they're used to hill climbs, and they're coming out for the second year, and they've been to other hill climbs, and for other people it's their debut. So it's something new. Ietsie niets vir die mense wat die eerste keer is, dames en here. So daar's bietjie druk op hulle, maar as jy eers so hill climb gedoen het, alhoewel jy alleen op die baan is, weet adrenaline, jy weet jy veg teen die klok en die tyd. But that's what pushing you along, Greg. So it's a different kind of, it's a different kind of racing. You're racing against the clock, but you know you have to improve every time you get out there.
For sure. And then of course you've also got Noddy out there, the Nash Metropolitan. That's being piloted this weekend, I think, by Karen Pitcher. But Karen Pitcher looking to try and improve on her times from yesterday. So she comes through and heads onto the halfway stage and the first sector. Let's go down to Colin and find out who he's got down in pit lane.
We're waiting for the next batch to go out. Ian Schofield in the Nolts, Nimon, Benson and Hedges March. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see if we can get a quick word. Ian, proper focus today. You've got a good job to do.
Yeah, all good. We were a little bit slow yesterday compared with last year. We put some different tyres on this morning. Hopefully that'll find us some speed. We're just going to do a steady run now, just warm everything up, and then give it a good go afterwards in the following qualifying.
Awesome. Thanks, Ian. I didn't share a word of that, because check it this here. This is Chevrolet's finest thing. They've Can-Am 302. It is wild. It is wicked. Sefari in the car. We're not even going to try and talk to him. There is so much noise here, but it gives me chills. Hearing this thing, it's absolutely magnificent. And these tires, they're not big enough. He's got huge horsepowers here, and it's got wheel spins all over the place. So we've got historics, and then we come down to some of the road cars. 911 GT3. This is the car to beat in the standard road production category. And here they're going out for the historics. Jumbo. You've got to love the old cars. And we move swiftly through to some of the Josh O'Callaghan in the Cobra Shelby. Lots of V8. V8 makes the world go round. And we've got another V8. Or Paul Malachi. Spectacular. BMWs with all the things in it. The M's and the black is good. Anton there. And we've got to get out of the way here because cars are coming. This is absolutely exciting. I've got goosebumps. It is so beautiful. Let's have a quick word. 911S. It's got to be fun.
Very much. I enjoy it.
And you got the air conditioner on already.
Yeah, we got to cool down, you know. It's a bit too hot for you to sit in a car like this. Well, I'll switch it off when I'm at the starting line.
Awesome. I wish we had an air conditioner here because it's getting so hot.
You're going to need it, that's for sure.
Hot action, hot weather. If you can, get back to the, get down here. Start line. The guys are getting ready to go over there. The launch pad. The sounds will scream. And they're coming up to start the next batch of cars. Greg, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Colin. Here, as you can see, they're chatting to Willie de Beer as Ian Schofield rolls up in that March 77P 1977 Formula Atlantic. Benson and Hedges colours out there as well. It's always great to see the old livery on these cars, bringing out the nostalgia of what was back then the main sponsors of motorsport all around the world. But this man, as you heard from himself when he chatted to Colin, is not happy with these times just yet. So Schofield about to get out there, and maybe he's going to just turn the wick up ever so slightly now in that March 77B. Right behind him, Sefari Jr., of course, in the little Chev. And then the 59 car out there, fantastic to see. That's Jumbo. That's the second of those awesome 35s. Haven't seen it out on track just yet, but it is great to see it now on circuit. And Jonathan DeToy, I believe, will be piloting Jumbo today. So there's a bit of work coming out of Transatlantic Racing, a bit of work coming out of the WCT. And you can see a little bit of wheel spin off the line there. So overnight, probably there are a lot of rubber put down yesterday in the practice sessions on the start line, but still not enough to give that traction to the March 77 as it got off the line there, Leon.
Ja, Greg, om vir die mense daar buite ook te sê, die wegspring is baie belangrik en as jy ons uit Kuipe uitgaan die pits, hulle het nie baie tyd om tyres die bande warm te maak nie, so it's a bit tricky for them, Greg, when they get there. You don't want to get too much wheel spin, but your start is very important, and especially the guys with the V8s in that. They're too heavy on the juice, they're going to get wheel spin. You want to try and get less wheel spin. The guys with the less power, because if I look at the entry list, we've got 3 cylinders, 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, and 8 cylinders. And listen to the Chevrolet there. So they'll pull your ears at Greg. So the start can cost you a second or two.
Easy, no problem at all. There's a big issue there off the start unless you get the traction down. We saw it yesterday. If you go and have a look on the Scuderia Scribanti page, there's an onboard shot of Aldo's launch where his car actually lights up completely. He gets almost 90 degrees off the start line. So it just shows you how important traction control can come in when you're dealing with the more modern cars. These older cars don't have that. So it's the right foot and how heavy you are on that right foot and how you can get the clutch control to work, and also are the tyres up to temperature, because as you can see, you just mentioned the tyres having to get temperature in them. You don't get a chance to do that. There's a little run up the hill, basically from here until you get to the start line to warm the tyres. Now you know in that short space of time there's not a lot of place to get heat into the rubber. The smaller cars like Jumbo here might not have the same kind of issue. So as Jonathan DeToy gets out onto circuit and makes his way around there, you'll see that maybe it'll be a little bit easier for him to try and ensure that he can at least put that car down and get some power down and in a good lap time. Getting to the top end of the field, See if he goes through on a 102.7 there. That's not a bad run there from the little Chevy, but it's not quite as good as the 101 that we saw coming out of James Semple. But it's a minute flat, 9:05 for Schofield. So he's opened his account today where he closed it yesterday on a 60-second flat lap here in that March 77B.
Yeah, and the track conditions at the moment, well, the sun is shining, so the track conditions, track temperatures will get a bit warmer. It'll help the guys to get a heat into the tires. But yeah, interesting, Greg, to look at, the timing monitor there with Schofield on a 1 minute, 0.9. En I'm sure he tries to go, he's going to try and go a bit quicker. Maar as dames en here, geniet om die wat julle saam met ons is. Those on the live stream, kyk saam met ons. Ons gee vir julle soveel as wat ons kan. Just listen to that Porsche as he leaves. I think is that
that's Jared Rousseau.
Yeah, Jared Rousseau. He's Greg, just to tell the people, some of these guys, they entered in different cars.
Yeah, Jared Rousseau has been in a couple of cars today. He's got this one and he's got a Golf R6. And of course, the nice factor there is that he's pushing it to the limit, and he's going to try and get to the front end of what is going to be the first batch of cars for Class A. Class A, of course, being the road-going saloons and supercars. And Rousseau yesterday was, I think, 4th quickest in that class. In fact, it was an incredible run, which we'll see a little bit later on, that came right in the last session of the day after it had rained here. We got Vic Camphor out in his 911, and he was able to put in the hottest lap of the weekend so far to go top of the list for the supercar class. There are 4 Shelbys coming out of Shelby, South Africa. This one, of course, is the sort of silver snake that's out there. That one piloted by Josh O'Callaghan. And then there's a red one, there's a black one, and there's a burgundy one. And they're all in the mix as well. As we watch to see a bit of a maneuver. Yeah, there we go. Rousseau moving up into 3rd place overall, but the top of Class A5 for now on a 102.273. So a 102.273 there. This is now going to see whether or not we're going to have any maneuvering through the field there from O'Callaghan's point of view. He's in the silver Super Snake. The black Super Snake, of course, is piloted by Anton Pommersheim. The red one is Paul Malachi, and Malachi was actually the quickest of the pack yesterday. And then the big one, he's in the burgundy one. This is Malachi now, the burgundy one. He had a little bit of issue yesterday. He also picked up a stone as he went off the track slightly. And what happened is it popped up into the front of the radiator, hit the radiator, and then hit the oil cooler. And it put a hole through the oil cooler, so it started to drop a bit of oil when he stopped at the crossover point. So they thought there might have been an issue, but fortunately the guys down at Lindenberg Racing got that car sorted out, and he ended up at the top of what is the Shelby competition in this category. So a nice bit of maneuvering there from them, and they're fighting, of course, for Class A7.
Yeah, great. Good to see the Shelbys here. And like you said, you can't afford to put a wheel on the dirt off the track. Sometimes there's a bit of grass. Remember, we did have a bit of rain late yesterday afternoon, so you don't want to tempt fate there. And like you said, you can pick up a stone. If you just pick up a stone in the wrong place, then you can get a hole in the radiator.
Stratianicus now in the M4 makes his way out onto the circuit. First of the BMWs to hit the track. There are a couple of them here this weekend. There's normally a lot more, but this time out they've gone down to just a few. Strati was quite quick yesterday afternoon as well. I think he finished up top 5 overall. So a nice little run there from him. As he comes down onto the finish line there, where do we see O'Callaghan moves up into 7 overall on a 1:11.6. So not as quick as the A7 of Paul Malachi there in car 36. He's in top 5 on a 1:07.7. So still fastest in the Mustangs and in the Shelbys is Paul Malachi. So good run there from him. Strati now trying to close that gap down a little bit, maybe in the M4. See what he can do up the hill. As he heads into the top of the hill, you can see this little maneuver coming through there, and then we'll keep an eye out on the progress of the rest of those Shelby Super Snakes when they come back out on. But this batch about to finish up now with Strati, the last car on track. Let's see what he can do. He's currently down in 20th, but as he crosses the line, you'll see him bump up that timing monitor and move up into 4th place overall on a 1:02.732. So not a bad run there from that M4 BMW of Stratianicus.
Ja, Stratianicus daar in die BMW, die M4, dames en here. Hy's in klas A4. So ons moet net altyd dop hou, daar's verskillende klasse.
Yeah, let's go down to Colin and catch up with what's happening at pre-race.
Okay, we've got everybody loves some carbon. Volkswagen have brought out their modified Polos. Lots of development work on it. Splitter, carbon fiber for days. And Jonathan Machotsi has surprised with his pace. Jonathan, you've got this thing absolutely flying.
If you think that's flying, wait until the end of the day. We got some more planned for you guys.
You've got a plan, no doubt. That plan involves a whole lot of boost. The other polo is Brad and Liebenberg. Brad, so good to see you back in the car. What's the trickiest corner on this track for you?
I want to say turn 5. It's a lot sharper than what you actually think it is.
And it tightens on you.
Yeah, it does. Look, turn 2 is pretty similar, but it's such a long turn. Like turn 5's got such a short apex, if I can say it like that, but it's really, really tight. So yeah, it's a bit tricky.
And you've got a plan of through the day attacking and winding up the boost.
No, for us, we're just here testing the clutch and the launch control for Super Cup next year. So they're going to standing start. So that's all. I'm here to have fun. I'm not here to really compete that much. But yeah, if the top 10 is on the cards, I think we'll go for it.
Exciting times. He's here to have fun. And you can see the massive smile on his face. Talking about fun. We all love a rotary engine. And I mean, you've got to just check this out. Full on rotary. It screams. It's magnificent. Thank you so much for bringing the rotaries to the top of the hill.
You're welcome. It's a privilege to drive this thing still. And it's such a rush, you can't believe it.
Awesome stuff. And what does it rev to just as a...
We're around 10,000 RPM.
And please keep it at 10,000 all the time.
That's what I'm going to try to do that. Thanks, man.
Love the sound. Of course, you've got to have the aero. Pierre Bester in the Merc, but the cars are about to start from the launch pad again. So we watch Pierre with his exhaust out the top here. I love the smell of it. Back to Greg in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. That's, of course, the A45 there, Pierre Bester, as we get the next of the Super Snakes onto the track, the black one. And that black car, of course, piloted by Anton Pommersheim. You can see just waiting in the background there, Padiachi in the fourth of those Shelby Super Snakes. So looking to try and have a little in-house fight here between the customers for Shelby South Africa. They, of course, go all around the country with every single one of the hill climbs that are involved, and they do a superb job as they get to play with these cars on the various options available. But I can tell you right now, O'Callaghan versus Pommersheim has been quite an interesting battle over the last couple of time attack style events. And you can see he's doing the same thing here today, trying to get a little bit higher up there and maybe outgun Josh O'Callaghan, who currently sits in 8th place on a 1:11.6. Let's see what Pommersheim can do now as he heads up through there. Runs a little bit wide as he heads up to the top of the hill towards turn 5. The next Shelby Super Snake gets onto track, and that is now Padiachi. Vinesh Padiachi in the red one. He'll be making his way through turn 1. A lot of guys were contemplating, and I know you've done this track the wrong way around, Leon. Is it possible to go through what we know is turn 3, but is turn 1 here for us, flat from a standing start at turn 4?
Yeah, depends, I guess, which vehicle you're in, Greg, how quickly you get up to a top speed. Some of the vehicles you'll be able to go turn 1 flat, but maybe some of the bigger vehicles and tires are not that hot yet. You just have to be a little bit tentative. But I'm sure you'll push the limit. Every run you do, you'll try and go faster and faster. Try and go fast. Yeah.
That much later before you do the comfort roll-off. There goes Vali de Beer now. Nice run here from him in that Porsche 911 RS. It's the 911 Turbo. It's the 911S. So with the gold wheels, you'll never miss Vali de Beer. Always customary for him to have those gold wheels on his car. He'll be looking to try and get to the top, at least, of his category in Class A. And then looking for a top of Class A overall as well, which currently is held by Jared Rousseau on a 102.273. He's in the GT3. This is the 911S. That's the turbo version that Porsche brings out in that 911 derivative. So let's see whether he can get there. Nice run there from Strutty as well. Didn't mention that. He got up to 4th overall, and he's only, half a second off Jared Rousseau in that GT3 Porsche in the M4. So that's not a bad run. This, of course, is Trent Williams, looking to try and get his Golf 7R as high up as he can get it. And he'll be looking to try and get that machine as close to the top end as possible. Maybe battling a little bit up against the Porsches, the Ferrari that's about to come out later on, and, of course, that M4. But take nothing away, that little Golf 7R has got quite a turn of pace. And particularly here, front-wheel drive is not a bad option to have at Zwartkops this way around.
Yeah, and Greg, obviously the guys, you want to see how far you can get up in the top 10, and then obviously individually in your class. So the guys are really pushing it and just trying to better their times. But like you said, yeah, Strati, Janakas, there in the BMW. He's in 5th overall at the moment. Jared
Billy went to second.
Yeah,
Billy
Billy
went to
De Beer
second
just
overall.
went to second.
Yeah.
And and he's just topping A4 now, class A4. So we'll keep an eye on those classes there. But a good internal battle there with the Shelbys, Greg. We're keeping an eye on those. Those 4 will be pushing each other.
100%.
But, yeah, right through the field, and it's exciting stuff. I hope everybody is enjoying it as we do, and it just gets better and better as we go.
Trent Williams to 7th place, 106.802. This is a car that should not be on track, but of course had to be substituted yesterday. The reason being is that Arnold Duplessis from BB Motorsport here through turn 1 lost control of the block of flats that he normally drives. That massive 3.5 ton Nissan Patrol that unfortunately got a little bit sideways and went into the wall on the barrier between turn 1 and 4 here at Zwartkops. So he had to go and find something at BB Motorsport that he could play in, and he decided, you know what, let's go electric so that I can give this car a bit of a run for its money. So he brought his BYD. So we got the BYD electric with Arnold Duplessis in it right now, about to complete his 3rd run in that car. He didn't get enough time to do some setup on it yesterday, so today he'll be using all 3 of these qualifying sessions to get the car to work a bit better. Alan Poulter in the EX30 was phenomenal yesterday. And you got to understand, with both those electric vehicles, there is no lag off the line and certainly no wheel spin off the line from those cars either. The electronics that work in those cars give you a 0 to 100 in 3 seconds in that Volvo. So it's an impressive car off the line, and probably going to be one of the hardest to beat off the line in terms of the first 100 meters of this race.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. That's the advantage of an electric car. When you put your throttle down or pedal down, you basically got maximum power from the go. So electric vehicle is very good on takeoff. But it's going to be a good battle between Alan Poulter and the Volvo, and like you said, that BYD.
Yeah,
But
BYD
good stuff. Interesting to see what time is going to end up here.
Poulter comes through in top 7, 105.5. That's a nice run from him. And Arnold is down in 11th place, just out of the top 10, on a 106.9. So that's only the 3rd run he's done in that car. And I think overnight they were looking to change the tyres, because the original tyres that are on that car were not working so lacquer. But as we talk about working lacquer, the man who's working lacquer down in pit lane is Colin, and he's picked up on a few more drivers down in the pre-race. So you can see some photographers just making their way across the circuit as well as we wait for Cole. We're just waiting for him to come to us. And as we look at the standings right now, Schofield still holds the top step of the podium. And we got the Subaru making his way out. Let's go down to Colin.
Gary Martins in the world's most turboed diesel, 3 turbos, nitrous. Yesterday they broke a turbo, it wasn't pumping. He's going to go out now. He's got really bit of pressure on him, lots of aero in it. This thing has got torques for absolute days. We'll talk to him a little bit later during the day. He's going to go now. There we are. Look at it doesn't make a noise. While you're revving, Gary, lots of horsepower.
Yeah. What do you want to ask?
The turbo, you got it fixed?
Yeah, I got it fixed last night. We still got a bit of a glimpse here and there. I think this oil may be just causing a bit of the wastegate to get a bit stuck. So let's hope this run it clears up, and then the next run and the run after that the car will run faster. So let's see.
You're going to plug in all the nitrous now?
No, now we're not doing any nitrous. Second run we're going to do nitrous. And then let's see. So I'll try to go as casual as I can with this one just to get the car to run the new turbo.
Casual is never a word that Gary Martins is used to. Right, we're starting to see Silvio Scribanti. It's got repairs all over the place. Nuts, the carbon got damaged, replacement floor, lots of tape. We've even got a tie wrap in it. He's under pressure. He has to put in a banker now in terms of getting into the top 10. They're not going to start it now, just push it into the queue. Start it a little bit later, because heat and heat management in these things is absolutely vital. But hold on a minute. We've got a Subaru at the start. Greg, go.
We certainly do. That Subaru about to make its way out into the circuit now. And let's see whether or not we're going to see any maneuvering from the front end of this third batch of cars from Class B. The Class B and Class A cars that are fighting together here. But now that we're into Class B, we're now into the more modified versions of the saloon cars that will be racing here today. and that Subaru, of course, is looking for a chance now to be at least at the front end of his particular class. He's had a bit of a tough time of it so far, and we'll keep an eye out on his progress as he comes through there. So maneuvering through the field there pretty rapidly, and looking for an opportunity will be Charlie Fouts in that Works Subaru STI. See that massive pipe out the back. We chatted to Mahotsi. He was telling us that he's got a plan for the day to just get quicker and quicker. This is the hill climb option that Volkswagen Motorsport built for this car. It's not the original Polo Cup Super GTI. They've got a lot of modifications to that car compared to the normal one that Brad's in behind. And as you heard on the interview there, and also chatting to Leon off air, Brad Liebenberg, of course, doing some development there for Volkswagen Motorsport, testing out a brand new gearbox for 2026, because Super Cup and touring cars will go to standing starts, which I'm sure you're happy about. I know you've got a big thing about standing starts in motorsport.
Yeah, Greg, standing start is the way to go. So thank you for those guys looking at that option. But just a quick also shout out and thank you to VW Motorsport. They're involved in every single race meeting, or they just involved everywhere. So thanks a lot for VW for their support all through the years. There's that rotary now, and he was saying there's a thing revs 10,000 RPM.
Yeah, Diabot Pretoria is pushing that RX-7 to its limit and over at 10,000 revs per minute. And when you hear that rotary in full flight, have a listen to this as it comes through turn 2. Maybe we'll pick up on it. Yeah, a little bit of a taste of what it sounds like. When you're standing on pit wall, though, and that thing comes past, it is absolutely amazing to hear.
Yeah, the people, there's nothing like the sound of a rotary engine. And the people just like to hear the V8s, the rotaries, and the V6s, and 6 cylinders. Then we've got the Mercedes now.
Pierre Bester in that Mercedes-Benz AMG 45. Also a seasoned campaigner when it comes to hill climb and time attack events, particularly in this car. It's been a very successful car that he's piloted on a few occasions. And the Pure Connect machine, as you saw earlier on from Colin pointing at the bonnet, has the exhaust pipe going literally straight out the top of the bonnet. So there's not a lot of room to play there for Bester's car to get any issues with the induction of air or the removal of hot air out of that engine.
Now, Greg, as you can see, the normal turn 2 when we go the normal way, but today it's turn 2 again.
Turn 2 still, yeah.
Yeah, but it's quite tricky for the guys, because now you're taking it from the opposite way, and it almost tightens up on you as you exit the corner. So you can see some of the guys just get it still a little bit wrong. You will need to work out which is the best line through there. So it can gain you time or lose you time there at turn 2.
Speaking of gaining time, top of the time goes to Jonathan Mahotsi now. He's fastest with a 57.3, and then Charlie Fouts on a 1 minute flat outguns Ian Schofield. So the Subaru moves into second place, Mahotsi into first in the Polo Cup Super GTI Hill Climb Special. This is the stock standard Polo Super GTI that Brad Liebenberg is piloting. And then just behind him, you would have seen in the start gate, Jason Loosemore. He's driving this year's safety car without the lights on, getting a chance just to have some fun and games out here with his teammates for the final time in 2025.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So we'll keep on there, John Mahotsi. You say he's had a plan. He's got a plan. He's going to go quicker. But there we go. You can listen to a bit of a wheel spin there. So yeah, that's a safety car version, but good to see him out on the track.
Yeah, Loosemore getting together with his car. Only literally about, there was about 30 seconds to go in the final qualifying session that he got to get into that car and have a go in it. And they fortunately had an opportunity for him to do 2 laps in that qualifying. So he's done 2 laps so far. This is his 3rd lap ever in this car, in the race seat of what was originally this year's Astron Energy Polo Cup safety car, and of course also worked as a safety car sometimes for the South African Touring Car Championship as well. But Loosemore, former Polo Cup champion, he finished up I think in 3rd place overall in the Super Cup Championship this year, so certainly knows what to do in a Polo, but it's probably lacking the amount of power that he had in the Super Cup Polo compared to his race car option. This is Leon Brunekamp running in a Super Hatch. It's one of the Honda Civics out of Trans-Africa Racing, and Brunekamp will be trying to look to at least beat his stablemate Ishmael Beloy today in the slightly smaller versions of the modified class.
Yeah, you'll see the internal battles in the different classes, especially with the Honda Civics, and like you said, the guys there from Trans-Africa Racing, and they'll want to beat each other. As you can see, left wheel in the air there. That was a good exit there. So the smaller cars, you can carry a bit more speed through the corner, and you need to go as fast as you can through the corners, Greg. to make it up a
it's
bit.
exactly the same as what happens with superbikes. The lighter bikes like the 600s carry that corner speed. These cars can carry a lot more corner speed. The problem they've got though is the squirt up the top of the hill. So when he comes out of here, he doesn't have the same amount of squirt that the more modified cars will have to get him to turn 5, which of course is normally turn 7, and then turn 6, which stays as turn 6. So 6 and 2 don't change up on the circuit at all. They stay the same as what they normally are in terms of our calling. But as he comes through there, he's looking pretty good. And it looks like it might be one of the best runs we're going to get out of this man so far. So Bredenkamp starting to come through the field and putting on the pressure here for his opportunity to be in the hunt here for the modified class.
Yeah, you can see him using all of the racetrack, and I'm sure he's going to put a good time in there.
You see what will happen is he'll come down now to the crossover point. This is just to show you how it works. As they finish the run, they come to the crossover point. They'd normally be held there, but of course he was the last car on track, so he's going to be sent straight back into pit lane. And if we go down in pit lane, I think Colin was standing by for us. So if he's there, we can go and find out if he's found out a little bit more information about some of the cars about to come out. The bigger cars and the more sort of, I would say, competitive categories are there. So he's definitely going to be catching up with a few of those guys. Let's go down to Colin.
Right, the heat is becoming not just from the sky, but it's also in the racetrack. This is where the heavy hitters come. We got the PE Scribantes, massive pressure, new gearbox. He's got to set a time in qualifying now to make it through to class finals and to top 10. Lots of aero on here, but nothing like Franco Scribante's active aero. Watch this thing as he goes down the straight. It lifts up. There's horsepowers for days in here. Bags of dry ice on the intercoolers to keep them cold. Getting the best blowjob in the world to keep it cold. Hoosier tires on this thing, which is absolutely magnificent. Franco, you've got a bit of a job to do today. There's a proper fight out the front.
Yeah, no, Reggie set the gauntlet, yeah, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we're going to have to wake up now.
Yeah, I see those eyes, they're woken up. Very, very good luck. There's a little bit of fun and games in the pit lane here. Let's just check this out. So when they were lined up, and here comes another favorite. So we got the three big guns, the three guys who I reckon are going to get into low 51 seconds for this race. So the gamesmanship runs like this. They'd lined up with Franco ahead of Reggie, and then Reggie just took him and passed him in the pits. Peter Zealy, we're not going to talk to him now. He's always good for a strong focus in the morning. I'm keeping an eye on the start line to see where they launch. Let's see if we can just interrupt Reggie. No, we can't. We'll talk to Reggie when he comes back, because the red Honda is about to launch itself up to the top of the hill. Back to you, Greg.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, you can see that is the Top Guns. And down in pit lane, some of the slightly smaller vehicles, and of course the cars that are fighting for honours in these modified classes. But in each of the modified classes and each of the categories, remember, we've got Class H that run 1, 2, 5, 6, 8 and 9. In Class A, we've got Class A 1, 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8. And then here in the modified class, we've got B1, we've got B10, we've got B2. The big fight, of course, will be in B5. But Josh Totoy out on track now. This is the first time we see him on the circuit. And this is his first run, actually, I've seen of him all weekend. So he comes through into qualifying 4 to set the first lap in the Trans-Africa Racing Honda. Super hatch car, looking to fight out with Ishmael Beloy and Leon Bredenkamp. And they will be fighting for B1 honours in the B class.
Now, Greg, Josh probably went to school yesterday, if I'm not...
Yeah, he would have been at school, but I thought he might have made it back out here in the afternoon to at least get a couple of runs in the car. But I think he's pretty confident in this car because he has piloted it on a few occasions throughout the season. So I don't think he was worried about the setup. It was just a case of maybe he had a couple of exams that he had to get through, and now he can concentrate all his efforts on qualifying 4, 5 and 6 here this morning. Right behind him will be his dad, by the looks of things, Mark Totoy. Yeah. Is that Mark? Yeah, it is Mark Totoy there in the Z4.
Yeah, Mark Totoy in the Z4. Just listen to that BMW roar. Yeah, Greg, like you say, most of these guys will be flat out there going to turn 2 now. But when you get to turn 2, especially the first time, you've got a lot higher top speed than you used to. It's all about where you get your braking marker. Can't brake too late and catch you out quickly.
Also got to try and carry the corner speed because that goes uphill. And it's uphill and slightly off camber too. So difficult to get that corner right on the first couple of occasions. Then you come through a very tricky corner at turn 1 normally, which of course is now turn 3. It's hard on the brakes here for turn 4. He'll probably go down to 3rd gear to carry that corner speed and then head up the hill. And then right behind him, it's Jared Rousseau in the second of his cars. So Rousseau now pilots his Golf, I think it's a 6R that he's in there. It's the Gifts and Goodies Golf 6R that he's playing in today, as well as in the Porsche in the road class. So dual duties there for him. There are a couple of drivers, though, that have got dual duties and have entered a couple of cars as opposed to just the one car and concentrating their efforts there.
Ja, en die manne geniet hom nou in die verskillende karre. Die ouens wat verskillende karre, hulle geniet hom. En dit bys jou net, dis so lucky by die top of the hill challenge. So Greg, yeah, these guys, there's Jared Rousseau, 2012 VW Golf 6R. And he's getting used to those frontal drives in the Golfs.
He's very slow there. That's not like Jared Rousseau. He's gone a lot slower there. There's something must be wrong in the car. Maybe it's in limp mode. And he hasn't got the opportunity, of course, to stop and reset it and go again. But this is definitely a lot slower than what we saw from him yesterday. Little puff of smoke out of the exhaust there as he came through there. He's clipping the curb as well. He's not happy in that car, that's for sure. Ishmael Beloy looks a little bit happier as he takes the 4th Honda Civic off the road, or off the start line and onto the battlefield here at Top of the Hill Challenge 2025.
Yeah, it's the battle of the Civics. Trans Africa Racing, and Ishmael Beloy, he's also very used to that car, so he should be okay in that car. Yeah, we'll have to see if Jared had a problem. We'll maybe find out later if he had a problem in that run.
It'll be a fight between Josh, Leon and Ishmael Beloy for the Trans Africa Racing Stables Honda Civics. Ish, of course, a multiple champion in Super Hatch, and once again took some more silverware at the prize giving only a couple of weekends ago. So looking forward to seeing whether he can add to that the trophy haul he got for 2025 and maybe get some of these top of the hill trophies under his trophy cabinet for 2025's Christmas period. Here is a car that we certainly looking forward to seeing get out there. Look at that massive diesel smoke coming out of the side of that car as Gary Martins lights it up. And as he lights it up, he tries to get going and doesn't quite get off the line as what he hoped, but he did say there was a little bit of turbo issues there that he wanted to try and blow out and get it all clear on the turbo. And if that's the case, he will then come through with not only 3 turbos on that M2, but he's also got a nitrous kit strapped to it as well. So he's got oodles of power to play with here in that BMW.
Yeah, like he said, he's not going to use a nitrous now. I think he had a bit of oil, he said, on the turbo. You can actually see there lots of smoke, but he'll want to bring in his nitrous on his next run.
I was just trying to clear out all the gremlins that he picked up yesterday when the 1 turbo went. He said to Colin that it wasn't going to be a fast run this time, just want to sort of clear this thing's throat and give it an opportunity to breathe a bit better. If that's the case, by the time we get around here, we might be under black smoke all the way through the circuit. There's so much black smoke coming out of that car. Arthur Thorne in the Polo TSI makes his way out onto the track now for his first run for the day. He got 2 runs in yesterday. So looking forward to seeing him moving up slightly in his opportunity to get into that top 20. And he's got a chance because that little Polo TSI of his is pretty rapid. You can see Gary slowing across the line. So that was exactly what he wanted, that installation lap using qualifying 4 to clear that thing's throat, get everything working right, and hopefully it's cleared everything up so that when he comes out for qualifying 5, he's got a car that can bring him at least into the top 10 overall. That's where Gary Martins wants to be.
Yeah, Greg, sometimes the people don't realize. Sometimes you look at it on screen, doesn't look that fast, but believe me, sitting in these cars, it is very fast. Doesn't matter what car you're in.
Speaking of fast cars, look at this RS3 off the line. Whoa! That back end stepped up there big time. Yeah. They're just a great example of how that concrete strip has not got enough, and he's actually got the mirrors. The window looks like it's blown out there as he went off the line. So that's a big moment there for Silvio Scribanti. He's not going to worry about the window. He's going to try and just get this car through because he had big problems with it with the ABS heading down towards turn 4 where he's headed to right now. He comes out of turn 3 onto the main straightaway, and this is where the ABS all went wrong. As he climbed on the anchors here, it locked up and he went straight into the tyre barrier on the left hand side. This time a lot better. Besides that right hand window sticking out slightly, everything seems to be working well. Let's see if Frankenstein can get off the line a bit better than what Pikachu did. Here we go. Lights up. It's the same thing. That back end just steps out on Frankenstein. Aldo having to catch it as he got onto the tarmac.
Yeah, they both, when they put the power down, stepped up.
Silvio top 56.04. That's the way to come in and open up the account, eh? Welcome to the party, Silvio Scribanti.
Yeah, so, and then maybe he was a bit hampered by that window. His right, his driver's side window that was popping out. But I was saying that both the Scribanti cars pulled a little bit to the right, the rear end. But let's see what it's Aldo.
Aldo now had the problem with the gearbox yesterday. They put the spare gearbox in. Looks like that gearbox is working perfectly. Absolutely lovely done so far from him as he heads to the top of the hill into turn 5. It's a right-hander, and then he flicks it down the gearbox into the double left, carrying that corner speed through the double left, past the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable, then past AMG. And let's see whether Aldo can go quicker than Silvio. He seemed to be able to hold that wheel spin a bit better than Silvio. Didn't have to come off the power as much. He goes second. Both of them in the 56s, though. 56 dead for Silvio, 56.2 for Aldo Scribanti. So welcome to top of the hill, boys. They had an absolute torrid time of it yesterday. Did not get the times they wanted. Didn't post the qualifying time at all. And they've now opened up their account with very decent runs. And our first and second down in pit lane. We're waiting for Colin. Is he going to come to us right now? As we pick up on Frankenstein going back into the pits there with Aldo Scribanti at the wheel. Right, while we're waiting for Colin, Silvio Scribanti top of the list, Aldo in second, Jonathan Machotzi is third, fourth is Charlie Fowles. Then you got Brad Liebenberg in the top 5, in Schofield in that March, still hanging on to a top 6 overall, incredibly, in a 1977 model. Then behind him is Willie de Beer, first of the road cars, is there in 7th overall. That's the 911 Turbo. Then it's James Temple in the Daytona Coupe. Jared Rousseau in his Porsche is there in 9th place, and Pierre Bester in the B3 AMG 45 is up into the top 10. Strutty just bumped out of the top 10 now, and you'll see a lot of those cars will start to be bumped out as the more powerful cars get out there. Remember, the next set of cars lining up on the line are going to be headed up by Richard Rutz. Rutz will be ahead of the Sheriff and Franco Scribanti. Then you're going to have Peter Zeely, then that black Porsche of Vic Kampfer. That's how it's going to line up for the first 4 cars in this next batch. Expect to see the times tumbling here pretty rapidly in terms of the modified saloon car class.
Yeah, Greg, some of the big boys, as we say, they're out there. It's always a big fight between Reggie, Richard, Franco Scribanti and Peter Zeely. So let's see how this qualifying run's going to go. Richard, he's got a little bit of heat into the tires. I see they were trying to warm up the tires, but let's see how Richard goes, and especially when he pulls away. But yeah, it's like we say, big boys. It's awesome stuff here to see these guys go at it. They're already feeling some pressure, Greg.
He will be, but he's fortunately the pressure's not on him as much as what it is on everybody else behind him, because he set the pace yesterday. So he's already, as you heard there from Franco, he's thrown the gauntlet down and said, right, I've got this. This is a 2014 Nissan GTR R35. BB Motorsport and Motul, of course, and Sparco are his main sponsors. Let's see what he can do now on his first run. Standing by for the launch. Can he get this thing in traction and go? He does. Oh, that's the way to do it. No wheel spin, no tail end happy. Gets off the line and gets the job done. Onto the tarmac, heading into turn 1. Almost flat here for Richard Rutz.
A very good start there, Greg. Now, not too late on the brakes for turn 2. That you get to your apex, and it's all about the exit here.
Gets that apex perfect, hits the exit almost ideally. Now comes into turn 1, which is turn 3 here this way around. Heading across the main straightaway to hit the first sector to see whether or not he'll get up on the board. Yes, that's looking good. Everything perfect so far from the BB Motorsport Nissan GTR. Richard Rutz, he would love to just set the pace here and put the pressure on to everybody, including this man who's about to launch off the line there. So Franco Scribanti also with a spectacular launch in the second of those R35s. It's Richard Rutz heading to the finish line. Will he go top of the pile and beat both the Scribantis as Franco's just got off the line? Richard goes quickest, 53.4. Yo, that's nearly 3 seconds quicker. Unbelievable start there from Richard Rutz. And he's now showing that he's got what it takes. Now let's have a look and see what Franco can do as he comes out of turn 3.
Yeah, Franco also good on the start there. Like you said, you don't want to get any wheel spin because that's when you lose time. The car's snaking a little bit on the brakes. Now he'll get to the turn, and as he points it straight, you want to put the power down, and you just want to go as fast as you can up the hill.
Straight out of that, we got Peter Zeely, multiple hill climb champion in the past in the Toyota MR2. One of the fastest Toyotas in the world you'll ever see. He pilots that car all around the world, never mind just in South Africa. Takes it to hill climbs everywhere in the planet we live on. As he comes across the line, does Franco go quicker? He goes second, 53, oh, 888. 53, 888, 53, 446. There's nothing in it between them. 0.4 of a second as Zeely comes through turn 3, heading towards 4. Can Zeely go and upset the apple cart and put the Scribantes and Richard Roots behind him and put the pressure onto them heading into qualifying 5?
Yeah, 4 tenths there between Richard and Franco. Now, Greg, Peter Zeely's been up for it lately. I know he did very well in the Cape Town one when they were down there in the Cape. So he's up for it, and he's really going to give Richard and Franco a run for their money. You can see these guys are trying hard. And like Franco was saying earlier, it's time for him to wake up. But yeah, they're all on it. Peter Zeely, second. But look how close it is.
885, 888.
Yeah,
3 thousandths of a second. 3 thousandths of a second there between Zeely and Franco Scribanti. Unbelievable stuff there from them. Vic Kempfer now, of course, in the road going class. He's now moved up slightly and, of course, missed the gap to get out there. So he's joined in with the modified class. Look at this. Looking pretty good here for the 33 machine. He'll come through and look to try and move up to the top of the hill if he can and be at least in the hunt at the front, as we now see the 64 car there. That's supposed to be piloted by Jonathan DeToy this weekend. I'm not sure if John is at the wheel or if Sief was. Sief did a lot of the work yesterday. The Opel Astra V8 coming from original Westbank modified saloon car days. Richard Roots hangs on to the top. Zeely is second. Franco Aldo. And then Jonathan Machotsi making up, or just out of the top 5 now, because it's the Scribanti, Zeely, and Roots are the top 5. Just trying to pick up where Vic Kempfer would have finished up there. I didn't see his time pop up on the screen. But as they come through now, you can see this is going to be a hard charge here. Kempfer coming through that 8th place. There we go. Thank you very much there. So, and Kempfer with a minute flat, 0.417. Not a bad run there from the A5 Porsche. And he's going to be looking forward to having a big fight with the other Turbo and the other RS. And then, of course, there's still a Ferrari to come out there, piloted by Brandon Dean. He hasn't come out yet in that 296 GTB.
Yeah, Greg, doing a 1 minute 0.4, basically a road-going car, A5 V Kempfer. That's a very good time. But like you said, we're not sure. It's supposed to be John DeToy in this car. We're not sure if it is him or Sief. We'll try and have a look at the helmet, maybe.
That's Jono, white helmet. Yeah, Jonathan DeToy in that one. See if he's got the black helmet. So Jonathan DeToy eventually coming through there in the number 64 car. He's not in the top 15, so not quite getting into the 102s there yet in that car. But of course, that is his first run in that car. Yesterday, Sief did all the shakedown laps for him. So that's the first run from Jonathan DeToy. Right, so Colin's back down in pit lane. Let's go catch up with him quickly and see what's happening there with the next batch.
Getting ready to go out now. These tyres, they are so sticky, they don't need warmers on them. They've just driven from the pit lane and they look kind of used already. Lots of carbon fibre. Gould with a Nicholson McLaren 2.8 in it. Revs to 13,000 apparently. This is the fastest car the Top of the Hill has ever seen. Yesterday he did a 47. Is a 46 on the cards? Is a 45? We don't know. Bob the Builder has been working on the launch control of this thing. Get launch control right. And this is going to be absolutely lightning. You can see the exhaust gearbox. It is just a fantastic car. Weighs 400 and something odd kilograms. Then Johan Gerber, in his most unlikely Van Diemen, with a KTM motor in it. He's planning to put a bigger motor in it, to toy in the GT40, and of course we've got to have a Ferrari brought up in the back by Mauro in a rookie cup. 1000 cc's of 3-cylinder finest Volkswagen's turbo power. So we know we've got a fight on the cards. The top 3 in B5 within 0.48 odd of a second. It's starting to rev up. I said earlier the heat is becoming. It's weather, it's track, it's going to be everything. This next run of Robbie Volk is going to be quite spectacular, I think. It's the first run of the car today. We don't know how much he's going to give, but knowing Robbie, he's not going to. So Stuart is over here. Stuart, you say he's not going to give it?
No, new tyres, Colin. So we're just doing a session to bed in the new tyres, so it should be quite conservative.
It's going to be exciting. He's coming up ready to go. Greg, let the car talk. It's beautiful.
Colin was talking yesterday already, buddy. First practice session, I was telling Leon Odendaal, we saw a 52.8 out of Franco Scribanti last year at the top of the hill, and that was the fastest lap set, although he didn't win the event. Richard still won the event overall. Remember, he broke a prop shaft going into the final run. So the fastest lap we ever got out of any cars yesterday, or last year I should say, was a 52.804. Coming into practice 1 with no chance to set the car up at all, Robert Volk set a 51.6 in practice 1, breaking the outright lap record literally in practice 1. He then broke it in practice 2, he broke it in practice 3. Qualifying 1, he equaled it, his lap record. He then went even quicker in qualifying 2, and by the time qualifying 3 came out, after the rain, on a drying track, that car, in picture right now, managed to get down to a 48.865. That is an official lap record because it's done in qualifying. So that is an amazing run. And as you just heard now, they put brand new tackies onto this machine now. There is a start delay for a reason. I think there might be a bit of a cleanup somewhere on track, and timekeeping with a bit of an issue, so we're just waiting for that to be sorted. JL's in the studio with us now just to bring that up. Of course, he's waiting just to get the clearance for that. But an amazing effort here from this man. And I was chatting to Stuart yesterday on the way to the cars we were leaving, saying, you know what? Andre Besaidno's car, the exact same car, or exactly similar car, out of the Gould factory. Nicholson, McLaren, of course, are the guys that build this car. And it's a Gould F1. It's a purpose-built hill climb Formula 1 car. It's slightly shorter in the chassis, it's slightly narrower, but of course it's got the same power output that an F1 car has got. Does 0 to 100 in 2.2 seconds. Okay? Put Andre Besaidno in the car, throw him up a hill. He sets the fastest outright lap ever done at the hill down in Knysna. But this car here could potentially go at least 3 or 4 seconds quicker than that time ever been set. And that was a 200k an hour average speed. So what is this thing going to do with Robert Volk once he's got it down to perfection? Because Stewie was saying yesterday to me, they're still not happy. They're still tinkering with a few things and could potentially still do a little bit more to it to give it a bit more. Now, I don't know how much more you can give than going around Zwartkops the wrong way in 48 seconds, bro. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Greg, amazing there. I don't know, Greg, didn't we hear him there at the start say he's not on new tyres now, he's just going to go conservative?
No, Stu was saying they put new tyres on, they just want to bed them in.
Oh.
So remember, with these tyres, they don't use tyre warmers. They are so soft in terms of their compound, they don't require any tyre warmers. So what he's going to do is he's going to just scrub them in so that he's got them ready for qualifying 5 and 6 and potentially for, I think we're going to see a big run from him in the shootout. That's where he's going to push it to the limit, because that'll be the last run of the day that we get out of Robert Volk.
Oh, that's awesome stuff. So, yeah, we're going to see if he can better those times from yesterday. There's just a slight delay, I think. It's just
That's
something with the timing, yeah.
Yeah, the timing guy. I think it might just be a transponder issue that's not picking up there, and he had to shoot out quickly to fix it. So, heads up, we do have to get the gremlins sorted out so that everything works perfectly. In terms of timing so far, though, the times are down, but they're not down to the times that we saw in qualifying last year already. And in fact, if we look at last year's qualifying 1, we got a 52.8 out of Franco Scribanti, which was the fastest of the weekend. So 52.8, we're still not anywhere near it. We're still about, about half a second off. If we look at Reggie's first time there for qualifying 4 now. In Peter Zeele's point of view, Zeele's fastest time last year was a 53.4. He's on a 53.8. So he's about 0.4 off. And speaking of Zeele, let's go down and check out what he's got to say, because he's with Colin. Okay, maybe he's not with Colin. I did hear in my ears that we were standing by there with Peter Zeele. I'm not sure if you guys are ready to go down to him. Okay, let's go to Colin. Colin's ready there with Peter Zeele.
Peter, first run of the day. I saw you don't look that happy.
No, I'm not happy because I haven't done a 49 yet. No, 49's out of the question. But it was the first run, so took it relatively calm, kept the boost down, just to make sure everything's fine. So now we're putting on newer tires, so we'll see how it goes now.
Newer tires, you leaving the boost and the rest of the car the same and just working on driving for now?
Yeah, so my intention is to only turn up the boost later. So, I mean, it's already making a lot of power. So
What, you've got about 1,050 odd horsepower?
yeah, I think at our maximum boost, it's measured or estimated to be just over 1,000.
All of the horsepower.
Yeah.
We can never have too much of them.
Yeah, true.
Right, thanks, Peter. We're going to zip across the way here because in the back of the pits here, this is exciting times because we've got Zeely over here. We've got Robbie Walk over there. We'll hopefully get to talk to him just now. We've got Scribanti over here. So let's just have a quick zip into the garage and see if we can find them. Heat management on this lot is absolutely vital. Let's have a quick word. Michael, you happy with the launch of the car, or are you playing pianos to get more go out of it?
No, the track was quite dusty this morning, so they were both a little bit too aggressive off the line. But obviously the track will clean up as the day goes on, but we'll probably turn it down a little bit for the next one. A few niggles here, a few niggles there, so we've got half an hour, 45 minutes to go through and just make the next run better.
You know the rule. You're not allowed to say niggles. We want specifics. What's going on with Aldo's car?
We've got a low oil pressure light that's coming on, so it may be just an oil level issue. Silvio's car, we're going into territory we haven't been before, so just got to go through the map and sort out boost control. We've now got the opposite problem where the battery voltage is actually dropping, so then the steering goes hard, so from one extreme to the next. But we're on it. We'll have a look at it now and see what we can find.
If it was easy, the Girl Guides would do it. Thanks for chatting to us. Thanks for sharing. Love it.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, let's see if we can find Franco. He's not around, but check out the really cool jack system that they've got. In order to drop the weight of this car, they've taken the onboard jacks, taken them out, and they've got these gizmos that jack the car up and keep it going. That's absolutely fantastic. Then we come out into the broad daylight of sun, and one pit lane up from here is Reggie Roots, and we nearly get driven over by a car. Lesson number one, when you're walking in a pit lane, always look behind you. You've got to check out Pinto, and I'm told that this is one of those fancy heads that's got a single camshaft over here, and it's got 4 valves per cylinder, which is why it makes such a lacquer noise. And of course the raw induction of Weber DCOEs. These are the finest things in the world. Right, we've got Reggie Roots over here. We're just going to walk in and see how he's going. Reggie, quick one, sorry to interrupt. How did that go?
Yeah, no, it was good, Colin. A little bit easy still on the brakes and that because I wasn't sure the track's green, it rained last night. But I think the times are going to tumble now. The Oaks are all hungry and it's going good. The car's amazing. The car's running sweet like a Swiss clock.
Like a Swiss clock, he says. Don't forget the L. Right, let's go back to Greg in the commentary box.
Call right on time, thanks for that, but here we go. Robert Volk about to set the track alight. New tyres on, as you heard. Going to try and get some rubber down on those tyres, scrub them in a little bit. Just the launch looks pretty decently there with those new tyres. You see this is a little twitch as he comes off the concrete onto the tarmac. But this is the fastest car of the weekend so far. Got down into a 48.865 yesterday afternoon in drying conditions after the late afternoon thunderstorm. And now with absolutely perfect conditions, trying to scrub these tyres in. We're probably still going to see at least a 50 or maybe a sub 50 run here from him, even though he's on new rubber. And with that new rubber, let's see whether or not he can keep it all together and keep it in the hunt at the front for the overall title. The overall honours, of course, are not really shared. It's class honours that we go for from the single-seaters, production cars, supercars, and the Rookie Cup, who's not even been out just yet. Sam Claver in the KTM-powered Formula M makes his way down towards turn 1. We're watching to see Robert Volk come through and get the line. He goes 50.199. So in the 52nd bracket is where I expected him to be.
Not bad for a conservative run there, Greg, 50.1. But yeah, nice to see this. Also listen to that, is that KTM? That's JM Gerber. It's a Formula M is it?
Yeah.
But it's a KTM engine.
1290 adventure engine in that car.
It also sounds amazing. So, yeah, it's pity we don't have a lot of single-seaters, but the single-seaters that are here, they're really fast, Greg.
Yesterday, Jay got into the top 10 overall. So, seriously good pace in that little Formula M of his with the KTM-powered unit behind him. This is Zwartkops, the only Lotus here for the weekend. Also had a good run yesterday, finishing just outside of that top 20. So, Kotsa looking to maybe improve today. But, of course, he's running in his own class. So, each of the single-seaters are in their own class, so they don't have to worry. They'll run together. And I think later on, when they run the single-seaters, they're probably going to chuck Schofield's car in for a bit of fun in that final top 10 shootout there for the single-seaters.
Yeah, and as we listen there to Rechot and Peter Zili and the boys from the interviews, the guys are slowly but surely building up, and they're not at maximum yet. And it's going to be awesome later, Greg, when they give it everything, power, tires, everything. But yeah, track conditions is improving a lot. It's not bad at this stage. The track will be getting better and better. You know?
Mark Totoy out for the second time now. This is in the GT1. That's a Peter Bailey car, and of course built in the Peter Bailey's car stable. It's the type car of the original Mark 1 GT Ford that Ford brought out a couple of years ago as a tribute to the original GT40. But this is the GT1, and Mark Totoy, we actually saw him at the final round of the regional championship of the Extreme Festival using this car in the Extreme Supercars. So getting an opportunity to get a little bit of track time in the car and some setup so that he can come and pilot it here at top of the hill.
Yeah, we're still in qualifying 4. We're still qualifying 5 and 6 later before we get to those final shootouts.
Brandon Dean in the Ferrari. That's a 296 GTB. Brand new Ferrari. Amazing to see that. How do you like to see a 2024 version car when you've got a 1935 car in the historics? So a 90-year gap between our newest car and our oldest cars on track today.
Yeah, Greg, we've got a lot of the old cars, but also good to see some new cars. A little bit of a twitch there, number 44, but awesome stuff.
Oh, Brandon Dean was out of shape there big time. The back end stepped out on that Ferrari. You don't want to be stepping out there because that Ferrari will head straight to that inside wall, and that'll be an expensive outing. Now the back end stepping out. He's battling with the rear end of that car. Maybe they've taken the tire pressure down slightly on the rear end because it's sliding big time. Let's see if he gets it a bit better here through turn 6. Watch the back end. Yeah, it's still very squirrely out the back. So maybe he's got the traction control off on that Ferrari and trying to use his own ability behind the wheel to see if he can get it through and get a quicker run. And as he comes through there, he comes through in 16th place. A 102.4 there for him in the Ferrari.
Yeah, remember these, call it standard road car type cars. They've got their traction control and their systems working. If you want to go a bit faster, you switch your traction control off, but then you have to be very smooth with the accelerator, Greg. You know, you're controlling the power now, not the traction. The traction can bog you down if you leave it completely on. So sometimes there's two systems. You can switch it half off or completely off. Completely off, obviously the best way, but then you must be very smooth. You saw him battling a little bit, they're getting twitchy, but just get a bit smoother, and then it'll get better.
So first time out now for qualifying 4 for our final class of the day. This is the Volkswagen Rookie Cup class. And what they're doing this weekend is it's Rookie Cups and a couple of media and celebrities joining us for this time out. So Christopher Tate, your champion. He will, of course, I think probably lead the pack out there in car 70. It looks like he is the first car on track. His teammate is Jeanette Kritzinger from W2W Media. So she's going to be there piloting a similar car to his. And, of course, all of these cars participated in this year's Volkswagen Rookie Cup, which Chris Tate won the championship in. Then you've got Luke Hill, and he's teamed up with Chad Jones. You've got Mauro Deleuze, who's teaming up with Nikki Nechefefe. And then you've got Mpo Mboy and Uzia Khan, who are teammates today. And what they're going to do is they're going to run them sort of as Rookie Cup competitors and media competitors. A little in-house fight between the two different versions of Rookie Cup. And then they're going to do a combination of the two teammates to see who's going to win the Rookie and Media Challenge here today. So first car to the line. Looks like it's going to be Mauro Deleuze. He's going to just try and get a little bit heated to the front of those Dunlops as he lights them up coming to the line. And Mauro Deleuze was also a top contender. I think finished up 4th overall in the championship for 2025 in the Rookie Cup.
Yeah, good to see these rookies in the VW Rookie Cup, and VW Motorsport bring them here. But yeah, it's going to be a good internal battle, and as you see, individual battle and then a team battle with the rookies and the media. So Mauro Daluz waiting there for the green light. And then Greg, although he did a practice start there, you want to get a bit of heat into those. They use Dunlop semi-slicks. And now let's see him go. You want to minimize the wheel spin there. It's a good start there. So you want to get good power down, but you can't just go flat because you'll get too much wheel spin.
Yeah, wheel spin and power is a big differential there. To get it just perfect is what you need. Looks like it wasn't too bad and not too far off. Absolutely perfect there for Mauro. He will be the first of the Rookie Cup competitors to set a lap time here today. So we'll wait and see how he goes and see if he finishes up a little bit higher up than what he did yesterday. Try and pick up on exactly where he is as we get into qualifying 4's final session. It's an incredible bit of driving came out of this car yesterday, got to let you know. On a few occasions, Netchefefe was actually the quickest of the Rookie Cup competitors, so looking for a chance now to see if he can go slightly quicker here into what is the first session for today for the Rookie Cup and Media combined.
Okay, there's Mauro Deluz, Greg, 1 minute 11.6. So that's going to be the time to beat in the VW Rookie Cup. Mauro Deluz with a first time down on the road.
Mauro Deluz and Netchefefe. I'll be looking forward to the big fight that's between them because, of course, they are the two teammates. So they have to try and work together to try and get the best times together. Kind of working, I would say, similar to what would you call it? Balance of performance. You've got to try and have the balance of performance as close to your teammate as possible in order to be the winners in this class. Because if you've got too big a differential between the rookie and the media driver, then you're not going to be scoring high points in terms of overall lap times if you combine the two. So you've got to be as close to each other as possible. And yesterday, the closest pairing actually were Jeanette Kritzinger and Chris Tate. They were exceptionally close in terms of their lap times eventually at the end. Netchefefe was quickest of the media. Jeanette was second, but Tate was quickest. And unfortunately, with Netchefefe's teammate, Mauro Deluz, he wasn't in second. It was actually Luke Hill who moved up into second place in the final standings for the Rookie Cup. There goes Jeanette now. So one of our two ladies involved in this Rookie Cup and Media combination. She's in Berlin's car by the looks of things.
Yeah,
originally with the pink wing mirrors and pink lipstick.
Yeah, Greg must remember the rookies, they've been driving those cars the whole year. They're more used to it. The media, they've only had yesterday and today to get used to the cars. So it'll be good for them when they actually do get closer to the let's say the regular drivers.
Chris Tate 11 dead, so 0.6 of a second quicker. So Chris Tate now leads that pack of Volkswagen Rookie and Media Challenge. Probably won't see a better time from Jeanette at this point, but we'll see what her time is when she crosses the line. She's a pretty smooth driver. She's not only participated for Volkswagen, but she was one of the original drivers in Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup when the media was still in the 86s. She also had a chance to drive for Suzuki down at the other hill climb.
Yeah.
So she's driven for a couple of the OEMs and has a couple of really good opportunities to be part and parcel of events just like this one at Top of the Hill Challenge.
Yeah, so she's kind of used to the format. And I know she was very excited to be for this one. Yeah, Zwartkops. Top of the Hill Challenge, second year running, Zwartkops Raceway.
This, of course, is Uzia Khan. Also had a fantastic season in the Rookie Cup. And looked like he was in with a chance coming to the closing round. Remember, there was only about 6 points in it between himself, Josh Moore, and the eventual winner, Chris Tate. He had an outside chance. It was a mathematical one, but he pushed hard. He got the final victory of the season. even though Chris Tate took the victory in the overall championship. So Isaiah knows how to drive this car very well, and will certainly be a car to watch out for in this little fight at the back of the pack. Separate class here running for them. That's why they're all out on their own. And of course, they get 8 cars going out because there are 8 of them only. So instead of a 7-car batch, they just put all 8 together and send them at the same time. Mboy, unfortunately, looks like she's taking a little bit of strain here with the purple wing mirrors and lipstick on the front of the car.
Yeah, I think he went in a bit hot into turn 2, then he had to tighten it up. But that turn 2 didn't look that great. But it'll be a learning curve as well for some later runs.
In for the ride is, of course, the sponsor on the side of that car and the media contingent that's looked after there. Luke Hill, certainly a man to watch out for, and watch out for next year as well, because with a season under his belt now, he's going to know exactly what to do in these cars, and he could potentially be a front runner with the moving of our current champion Christopher Tate. He, of course, with winning Rookie Cup, moves into Polo Cup automatically and takes the Volkswagen Motorsport drive there in the Polo Cup class. So that's really cool. And as he comes through there, he'll be looking forward to, of course, the fight that he's going to be having all day long here. Isaiah Khan actually goes quicker. A 10.8 from Isaiah Khan in his run there. So he outguns Christopher Tate by 0.2 of a second. That's an incredible run there. So you're top of the list for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup and media, Isaiah Khan on a 1 minute 10.86. Chad Jones battled here. He battled yesterday, but this car with understeer and late braking was pretty special. He needed a bit of Leon Udendahl training on how to go into turn 8, mate.
Yeah, no, Greg, it's going to be a good fight here with the rookies. Just a quick question to the Rookie Cup, Greg. Are the guys allowed to do 2 years?
2 years,
You're allowed
2
2 years before you move up.
Yeah, 2 years, or if you win the championship. If you win the championship, you automatically move up. But you're allowed to stay in Rookie Cup for 2 years. So we've got, it'll be Luke Hill, Luke Corbett, Mauro Deleuze, and Berlin, who will be staying. But I don't think Berlin's staying. I think Berlin's going to Polo Cup. So it opens up 5 seats for Rookie Cup for next year.
Yeah, it's a very good place to start for these youngsters at a young age, and it's a good stepping stone to eventually go up to Polo Cup, later Super Cup, and yeah, it's awesome stuff. But yeah, you say that my boy, saw there through turn 2. Oh, there also a little bit of, he's obviously working hard, but still getting used to it. Yeah, sometimes not as easy as it looks, Greg.
No. And a front-wheel drive around here is not an easy car to drive, as both you and I know. And now heading to the line, Chad Jones going to set the first time for his run. He won't be anywhere near the front end of the Rookie Cup class. It's Isaiah Khan who ends up fastest in the Rookie Cup. And as they head back into pit lane, we stand by now for a small circuit cleanup before we head into the qualifying 5 session for today. We've got 2 more qualifying sessions to go before we get into the nitty-gritty. We've also got a drifting demonstration that's going to happen at about 12:30 this afternoon. That's just before the lunch break. So Big Jim and his team are here. They're already down on the skid pan and entertaining the crowd there. You can go and get into the cars if you are here and watching us on your smart devices at the track and you want to head down and have some fun there with Big Jim and his team. There's certainly a chance, and they'll be on track later on to give us a little drifting demonstration around the circuit as well. So we're heading into qualifying 5 in a few moments' time. We'll be back as soon as we've got cars on track, and I'm sure Colin will be standing by down in pit lane to give us a little bit more action of what's happening down at Top of the Hill Challenge 2025. Yeah, we're coming back with commentary. We're just trying to sort out our timing monitor here because it's not giving us the full screen. We've only got 15 cars. We worked out how to do it now as we get into qualifying 5. Qualifying 5 now is Class H up first. So it's all of our competitors in the Classic Conqueror class that are going to be participating. And I'm going to just chat about this over my shoulder as Leon just takes you through the first couple of cars.
Yeah, looks like Patrick Gearing is out there. So we're busy with qualifying 5. Daar's 'n dames en here, qualifying 5. Lucky by Zwartkops, top of the hill, Zwartkops Raceway. And the guys are going for their second run of the day. There we go. Good to see that should be Rodney Green, actually, number 52. So he come down the start finish, turn 1 and turn 2. Good to see this vehicle. Yeah, Rodney Green out there in the Raleigh 1935 Raleigh Racing 6. Good to see these guys enjoying it out here. They'll try and improve on their qualifying 4 run as he comes down to turn number 2. You need a bit of hard brakes there. Get your line up. Get close to the apex. Can't really see the exit because it's a bit of an uphill. But now you start accelerating through turn 3. That's usually turn 1. Take a wide line and you can actually put a pedal to the metal now over the normal start finish line. Stay left because you're going to turn right up the hill. Don't brake too late. Try and get to your apex. On the exit, you want to use all the track if you can. And there's our second runner going now, number 65. So these guys, they know where they can improve now. Track will be a little bit better. And they'll just try and push the envelope a little bit to make up some time.
Heinrich de Prier there in the AC Cobra. That's the 750 horsepower machine, piloted or powered by a Corvette engine. But it's the 1935 Raleigh that keeps us onto the track for the first time here in qualifying number 5. And Rod Green at the wheel of that car. Incredible to think that's a 90-year-old car that is out on track there. Slightly younger model here in Duprier's AC Cobra, powered by that big Chevy Corvette, the new LTS Chevy Corvette engine in that machine. Headley in the Austin Cooper.
Little Mini, good to see the Minis out here. Yes. Okay, Greg, in that car you can go almost flat the whole way. But
no, you can. I think he changed his gears twice. Once is coming out of turn 2 and once is coming out of turn 5. That's about it. The rest
Foot
of the time
flat,
it's
there we
third
go.
gear, flat. Everything she's got. So as we get Rod Green to set the pace, look at the pace of Rod Green. 142.5, but that's incredible. That's an amazing run there from a 90-year-old car around Zwartkops. But gets outgunned pretty rapidly there by Heinrich in the AC Cobra. He drops it down to a 114.5. And that's a personal best for him as well, by the looks of it. No, it's not. It's just the fastest of the session with the purple there.
yeah, with the session just restart. That's your fastest of the session so far. And look at it, Mini go now. Yeah, you almost don't have to brake a lot in the Mini there. You turn in, use the road, put that foot flat. Now it's up the hill.
Alistair Simpson. He jumps into the Chevy Camaro and heads down towards turn 1. Simpson, I think, was supposed to be running in his Shelby, and there was a bit of a problem with it, which is why he's entered under Shelby South Africa. But fortunately, there's a couple of cars down at Trans Africa Racing, so he wasn't sent home. He got given a spare car there from Trans Africa Racing and jumped into it.
Yeah, these cars sound awesome, Greg. For the people out there, when you're standing there, pit lane, or see, we've got quite a good crowd out here. We're obviously sitting here in the office and doing the live streaming, but the people out there, there's a good crowd out here at Zwartkops for the Top of the Hill Challenge, and they're enjoying the roar of the vehicles.
Oh, they certainly are. 51 is the next car. That's the second of the Rileys, Racing 6. And nice to see these older cars on track. We mentioned it earlier on. To see them in full flight is exactly what race fans would want to do. Don't put these cars on display in museums. Yeah, of course, put them there just to show them every now and again, but make sure that they still are able to get out on track and do what they were built to do. And that's race around racetracks all around the world.
Yeah, and Greg, the drivers of these cars, they enjoy their time. They love it out here. And you'll see a lot of them out here next year when we do the Passion for Speed. But just listen to that car. He's giving it his all. Good to see.
Yeah, fantastic. And the nice thing with this one, of course, being also a 90-year-old version, this is the 6-cylinder option. The first one is a 4-cylinder, so it's a slightly different derivative of the two Rileys. The one's the Sprite and one is the Racing 6. This Racing 6 from 1935. You can see with the big wheels, spoked wheels as well. It's always nice to see those. And if you get a close-up shot, you can see, look at the size of the steering wheel that Rob Gearing is having to play around with there. Here's that little Pinto Ford Escort from Lindenberg Racing. It's Dirk Venter behind the wheel. We saw the engine compartment there with Colin only a couple of minutes ago. Good to show you the Weebers on the side of it. I think it's the Weebers he said on the side of that machine, and the way that engine is configured just shows you the kind of pace you can get out of a Mark 1 Escort, and what the guys used to do in their day to get those cars to become exceptionally powerful. They used to be quite rapid little drag races in their own time. Maybe a little bit of illegal drag racing, but this time we're keeping it very legal on track.
Now, Greg, these guys back in the day, the old car army, these guys in the modified saloons, there was a lot of these cars competing.
Yeah. They were awesome to watch. And a couple of famous drivers still piloting them on a few occasions as well. Henny G, of course, has got one out of Camille Doering Racing. He's got that little Ford Pinto too. This is the Cooper Climax Formula 2. Also a nice car to see in this class. From 1964. The BMC engine in it. And Stuart Craig at the wheel of that car. So we literally got H1, 2, 5 and 6 and one of the Class 8 cars on track there from the H category. It's our second biggest class. We've got 19 cars entered into Class H this weekend.
Yeah, awesome in the different classes, and we've got nice big entries this weekend. And the top of the hill challenge every year it'll just get bigger and bigger and grow. And it's awesome to be here and watch these cars. And the guys putting their skills.
Oh, there's some skills. Stuart Greg using his racing skills there big time to hang on to that one. It went a little bit squirrely out of turn 4, but he managed to catch it there and hang on to go through.
He's enjoying it. He's going a little bit sideways. He's obviously he's giving it a bit, how can we say, gas, and then he's trying to go faster. So you can see he's enjoying it, but that 4-wheel slide, awesome stuff. So we're busy with qualifying 5.
Well, you're talking about the growth of the class. Last year, 52 entries. This year, 68 entries. So there has already been a massive amount of growth. I also heard in my ear there that we might be heading down there to catch up with Rod Green after he just finished up on that 1 minute 42.709 run. Looks like there might be a little bit of an issue there for Stuart Craig as he stalled the car. Or maybe it went into limp mode. I don't know. No, he's got it going again. There we go. He's going to head across the track, and now we'll wait for that second batch of cars to come back out onto track.
Yeah, no, I think he just had to get in the correct gear there, Greg. But yeah, he had a good run, an enjoyable run there. And as you can see, the Dunlop banner there, and Dunlop really.
Colin has got Stuart Craig or Rodney Green, I think one of the two. Let's go and find out exactly how those runs went in qualifying 5.
Rodney, Riley's finest 6 cylinders 75-year-old car. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, Riley were at their peak in the mid-30s in terms of international competition. And even in 1934, I think they came second overall at the Le Mans 24-hour. They were known for very robust chassis and very strong engines. They never resorted to supercharging, rather using interesting single carburetor Hemi heads. Of course, all Rileys were Hemis.
Crossflow twin cam?
Absolutely, twin cam in the block. And the great ERA company and their cars were based on this. Except they were supercharged, which made them world beaters in the voiturette class. So, yeah, it's quite an interesting car. race car. This particular car was left the factory as a 4-seat tourer, and like all South Africans, it was turned into a racing car.
You've got to love it. Talking about a racing car, it's older than you and I. And what's it like to actually drive flat out on the track?
It's quite heavy. So through the corners is quite stressful. But this was designed for Brooklyn's 500 mile and Le Mans and that sort of thing, where you use fourth gear and third gear, and that's it. So it's incredibly well planted on the road. It doesn't wander, it doesn't jump around, but it's a heavy car to put through the corners.
How fast is it? What's its top speed?
It depends on the gearing and everything, but look,
and the downhill.
And downhill, absolutely. Look, they were fast,
Awesome. We've got new cars racing out there. James Temple's out on track. Back to you, Greg.
Yeah, Temple just getting off the line there. Cole, nice little one there from him as he heads into the race there. And Temple now looking for his second run. I remember James Temple in the first run ended up down in 14th overall, considering that's an H6 car that's in 14th overall. Very good run here from Jimmy T. He's certainly looking forward to a big battle in the Class H top 10 shootout, and potentially looking for a class win as well, because he is the top contender in the H6 category. So watch out for his mini break for this one. Jeffrey pushing hard. Junior eventually finished up in 19th place in that H8. And it says that was in the Opel record. That's got to look further down, because see if he's got about 500 cars he's driving today. So if I look further down on the list, this car of Sier Faris, where did it finish up? I'm just looking to see. Wasn't quite on the same kind of pace as that one. Yeah, I think he had a problem. So he didn't post the time on that last run. So he's going to post the time now in this little Chevy, the Chevy Can-Am. Heads into turn 4. The little Chev, as it was nicknamed. Little Chev, but massive amounts of drift and sideways action from that car. Great launch there from Schofield. Schofield got off the line, probably the best we've seen all weekend long so far, as he heads down into turn 1 in the March 77B. So certainly looking forward to seeing him improve on his times. Schofield, as we've wrapped up qualifying 4, finished up in 12th place overall. He was the top H-class competitor. So in that little March 77B, he's going to be potentially looking to even get a top 10 overall time here in this car if he keeps up the kind of pace we're seeing from him. And he did say he was going to take it easy and sort of build until he got into the class final and into the top 10 shootout for the single-seaters.
Now, Greg, I think the guys are much happy with the conditions now, but you can almost see them physically pushing it harder, getting a bit more sideways. Sefuri there, you saw he tried out. So the guys are pushing a bit harder, and they're getting more confident as we go.
They certainly are. Now, they've got Sefuri down in the Opel record, putting in a 102.789, but I think that is the Chevy that he's actually in on that one in H8. So, yeah, Sefuri Jr. in that Chevy Forenza, the little Chev, the Can-Am, doing a superb job. And as I said, he finished up in the qualifying 4, eventually down in 19th place. So top 20 finish there for that little Chevy is a pretty impressive outing for him. And Sefuri Jr., of course, also will be piloting one of the little Austins in a few moments' time as well in the same class. So he's got a lot of work to do in this category. It says the Opel record. Now, when I say Opel record on the entry form, that Opel record I think is Uncle Willie's Sabat Opel record. But I'm not sure if they're going to run that one today. I think they might just bring it out for a bit of a demonstration lap later on in the afternoon. So they've given him the Chevy rather to play in than the Opel record.
Yeah, no, that car number 66, definitely that's Chevy Renza, Greg. So it's not, no, the program says Opel record, but we just saw him there.
Nicole Donker.
Yeah, she'll be enjoying her time here out on the track. I think first time out for her ever going opposite direction. It is a lot different, if you've never done it before, but it's nice once you get used to it.
124.844 was her fastest in qualifying 4. So we'll wait to see if she improves and goes slightly quicker. 58.4 for Schofield. Let's have a look and see if that changes up his quickest. Yes, it is. Oh, he's gone 2 seconds quicker. 2 seconds quicker there from Scove, getting to the 58.4s for Ian Schofield at the top of the list there in the March 77B. And a 58.4, that would have moved him into top 8 overall if he stays there during the qualifying session and no one goes any quicker than what they did in the qualifying 4.
Yeah, so that qualifying 4 would have just cleaned up the track nicely, Greg. And now in qualifying 5, it's almost ideal conditions here for these guys to put some good times in.
You know what, as much as I'd like to have a really good hill climb car and give it everything I can around this track, how much fun must it be to be in one of these little cars? I think they must be having an absolute blast out there. They really are. That's the 59 car out there. And it's Jonathan DeToy at the wheel of Jumbo. Teapot, of course, will be piloted there by CFRE. He's got to jump out of the Forenza. I've got to ask you this question. How amazing must it be to climb out of a little Chev Forenza Can-Am and then jump into an Austin 35 and have to change your driving style?
Yeah, well, you just jumped out of a lot of power and now you go into that little car and you think, hey, what's happening here?
You're putting your foot on the floor going, what is going on here? I'm not even moving. It's like when you come off the highway and you've been doing like 120 k's an hour and you have to go into the 60 zone. You think, hang on a second, what is going on here? It's not right. You catch that N3 highway from Durban, and just as you come over Heidelberg, you catch traffic into Joburg and everybody slows down and you realize that you're back into the normal everyday traffic that you've got to deal with. This is Noddy. It's the Nash Metropolitan. And this is also one of our lady drivers there, Karen Pitcher, who's driving this one. Getting a chance to drive in the Noddy Mobile.
Yeah, good to see, good to see. They're enjoying it. Nice to see the ladies out here, Greg. And I'm sure they're enjoying their time. But yeah, those vehicles just look so much fun, like you said.
Oh, they certainly do. So Donka, 124.8 goes to a 122. So she's gone quicker. That's a nice run there from Nicole Donka. And let's see if Karen can go better than her first run. Her first run in the Nash Metropolitan was a 43.094. I'm sure it's going to be slightly quicker there. She's going to have a little bit more confidence in the car.
Now you'll find most of the competitors will go a little bit quicker in this session. That first session, they just looked at the track again after the bit of rain yesterday. Now they'll get the confidence. Track will improve, and they will definitely try and improve their times. She could use a little bit more track coming out there. You know, we usually say on the racetrack, use all of the racetrack.
But I think that's just a case of, you know, not having the knowledge of all the race lines here. Learning every now and again. And slowly but surely getting quicker and quicker. So Karen Pitcher now coming to the line. Looking for a slight improvement on the 143.094 in the first run. Let's see what she's able to put into here as she comes across the line and completes her run. 138. Yo, that's a massive advantage. It's 5 seconds she's found there between qualifying 4 and 5. So a big difference there in the 90 Mobile for Karen. So well done to her.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that, and it can only get better for her. Yeah, Greg, on a racetrack, every lap you do, it gets better and better. And
yeah, time in the saddle, time in the seat is the most important thing. You have to drive around. Looks like Jumbo got stuck there. A bit of a problem for CFE in Jumbo. Or Jonathan DeToy. He's still got a time in. He got a 125.589. CF will probably be in the next batch. He'll be in the Teapot Austin 35. As they are getting ready to go now to bring out the next batch of Class H. Class H, we've got 19 cars in total, so it means there's 3 batches of cars. We've got 2 of them already completed. This will be the third and final batch of cars there for Class H before we wrap up the Class H qualifying 5.
Yeah, on this stage, Ian Schofield, top of the pops there in a 58.4. He'll be happy to break the 1 minute barrier there from earlier.
Yeah, I think getting under that 1 minute barrier is a vital aspect for any of the top contenders. If you look at that 1 minute barrier, we were in the 50s and 53s up to Charlie Folds and Vic Camphor. Vic Camphor, I think, may have been top of the road car class. Yes, he was in 10th place. So if we had to take a top 10 overall, Kampfer's got himself into the top 10 in a road-going Porsche. Just behind Fowles in the Subaru, J.M. Gabe in that KTM Formula M, Mogotsi, the Scribantes, Zili, Roots, and of course I don't think anybody's going to have an answer to the pace that Robert Volk is going to find here today, and that pace has still not even been shown yet. We had a glimpse of it yesterday when he dropped into the 48s, but now on new tyres, and now that they've had one shakedown lap to get those new tyres scrubbed in, I think the next run from Robert Volk is going to be pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it looks like Jonathan de Toy made it across there, so we'll get the next packs of cars out shortly. Maar as dit dames en here, ek hoop julle geniet nog die coverage hierso op die livestream. Top of the Hill Challenge, Zwartkops Raceway, die tweede weergawe van ons Top of the Hill Challenge.
So this is not Class H third batch. This is Class A's first batch of cars. So these are the road going and supercars, road going saloon cars and supercars. Most of them are supercars. There's a couple of road going saloons, and I say road going saloons, not much of a road going saloon if you buy yourself a Golf 7R. That's a hot hatch. It's not a road going saloon. These are all supercars, of course. Mustangs, Ferraris, Porsches, and of course we also got to throw into there the two electric vehicles, the BYD and the Volvo EX30. So they're now going to have to try and fight it out and see what they can do in this little hunt at the front end for Class A now. Class H wrapped up with Schofield at the top, Temple second, Tiafuri Jr. in third place. That's how they'll go into this one as we now start to see things heating up here from the Class A point of view. We do have a sort of a screen jumping between each, so we've got to wait about 15 seconds or so to jump between the two screens to see the times as they come up, because as soon as we fill that screen up to 15th place, then we go to a second screen of 15 and a third screen of 15. So there may be a little bit of delay on giving us the time. We can give you the time, but we've chatted to the timekeepers and asked them that for the class finals and for the shootouts, they keep them on a separate basis, so that we've just got those classes to deal with while we bring you the action.
But yeah, it looks like Strati Janakas in the BMW M4 is up first. He's going to put the first time down. And yeah, I think he's looking for a good run, yeah.
And they say the most powerful letter in the world is M, hey? That's what they say. Let's see what this BMW M4 can do now. With Strati behind the wheel. He's got a green light, which means he can go anytime he's ready. That's a fantastic launch there from that M4.
Yeah, that was a good start, very good start. He'll be happy with that. That's also some of the stuff the guys will just try and fine-tune, Greg, is their start for that very, if they are going to be in the class finals. It's going to be all about that start. So they're fine-tuning little things now and see where they can improve.
102.7 is his lap time that he set in qualifying 4. So let's see if he goes slightly quicker than that as they come through turn 3 and across the line past our commentary booth. We're just on the right-hand side of him there as he crosses the original finish line here at Zwartkops. Smooth through turn 4 as well towards the top of the hill. Jared Rousseau will follow him. He's in the GT3 of the 911 derivatives here this weekend. Colin was patting the back of that car and tapping the wing, saying this might be the car to beat this weekend. So far, he's been outgunned slightly, though, by Vic Kampfer's Porsche RS 911.
Yeah, good corner there by Jared, using all of the road out of 2. Now you get to turn 3, it's a right hand and now slightly uphill. And you can use the camber there to use all the road. You can see they're not too late on the brakes, turning right. It's turn 4 today. 8 in the normal way, and then up the hill.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. He really is going well. As he gets onto the circuit now, we stand by to see, of course, the third Porsche. And that third Porsche is pushing hard. Leon is commentating, Dave, so just I don't know if you're hearing him, but he's definitely coming through.
Yeah, it's Billy De Beer there, number 31. He's out on track now, and he's also going to try and improve his time.
Philly De Beer had a fantastic run. He finished, as I said, just outside of that top 10 with those gold wheels. He was 13th overall, lucky for some there, and he got down to a 102.6 We already saw an improvement from Strutty. He's gone quicker on a 102.4 by 0.3 of a second. So he's gone quicker. Jared Rousseau, 101.1 there for him. And Rousseau, he was down in 15th place. Did he go quicker? No, he went quicker as well. So all of the cars on track so far have gone quicker than their first runs in qualifying 4. So they've now decided, they've seen what the track conditions are like. They've done one run. They can see where they can push, where they can't push, and that's exactly what we're going to see now for the rest of this session, I think, for Class A.
Yeah, Greg, most of the guys should go faster than they did in the previous qualifying. Yeah, we're in the battle of the Shelbys again, and we'll see who's going to come out top here. But they're also going to try and improve their time. There's number 35.
35 is Josh O'Callaghan in the silver Dream Racer version of the Super Snakes. It's kind of a gunmetal grey more than a silver, but I went silver because yesterday it looked silver compared to the black one that's just behind him. Then you've got the burgundy one there of Malachi. Paul Malachi was fastest of the Shelby Super Snakes yesterday, and in the first session this morning, let's have a look and see where they got to those Shelbys. Let's just go down to them quickly. Picked them up there. Shelby Mustang. It was Paul Malachi who was quickest again. He was quicker than Anton Pommersheim. So Malachi setting the pace here in amongst the sort of in-house fight with Shelby SA clients and customers. Whatever that issue was that he picked up yesterday that gave him a bit of oil. The change up of that oil cooler at the front end of that car was spectacularly done. And since then, commentator's curse hopefully not going to be put onto him. He has not put a wheel wrong. Next up is Pommersheim.
Yeah, you can see here these guys trying now. Good launch there off the line. As his competitor just finishes his run. Let's see who's going to be top of the pops here. I'm sure there's a good in-house battle there with these guys, Greg.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about these guys. Whenever they do the hill climb events and time attack events around the country, Shelby South Africa usually organises some kind of a road trip for them as well, and they all sort of drive down to an event or drive to an event and then participate in the event and then drive home in their cars. That's the beauty about having such a lovely supercar and a road car that Shelby South Africa provides. But all 4 of these contenders have been involved in various other forms of time attack and hill climb events, so they know the format, they know how it all works, and they particularly like coming here to Zwartkops and this format because it works well for these cars at altitude. They've got a really great turn of pace. And then, of course, we're standing by with a whole bunch of the next batch of the modified, of the road-going and saloon cars. And those, of course, will be coming from an electric point of view. Whoa! That's not good. 37 completely out of shape there. And that's Pariachi, I think, who got out of shape. Just want to double-check there on that one. Yeah, Vinesh Pariachi has lost it coming out of turn 2. Potentially red flag here because they have to red flag it every single time there's a crash because they do have to clear the track. So that's our first big incident for the day, buddy. We've had clean and clear racing all day long until Pariachi came out of turn 2. He went a little bit onto the grass and the back end stepped out, spat him straight into the wall. Here, have a look at it. There it is. It's just understeer there. Eh?
Yeah.
He just couldn't turn.
He just, it looked like, but he obviously just carried too much speed into turn 2 there.
Way too much.
Maybe I don't know.
And as you said, it tightens on you.
Yeah.
Because remember, you're going from a tight corner to a wide exit normally when you go down the hill. But when you come up the hill this way around, it's a wide entrance into a tight exit. And he's just gone in there way too hot. And you could just see he's trying to turn, trying to go, but he's got the foot flat still and on the throttle and didn't come off. And with that, didn't give him enough time to get out of trouble. And he's ended up in the tie barrier.
Yeah, it could also be, remember, when you start, you go from turn 1 to turn 2. You haven't used your brakes a lot. And the brakes aren't warm there or hot yet.
Hot enough.
But they just, it looked like he stayed and you couldn't get it to turn. But I mean, it could be brakes. I don't think it's a steering problem, but it just carried too much speed.
He was understeered.
Yeah.
He was literally trying to turn the car, but it wasn't turning and he just was going in a straight line. So the understeer was kicking in there and he just could not get the car to come round. And the other issue you've got here is if you do go to the loud pedal, it's a rear wheel drive. So it might just light the back end up and that could have been even worse. But possibly could have been there.
Yeah, but like you said, first incident day, it's racing, it happens. yeah, I don't think he had oversteer. He had a bit of understeer. But yeah, Greg, this corner is tricky. You get there, you turn in, and then it is tighter than you think. You can't really see because it's uphill, the exit. You know, it's total different turn 2 than you usually do.
Orange Army are there, so are the medical team, just to make sure that Vinesh is okay. I don't think he's going to be injured that badly because he didn't hit the wall hard. And that car, of course, has got some safety structures built into it. But if you have just joined us here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, a big welcome. It's Top of the Hill 2025, and we're here for the second edition of the Top of the Hill event here at Zwartkops. And it has turned out to be a pretty awesome day. We were expecting a lot of rain, according to the weather report initially during the week. The rain has stayed away. We've got ideal conditions to go racing in here. A small breeze, and we've got Colin down in pit lane as well. So let's go down and see what he's got for us down in pit lane.
Seth, you're a busy boy today. 2 cars.
Yeah, actually 3. I'm also in the teapot, the Austin A35, and then obviously the Lolette, and then the Can-Am, the Willie Eben Can-Am, which is a lot of fun to drive. It's got a lot of horsepower, but the handling it's quite hairy to drive, but it's a thrill, so I enjoy it a lot.
You love V8s, and earlier before the break you had just started the car, and it's quite a contrast because we've got lots of V8 horsepowers here and then some electric cars behind us. What's it like driving a proper historic car like this?
Oh, it's nice having the opportunity to drive these cars that Uncle Bob Althoff and Uncle Peter de Toy and all the old Willie Evans cars, Sarah van der Merwe, all of those old guys. So it's a privilege to drive these cars, and it's fun to drive them. So yeah, I enjoy driving it, and I must say thank you for the opportunity that Uncle Peter de Toy and Trans Africa and Zwartkops Raceway gives me to drive these cars, because yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Out of the 3 cars you're driving today, which is your favorite?
The Lolette stood for a couple of years, so we only did 1 qualifying run yesterday. I haven't been out today. We had a bit of brake issues from standing, so we'll see now what it does. But the Can-Am, like I say, it's something else. It's a different animal.
It's wild to think that in its day, late 70s, that was the fastest production road car in the world.
Yeah, well, it's before my time, put it that way. But yeah, at my time, well, my age now, I enjoy racing them, and I must say it's still an animal to drive. That car, I must say, Uncle Willie has built a big horsepower Can-Am. The cars, it's hard to drive it, but it's fun to drive it. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. Yeah,
thank you.
Good luck. So that Can-Am sends chills down my blood. Right, the complete opposite. From lots of V8 horsepowers and noise tingling to Alan Poulter in the Volvo. I don't know the terminology, Alan. You've got to help me with all these electric cars. It's an XC30 electric.
That's right, yeah, electric. Or 4-wheel drive electric.
And it goes like smoke.
It goes like a sticker. You can't believe how fast it is. It's unbelievable, faster than some of the supercars that I've been in. I went in a Porsche GT3 in the week on the open practice day, and this car's actually quick off the line.
Now, it's a little bit weird, for a racing driver, you're used to feeling the vibrations of the transmission and the sounds of the engine. This thing's just got torques all day long.
That's right. Only talks to you. You don't have to worry about gears. It's actually, it's a bit, not scary, but it's a bit thought about how you can get this thing to go so fast without making noises, without changing gears. And it's like you're sitting in your lounge at home.
You enjoying it?
I'm really enjoying it. I must say thank you to Tom Camp for Volvo for giving me the opportunity to drive it.
Lovely stuff.
Really enjoying it, really.
Right, another electric car, because apparently that's the way of the future. Me, I like them to suck and squeeze and bang and blow. Arnold, you left your Patrol, your magnificent V8 horsepowers, and you swapped it for BYD's best electrics. Are you having fun in it?
Yes, it's actually great fun to go fast and quiet.
And these electric cars are remarkably quick, especially in acceleration off the line.
Yeah, I think generally what happens is, you can select the power. This one is a standard off the floor, so, but yeah, I mean, BYD's got the fastest car in the world in an electric car.
Yeah.
Actually one that can jump speed traps as well.
That sounds awesome. You've got to bring that to South Africa.
They want to give it to us. I don't know why.
BB Cars, thanks Arnold. Always good entertainment. Right, VW drivers all standing around. Guys, let me jump in there. No, come. You're all having a lot of fun. the lovely overalls. Jonathan, you've surprised a whole lot of people about how quick this thing is.
I cannot take all the credit. This car is an absolute machine. It's a hill climb special, obviously. Started Evolution as a Super Cup car, and just had a couple of iterations since then.
Now, Super Cup, Brad, you in this car. Where's Brad? You said you're just out testing. Next year, the Super Cup cars go to standing starts.
Yeah, that's all we're doing today, so it's quite lacquer. As I said, I'm just here for fun. If a top 10, as I said earlier, top 10's on the cards, which we're there, we're close, but yeah, it'll be nice to get into that. But,
Awesome stuff. And then we've got to talk to Mr. Hot Rod, Jason Loosemore. We're so used to seeing you in hot rods and round ovals. You've made the transition into big track racing very, very quickly and very successfully. Which do you prefer?
I think they both have their joys. Oval, the intensity, circuit, the speed and precision to be quick. And at an event like this, you just you admire the circuit's ability to have circuit racing, time attack, a whole bunch of events to keep competitors interested. So yeah, very nice to be here.
What's on the cards for next year for you, Jason?
We'll be back in the Super Cup class. We enjoy the national series, so we'd like to keep that progression throughout next year. So yeah, we'll be back on the grid.
Awesome stuff. The boys in blue, all styling, Sparko kit, new boots, lots of white on the boots. How do you keep them clean?
Don't walk around race cars.
But Volkswagens never leak oil, so it's fine. It's
100%, yeah. Good cars.
Well done, guys. Thanks. Let's go and talk down here with more Volkswagen peoples. Dutoy?
It's actually Thorn.
It's Thorn. Okay, well, I got it right. Thorn Dutoy. I'll get to see everybody. This is a Rookie Cup car, am I right?
No, it's actually not. It used to run in Challenge. So we've just done a little bit of work to it, and it's run in Super Hatch and 111 now.
Awesome. And what's the most difficult part of this top of the hill running the circuit backwards for you?
I think it's just being brave. So turn one, you've got to be fairly confident. Coming onto the main straight too, again, you've got to be fairly confident with that too.
Are you flat through turn one?
Almost. I'm just lifting. And that's why I said you've got to be quite brave. So I think I'm in my comfort zone, put it that way.
Racing drivers love that zone. Thanks a lot, Thorn Dutoy, for talking to us. I'll remember that. Awesome stuff. And now while we wait, waiting sucks. Aldo.
Colin, how's it?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
No, happier today. We banked one. Qualifier 4, we got a time, so we're happy. At least we're on the scoreboard now. So we just got to build now. And we've got oil pressure problems at the moment. I think it's the altitude, oil thinning out a little bit. So we're watching that. The safety's on the car. Anything below 2 bars will cut out. But it is a concern at this stage.
Talking to Mark a little bit earlier, he was saying that the light comes on. What pressure does the light come on at?
Anything below 2 bars. It will warn us, yeah. I have been getting warnings during the run, which is quite distracting. Concentrating on the run, and you see the warnings and you try and keep your mind off it. So, yeah, we just got to concentrate on the lap.
Why don't we put a piece of duct tape over the oil pressure light and then you drive it until it stops?
I like that plan.
We got too much respect for the mechanical things, that thing that sucks and blows and bangs and squeezes we love. Now we've got scuba-a-dooba-a-doos. This only thing that would make this thing better, James. He can't speak right now. He's the only thing that would make it better is a Subaru with gold wheels, because that's how they have to be. With the see-through tires on it, lovely wing, carbon fiber for days. Pierre Bester, this is never the nicest part of racing, waiting. What goes through your mind? I see you just playing games on your phone.
Yeah. No, I was checking on the race books to see what I was doing in the previous round. And it looks like I lost that file, so I don't know. So sitting here, you just keep yourself busy and you sit and stress, why do I have to wait? the tyres are getting colder and colder. So, but it's the same for all the guys in the line. So what can we do?
And it's a lot better than being at home and having to mow the lawn.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah, my wife's got a list for me planned, so I'm much better off here.
Awesome stuff. Right, it looks like we're going to get back to action. Track looks like it's kind of clear. Guys are going out the pit lane. It's going to be about a minute before we get there. So we'll wrap it up. Greg, take it away. Action on the track.
Action back on track, that's for sure. As we got the Lolette leading them up to the top of the hill there with Siafari behind the wheel of that. So he's one of our last Class H competitors to get onto the circuit. Vinesh Pariachi was the reason for the slight delay there. A crash coming out of turn 2. He's okay. The car will be taken back to, of course, Shelby, South Africa's pits, and I'm sure the Lindenberg team will jump onto that car to try and get it back up and running and still give Vinesh Pariachi a chance to participate in the class final and maybe in the road car shootout, because remember, he's already put in a whole bunch of bankers yesterday. That's the beauty of the sport that we have as a hill climb time attack style event, is that with the 6 qualifying sessions all counting, it doesn't mean that if you have a small issue in one, as long as you've got a time on the board, you are in the running. And you heard that now as well, also straight from Aldo Scrimanti's point of view, saying that getting that banker lap in just allows them now to play around with the setup, get everything sorted out. You heard he had some oil pressure issues. Maybe they're going to play around with that slightly as well. But it gives your team a chance to fix any problems that might break, either on day 1 or if it's in day 2, you've got the day 1 times to count on. And then you've got the time to play with to fix the cars. So that's the difference between this and sort of having 10 laps to come in and try and fix a car within the space of 10 laps. And the time that you lose during that is not good. Nice to see a big crowd out here. It's probably getting bigger and bigger as the day goes by, because a lot of guys will be coming in from doing whatever they needed to do in the morning and then coming to join us, and also probably having to fight like you and I did, the G20s.
Yeah, Greg, G20, not a great day for the G20. Traffic was a nightmare this morning. They closed the highways earlier, but great to see the cars back on track. And thanks to John and the team, they would have fixed the tyre barrier quickly, and the marshals, ever-working, hard-working marshals. But yeah, Greg, that Class B5 is going to heat up later to try and get into the top 3 there. That's why the Scribanti boys will be fine-tuning as much as they can.
Lolette V8 Chevy in full flight with Siafari at the wheel. As you heard, it's been sitting for a while, this car. I heard yesterday via some information down in pit lane, this is Peter de Tooy's original race car. So this is one of the original Trans-Africa Racing machines that de Tooy bought and built himself, and is now part of that stable that has probably about 100 cars in it, I'd have to say by now, at least, that the Trans-Africa Racing stable has got. It's CFE's second favourite car to drive. He was saying that he was enjoying driving the big Chevy Forenza Can-Am, or the little Chevy as it's known, that Willie Hepburn built. And great to see that we're getting a chance to sort of show a bit of heritage in motorsport, and tribute there to the late great Willie Hepburn, who spent nearly 6 decades racing motor cars around South African circuits. So nice to have Siafari Jr. in his little Chevy today. This is a very fast little Volvo, the EX30 from Tom Camper Motors, and doing a superb job so far as Alan Poulter in that. So where does Siafari end up? As he crosses the line, he will move himself up into, looks like 5th place overall. 7th place in that car. No, 7th place in that car. Yes, 7th place in that car. 104.2. He's in 5th as well, but that was in the Chevy.
Yeah.
So the little Chev is in 5th, and the Lolette is in 7th there with Siafari. If he gets on track in the next session and puts a lap in, he might get into the top 10 in all 3 cars if he can find some pace in the little teacup.
Yeah, Greg, from the spectator point of view, the electric cars, you can't hear any engines or anything, only a little bit of tyres squeaking when they go around the corner. But the acceleration is amazing and awesome, and they are very fast around the racetrack.
Well, you heard from Alan Poulter, who's a multiple saloon car champion in his own right in South Africa, and certainly knows what to do in a race car, how impressed he was with that little EX30 from Volvo. And the big boss man here, of course, are BB Motorsport, and the BB Motor Group, Arnold Duplessis, is loving life in the BYD Seal. So this car, arguably, is only about a ton less than the block of flats he normally pilots. Unfortunately, he had that big crash yesterday in the Nissan Patrol, and it had to be parked in the middle of the circuit for a long time because they couldn't even get it onto the back of Big Macs. That's how big that car is. But the BYD is about 2.5 tons because of all the batteries it carries as the electric car. So it's not that much lighter, but still does 0 to 100 in just over 3 seconds. The X30 does 0 to 100 in, I think it's 3.3 seconds. So they are rapid off the line. And if this was a 100-meter race, you'd be hard-pressed to beat those cars.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, the electric cars, because when you put the foot down, the power's there, all the power's there immediately. But here's our rotary now coming through. Is it, or is it this?
Yeah, that's the RX-7.
Yeah.
RX-7 there.
You can listen
to
it.
Pretorius behind the wheel of that car. Revving to just over 10,500 RPM. It's lovely to hear that thing go up the hill, eh? It really is a cool sound. Arthur Thorne, as he comes onto the circuit now in that TSI Polo. That's one of the former Volkswagen Challenge cars that he's modified slightly, and he's now put into super hatch trim. So runs in super hatch now. A little bit of puff of smoke out of the back of that rotary. That's kind of normal for a rotary. They do tend to have the ability to give a little white smoke here and there every now and again.
And the flame out of the exhaust, that's also normal for the rotary.
100%.
Yeah.
The flame's normally about the same length as the car. So if you ever fought against a rotary car in a race yourself, you would try and stay away from the exhaust side of the car, because the tendency is that your car would get burnt up just from the downshift. Hardy running a little bit wide there.
He's using all the track and a little bit more there, the curb, so he's pushing it as well. All the guys now pushing a bit harder, improving on their times from qualifying 4.
Well, this man certainly improved massively from yesterday into today's first qualifying session there in 4th place, qualifying 4. And Mokotsi eventually finishing up, as you heard there from Colin, top 7 overall in that Volkswagen Polo GTI hill climb special. And his time eventually down into the 57.3s. So let's see whether or not he can find a little bit more out of this one now as he goes into qualifying 5's second half of his run. A little bit wide there, a little bit onto the dirt. It's not going to cost him too much. Dunlops don't like the dirt that much, but if you're just touching it slightly, it wouldn't give him too much of an issue. Here comes Brad. He goes push to pass down the main straightaway. That's why the hazard lights come on. It's a standard option in those Super Cup Polos. They have a push to pass mechanism which gives them about 30 kilowatts more to play with, and he'll use that to his advantage as he goes down that main straightaway. Gives him that little bit of extra power on the straight line. Mokotsi goes top again, 57.0 quicker. So he's gone 0.3 of a second quicker than his first outing this morning in qualifying 4. So he continues to improve, does Jonathan Mokotsi.
Yeah, like you said, he's got a plan, and Brad also running a little bit wide. You can see the guys are using a bit more, they're a bit more brave, using a bit more track. He put a wheel there on the dirt. That could cost him a tenth or two, but like Bradley Liebenberg was saying earlier, he's just enjoying it today.
Now, testing out a new gearbox there for the Volkswagen brand for the Super Cup Polos for 2026, when Super Cup changes from rolling starts to standing starts. So they just want to make sure that they all work. Brad goes 3rd quickest, and a 1 minute flat point 003. And let's just have a look and see where he finished up. He finished up in 11th, just out of the top 10 in qualifying 4, and also on a minute dead, but a 6:01. So he's gone half a second quicker as well.
Yeah, Greg, is going to be awesome for those Super Cups next year when they do standing starts. It's going to change it up completely for the guys. A rolling start is just too easy. A standing start, it can give you an edge on the start. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, amazing run here as they come up to the top of the hill from Jason Newsmore as well. As you heard from Colin, not only is he a multiple champion and a Polo Cup champion, former Polo Cup champion in that Astron Energy Polo Cup safety car, but also a multiple South African champion when it comes to the sport of oval track. So Jason Newsmore getting to grips with things there. He finishes up in 16th overall, a 106.5. And if I look at his previous run there, Loosemore ended up down in 30th place, and he was on a 108.7. So he's gone 2 seconds quicker.
No, but he's actually done, I think, a 108.5, correct?
Oh, is it a 108.5?
Yeah.
Pardon, sorry.
Yeah, he's gone 2 tenths quicker.
I'm like trying to concentrate on where they're on. And the...
yeah, he did a 108.5, but I think it's still a bit quicker than his previous run.
0.2. Yeah. 0.2 up, yeah. 0.2 up on the 108.5. He did a 108.7 last time out. So here comes the next group. Looks like led out by Mark Dutoy, Ishmael Beloy, and maybe the recovery vehicle. I think that recovery vehicle will be pretty quick around here, hey?
I
think the white buck is quicker than the yellow one, though.
Yeah, so Mokotsi now with the 57 seconds, he's top of the pops.
Interesting to see that they've moved Aldo into the pack here of the slightly slower cars. Maybe just relieving him of a bit of pressure. It might be Michael Stevens' strategy and tactics there, saying, listen, get down amongst the slower cars. Don't worry about cars behind you, in front of you. Just concentrate on getting the job done at hand. And that might not be a bad tactic there from Michael. Just to drop the pressure slightly there. Really battling with oil pressure, as you heard. So let's see now in this run if we get an improvement from Aldo. Aldo finished up in 6th place, and he did a 56.2. Pierre Best is there as well. We mentioned the fact that that little Mercedes-Benz of his is always a quick car. He was 17th quickest, and he was on a 102.7. But to start this run, looks like it's going to be the Z4 of Mark Dutoy as they roll around and take up their places at the start line. The Z4 of Mark Dutoy, also a car to watch out for there, because his ability around here. In fact, Mark Dutoy currently sits in 20th and 21st position, respectively, because he's also piloting 2 cars in 2 different classes here today.
Yeah, we'll see if he can improve. So from a 104 he did earlier, we'll see if he's going to go a bit quicker. All about the start sometimes, don't get wheel spin.
Rear-wheel drive car, a little bit more difficult to get to try and avoid the wheel spin. Normally if you hit that loud pedal, it tends to step out, as we saw on both of the starts there from the Scribanti's point of view.
Yeah, and also there where they do start,
there we go.
The guys put the rubber. Yeah, it was a good start, but a good launch. There is a bit more and more rubber that get put down on the road there. It's a main section where they start, but it'll get a little bit better as the day goes on.
Yeah, the grip becomes a bit more available, that's for sure. As the toy heads through into Castral Corner at turn 2.
Yeah, you want to get on the power as soon as you can, but you need to wait for the car to straighten up slightly. You want to jump on the power, but it's sometimes just a balancing act. But this run looks very good, yeah?
Smooth, for sure, as he heads into turn 4. There you go, gets it in a straight line and then boots it. Ishmael Beloy gets off the line. You see as they cross that circuit crossing area, they send the next car on its way, which is Ishmael Beloy in the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic.
Like we said, that Honda battle, internal battle there with the Hondas. But let's have a look, see, can we see Mark Dutoy's time? Is that a 102.6 there?
Yeah, 102.6.
Yeah, it is quicker than earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so most of the guys, Greg, are improving in this qualifying section. They feel a bit more, they know where the grip is, and they feel a bit more comfortable and confident as well, and they will push a little bit harder.
So we're going to see all day long now, just the confidence building, getting better and better behind the wheel. This is only the second run for Josh. So Josh Dutoy, Mark's son, joins his dad in the battle for Super Hatch supremacy. Fighting with that man, his teammate Ishmael Beloy from Trans-Africa Racing and Leon Bredenkamp in the third of those Honda Civics.
Now you can see him going hard through turn 2. But Greg, also the guys, let's say if they're on the bubble of getting into the class finals, let's say if they're 4th and 5th in the class, they will be pushing hard, if it's close. So the guys know what they have to do to try and get to those class finals later. If there's any improvement to be made.
100%. Josh was quickest in that battle between himself, Bredenkamp, and Ishmael. Josh Dutoy just outgunning. It's close. 0.3 of a second between Bredenkamp and Josh Dutoy. Stand by for a little bit more action now, as that's a phenomenal launch. No wheel spin, no sliding from Frankenstein. Aldo Scribanti in full flight down into turn 1 now. Let's see what he can do now in this Scuderia Scribanti and Scribanti Concrete Audi S4. Great gearing there, perfect. The gearbox is working lovely coming out of turn 2. As they head now, a little short squirt into 1. So roll off. And then just wait for it. And then on the loud pedal. can see he timed that perfectly there, Leon, as he goes to turn 4.
Yeah, hard on the brakes there for this turn. Don't brake too late. Little bit of, let's say, twitch, slight twitch, but he's looking a lot better. I think he's going to improve his time here from his previous run.
Now 56.2 is what he's looking for. Can he go quicker than that? Can he go slightly better than Jonathan Makhotzi's 57 dead? We'll wait as he crosses the line. He's going to the line now as the Subaru gets off the line and heading down there with Charlie Fowles at the wheel. Here comes Aldo, 56 dead. 56.050. His incredibly, just to give you a heads up, that 56.050 is 1/10 slower than the 56.040 that Silvio did in the previous run. So that's how close they are now. 1/10 between the brothers down in Scuderia Scribanti's pit.
Yeah, he did improve his own time by 2/10, but now we'll see later when Silvio does get out. But it was all about the start there, Greg. He made that 2/10 up there in the start.
The launch was almost perfect there for Frankenstein. And Aldo, maybe he took Colin's advice and put that duct tape over the oil pressure light and just drove it. And didn't worry about the lights flashing in front of him and warning him about a potential issue. Maybe they've got it sorted out though. As Fowles goes across, he finishes up in 4th place on a 56.6. And he'll drop down, of course, as we go. But Charlie Fowles was still in the top 10 overall at the end of qualifying 4. And down in 9th place, he did a 1 minute flat 2:83. He's just under 59, so he's gone quicker as well. Almost every single car that's been out on track has gone quicker.
Yeah, the guys are definitely enjoying the conditions now. And like I said, they are more confident. Let's see, Pierre Bester, can he improve? And then there's Silvio.
He must have snuck out and stayed just at the back. You know what he's done? He's used that little entrance road to the start line to get a bit of heat into the rubber. Maybe did a bit of a burn out there to get some heat in the rubber. So Silvio, I think, will be the last car in this batch, heading towards turn 2 at the moment as we watch Bester over the line. Bester finishes in 12th place, 103.091. So we're looking for a 56.039 if he wants to quicker than what he did earlier on. Anything better than that, he'll be happy with. It's a better start as well there, this time from Silvio. He didn't have quite the wheel spin, but you heard from Michael Stephen chatting earlier on that there were a couple of cars both the cars, he said, maybe put a little bit too much down on the start. And that's what cost him in terms of time. So let's see what Silvio does now coming in this little RS3 down towards the finish line. Does he go top of the list? He does. 55.7. Oh, that's impressive. Great run there from Silvio Scribanti. 55.704. And that's about half a second quicker than what he was earlier on today.
Yeah, 3 almost 4/10 quicker. Yeah, so well done there to those two. And they improved. So they'll be happy, and now they'll still tweak it. They'll keep tweaking and keep tweaking.
Yeah, Breedenkamp now on track, looking to try and go the quickest of the Super Hatch class. So far, that's in the hands of Josh Tutoy. Josh Tutoy at the moment, incredibly, sitting down there in 24th place overall, doing a super job. And looking for a chance now to be in the hunt, at least at the front here for the Honda Civics and Super Hatch. It's Tutoy from Beloy. Josh Tutoy 113.224. Ishmael Beloy 114.498. And as Leon Breedenkamp comes across the line, we'll get his time, and then we're going to, of course, head back down to Colin in pit lane. But let's see what Leon Breedenkamp does. He goes top of the Super Hatch class, 112.6. So there is the gauntlet thrown down from Leon Breedenkamp for the Super Hatch competitors. So it's Breedenkamp, Tutoy, and Beloy that end up at the top of the Super Hatch. It's Scribanti, and Makhotzi so far for B5 and B2. But let's head back down to pit lane and to Colin.
The big three in the heavy hitters section, modified saloons. They're still chasing Reggie Rutz's 52.4, I think it was, or 54.5, whatever, I can't remember, fast time. Scribanti, they've just been cooling it out really well. The word is that they've chasing a little bit of understeer, but they've asked him to push hard so they know how they can dial that out. Zeely has just put on another set of tires, a little bit better than the ones that he had earlier, and they've left the power down low. Rutz is going for a proper launch now, from what we can understand, and those are the three of the B5 class that is going to end up, they've qualified for the shootout already in the top 10, but it's not about the top 10. It's about the top one. It's class final, and it's King of the Hill that they are really going for. And then we've got Robbie Walk, who is ready to go, coming up for our next batch. Nice and quietly, he's come up. He's going to, the tires have been run in. They are the super stickies. The Gould is ready. Volk is absolutely focused. We're not going to talk to him now, but it's time to get the big hitters out onto the track. So Greg, this is starting to get really exciting as guys get their cars ready to go into the class finals. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, what they're doing is they're starting to build. It's kind of like a progression every single time they get onto the circuit. Leon, you got to see that the times are dropping. They're getting better and better every single time they get behind the wheel of their cars, and they're slowly but surely getting into the mix where the more sort of eligible times that these cars can do are starting to come to the forefront. The Sheriff will start off this session. It's the next batch. He is in the battle for B5, and he's in the fight, of course, for the top of the hill modified saloon car and production car championship title. He has got already some time set by the two Scribanti cousins from his family earlier on, and they've set the pace at the front end. Let's see what he does now as he heads out, and Scribanti makes his way onto the circuit in the Sheriff.
That was a good launch there, Greg. He's trying to beat these 53.888, but it's all about the top three. He's really going for it. You can see he kept a tight line through turn one. Not too late on the brake. Let's see, then you turn it in, and as soon as you see the little hill there, put it down, come to the left-hand side of the track. It's a right-hander now, and you just, you're feeding it.
He ran a little wide there, Leon.
Don't run out of room there, But let's see, but you can see he's trying, and he wants to improve. That's why I ran a bit wide, but I don't know if that cost him a bit, maybe.
He would have had to lift there. He went off there actually yesterday in practice 2. And had to come back onto the circuit. Didn't really stop him from still getting under the minute bracket, but that would certainly have cost him a little bit of time there, and I'm sure he'll be kicking himself for that small mistake. It might still be quickest though. Let's have a look and see as he goes. It is 54.6. Oh, that's impressive. 54.6 with that little mistake. It's not as quick as what he was in qualifying 4, and it's certainly not as quick as what he was yesterday. Oh, Zeely with a massive moment! Zeely gets completely out of shape and slams into the Zwartkops wall. He's going backwards down the main straightaway, and Peter Zeely's day might be cooked there big time. That was huge. The back end of the Toyota MR2 stepped out, and he went flying into the Zwartkops wall, and Zeely has had a big moment there. That is not what we want to see at this point of the race, particularly when Peter Zeely was sitting in 3rd place after qualifying 4. It all went wrong coming out of turn number 3. As we were just saying, the problem there was you saw Franco Scribanti running ever so slightly wide and trying to bring it back. He was able to bring it back. I don't think Zeely was able to. The rear end of that car stepped out big time. I don't think he's going to be injured. Have a look at this. It was actually a bit of understeer initially, which he had to catch. And then it went to oversteer, and by that stage the car was gone. He didn't touch at all.
Greg, also on the slow motion, you can see on the left-hand side now of this corner going up, it's quite bumpy there. He hit that bump. I must say, the way he hit the wall, he almost hit it, how can I say, full on with the side. And
well, there he is out the car, and of course our medical team there instantaneously, as always. Arguably some of the best medics in the country there with Donovan and Hanley, and just giving Pete a little once-over. How many fingers am I holding up, Peter? How many bricks did you take out of the wall, Pete? That's the other question she'll be asking him. But he's okay by the looks of it, thank goodness. I'm not quite sure how badly damaged that car is. There might be some wing damage. I'm not quite sure if there's... it might be a bit cosmetic, to be honest with you. It didn't look too bad.
That's what I want to say. I don't think he's damaged the suspension or so. He hit it so, how can I say, full on sideways. The wing obviously took damage, but that car should be able to come back. I think
you can see the wing is broken on the back left of the car, on right of the shot there. But
the car itself,
we've seen some miracles done with zip ties and duct tape in the past, but to get cars like that back on track, and you can see the marshals just double checking that there's no leaks or oil problems or any issues coming from the back of the car or the front of the car. Zeely just checking the left hand side as well. Well, that's the beauty of this particular format, is that you have got a problem now in qualifying 5 for Peter Zeele. He was pushing hard. He said to Colin he wasn't going to go and push hard yet. He wasn't only going to try later on. But maybe he was just attempting something slightly different there. It didn't work out. And he's ended up now with a little bit of damage to that magnificent little Toyota MR2.
Now, Greg, the biggest difference he had from his previous section is he said he put on different tyres. So I don't know if the tyres maybe weren't hot enough yet.
You're spot on. You're spot on. He actually didn't put on different tyres. He said he put on newer tyres. They weren't brand new.
Yeah.
They were scrubbed. So if they were scrubbed, they shouldn't have given him the issue there was. And maybe the setup on the car wasn't quite ideal for the scrubbed tyres as opposed to what he was running earlier on with the slightly older tyres. And that's what actually caught him out. I don't know if we can get another look at that slow-mo going in there, just to pick up on that point that you raised there, Leon, is that that bump seemed to catch him out. The bump just on the inside of the turn. That's where the car sort of got a little bit out of shape. And from there, it was Pete trying to catch the car as the back end stepped out. And by that stage, he was literally a passenger, because once the car's that far gone, you've got there's the left-hand side as well, which you're getting a great shot of. So you've got some damage to the front wing and splitter. That could potentially be remedied. I think the rear wing could be remedied relatively easily as well if you've got enough guys out there with enough zip ties and duct tape. And potentially, maybe he's got a spare wing in the truck as well. We never know. I do know that Peter was talking about changing that wing slightly. So maybe he has got a spare wing that he can chuck onto the back of that car and get it ready at least for the class final. And then still be in the hunt for what would be the hunt at the front of the shootout for the modifieds. They're having to bring Big Macs in. That's also a concern.
Yeah, obviously he doesn't want to risk it driving the car back.
Yeah, I think that's also a good plan.
Just don't risk it. But I think there is going to be a lot of work for that team to do. But yeah, Greg, if we later see the slow motion again, coming out of that turn now, you can't be too far left because it is you're almost running out of room there or road, but it's a lot bumpy there. So
you know the bump going the other way around. It's sometimes a lot of those guys use the bump for a turn-in point. They actually use it for a reference point when you go the right way around on the circuit. So when you're coming the other way around, it can catch you out. And it certainly caught this little MR2 out. And I think Peter Zeele got probably a big fright at that stage, because I don't think he was expecting that. We're going down to Colin if he's ready to go. So he's got some news for us down in pit lane.
All, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You seem to have a moment a little bit earlier in the lap. What actually happened? Talk us through it.
You say a moment earlier. I think it was a perfect run, but I don't know if I pushed too hard or if something broke. The rear steering, not steering, what do you call it, rod end?
Yeah.
Seems to have broken, but that could have been the impact.
Is the car fixable?
Oh yeah, I think so.
You never ever give up, eh?
No, it wasn't such a hard shot. It was a glancing shot.
Okay, cool. Peter, thanks a lot for talking to us. I appreciate it. It's never nice talking to a race driver at these times. We know you'll focus and get back, and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Colin.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Yeah, really appreciate it.
So there you can see it and hear it directly. It was a perfect run up until that point. But Leon, off air, you were just saying, I think what he got caught out with there is the potential of hitting that little bump. He wasn't on the ideal line coming out of turn 3, which is, of course, the reverse angle of turn 1 from our normal circuit here at Zwartkops. And I think that's what caught him out. Says a little bit of damage to the car, but definitely fixable, according to Peter Zeele. And, of course, that's just the do-or-die attitude of Peter Zeele. We've seen it on numerous occasions at other events he's been involved in. And when I say events he's been involved in, he's been all around the world racing this car in hill climb events, not only here in South Africa. So if his team have got the spares and they've got the ability, they certainly got the time. He has got time to get that car back in the pit lane, get it repaired, and could potentially still come out, take a decent position in the class final, and look to still dominate the overall top of the hill modified saloon car shootouts.
Yeah, Greg, obviously we've got advantage because we've got the footage and we could see it coming through that corner. The guys there, we saw Franco before him run a little bit too wide than was ideal, and you saw I think he had to lift off. Peter Zeele, he had a great run up to then. I think he just ran too wide. And if we can see it again, you'll see there's definitely a bump or two. And as the rear end, oh, here we go. So have a look. Okay, there he was actually, it's actually before that already, Greg. I'll be honest, it just looks like he's a little bit too far left. And
he was a little bit too far left, but he definitely got caught out by one of the bumps there. So, like, as I said, that's in the slow-mo. If we could, I don't know if we can do it in a super slow-mo, but a super slow-mo, you'd actually see the car bounce. And as the car bounces, it's out of shape. Watch out. That's where it's out of shape. So now he clips the outside bump, and he's actually airborne there. All four wheels are off the ground before he goes slamming into the side there. So once the car comes back on track, it's already broken traction. There's no way any driver in his right mind, even the best in the world, and Peter is one of the best in the world when it comes to hill climb, could catch that. He, unfortunately, there was the passenger and slammed into the wall. You also saw people diving off the wall there. Yeah. Remember, we have got that catch fencing up there for a reason, ladies and gents. So, that was a big one there for him. But fortunately, he's okay. He believes the car is fixable. I'm hoping it is, and that his team can get it back out. It'll be 0-0 if he gets it right. But I believe Colin also might be waiting down with a little bit of extra news down in pit lane as well.
Rob, nice sneaky move that you've got there, getting into the shade. A relief from the sun.
Yeah, been quite a few delays this morning, but at least sitting in the shade with a bit of a breeze. So, yeah, long day yesterday sitting in the car, so I think it'll be similar today.
But this really is your happy place, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just a little bit warm at the moment, but that's usually Zwartkops in November, I guess.
You've got some serious speed in this car. What's the next part of the run?
Let's see. Obviously, we brought in the new tyres, and we made a couple changes since the first run. The balance was out from yesterday with the old tyres, so I guess we'll see. I think we'll find the front team we're looking for now.
Good luck. Thanks. Back on the track. We've got a fast car going now.
We certainly have, Cole. It's Richard Rutz. He's coming through the same corner that we just saw Peter Zeeley lose it in. You can see he's a slightly inside line of that bump. So he's avoiding that outside line, and I think that's exactly what also caught Franco out slightly, which had to make him make the slight adjustment there. So inside line. Oh, is he dropping 11s down there? Look at those black lines coming out of those tyres from Richard Rutz as he went up towards turn 5. The Ferrari's going to follow him with Brandon Dean at the wheel, but Richard Rutz could potentially go to the top of the pack here. As he comes around, is he going to set the fastest lap for qualifying 5? He is 53.440, and that is 0.06 of a second quicker than his previous run in qualifying 4. Unbelievable stuff there from Reg.
That's amazing, Greg. I would have thought that maybe Reg is going to take it slightly easier because of those offs. I would have seen it maybe. But yeah, as you can see, the ideal line through that corner, it's not in the middle, just left of the middle, but you can't be too far left. So in the middle there, then you avoid those bumps. But the guys will hopefully learn from that.
Someone who's learned from a previous run is Brandon Dean. Look at that car like almost on rails through there. So they must have turned up the traction control slightly to give him a little bit of extra assistance, because he's a lot smoother on this run in the Ferrari. That 296 GTB did a 1:02.419. He's about to cross the line, and let's see where he ends up. He eventually finished in 16th place overall. Does he go slightly better this time out? He does. He's 12th overall at the moment on a 1:01.4. So a massive improvement there from him. Literally almost a 1.2 second improvement coming out of Brandon Dean in the Ferrari. So whatever they did down in the pit lane there. Oh, what is happening with Mark Toy? There goes a Bailey car rear end. Oh my goodness, that GT1 just lost the entire rear wing, and it's the engine cover on the car as well. Toy's not slowing down though. He's continuing without the wing and with the damage to the back of the car still to get the lap in. They can potentially fix that, but I don't think the clip was put on properly if that's gone off at that point.
Yeah, Greg, we haven't seen that before, and even there where he's sitting, he won't be able to know exactly what happened. He would have felt something.
There's no rearview mirror on that car, but so you can't see what happened out the back of the car. So Mark Toy still completes the run in a 1:02.6, but he lost the entire rear end of that car. Can you believe that? Hopefully we get a shot of that before we go back down to Colin, but there was a massive moment there for Mark Toy. Richard Rutz, take nothing away from him, 0.06 of a second quicker, staying consistent. And as we know in motorsport, you always say it upstairs, but consistency is key. If you can just keep banging in those hot laps and staying just ahead of your competitors.
Yeah, there you can see the whole rear end. There's going to be a lot of...
The wing's gone, man.
Tape being applied now. But, Greg, we've seen some stuff happening in the last 2 minutes. But I just want to say, Richard Rutz will now You'll feel the easiest out of that top three. Reggie had a good run. Franco was a little bit wide. Obviously, Peter Zilli had that problem. And the screws, Cervantes is just on the edge there. They're in there. But yeah, pity there for the toy. But they'll get that fixed hopefully before the next run.
I still think Silvio and Aldo have got a 55 or a low or a high 54 on them as well. So we're still in with a fight there. They took those 2 laps to get the installation and bankers in. They then improved pretty dramatically in qualifying 5. Will they try something a little bit more there? Michael Stephen, of course, is their guru behind the computer there. Will he tune those little cars a little bit more, play around? Did you see? I wanted to give it in Colin's ear when he walked up to Michael Stephen earlier on. Michael was busy on the computer, and as soon as Colin walked up, he hit exit. So you couldn't see any of the data.
Yeah.
Well, Wiley, have hard to do that.
But Greg, okay, if we look at the next qualifying session coming up.
Have a look at this. Here's Mark down the main straight.
Whoa.
It's the rear cover.
Yeah.
I don't think that rear cover was clipped in properly. It broke the wing because of that. But it's the rear cover of the car that actually comes loose.
But also, Greg, funny that if you look at the place where it came off, that is after a few bumps. I mean, it lasted the whole...
It might have just come loose there from the bumps, exactly.
You know, let's say it lasted from the start to turn 2 and after turn 3.
Yeah,
but, so maybe it wasn't... Obviously, it wasn't tight 100%. But I was saying, just wanted to say that Cervantes, for their next run, they're going to have to give it their all to try and qualify for the class finals.
Now look, class final is top 3, remember. And then, of course, it's into the top of the hill shootouts. But Colin's back down in pit lane just before we get into the single-seaters and some more action on track.
Mark, a bit of a surprise that.
Yes, yeah. So I didn't actually know that was the issue. I mean, I came down the pit straight, just felt something was a bit loose at the rear, and then when I turned into the corner, the rear felt loose even worse, and now the clutch is starting to give a bit of an issue. So I think that I think something's gone a bit misaligned at the back there. But I think with putting the tyre warmers on and tyre warmers off, the back wasn't clipped on properly, and that was our downfall.
And can you glue the wing back onto it and fix it and get out again?
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to fix it today. We'll have a good look at it now, but we'll see.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, cool.
Cheers. Right, back to you for Robbie Volk's attack.
Thanks, Cole. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, that's for sure. So Robert Volk in the previous run scrubbed those tyres in, got down to a 50.199. We have had a 48.8 from him so far this weekend. Yesterday, in arguably probably the most trying conditions of the weekend, because we'd had a heavy thunderstorm. The track then started to dry. A dry line formed. Yusuf Kotza went out, went 0.9 second quicker, and Rob Volk said, you know what, Ian, let's go and have a go and see what happens. So both him and Ian Schofield went out late in the afternoon, late into the final qualifying session for day 1, and set the fastest lap we've ever seen on the top of the hill in this car. And he's now looking to try and go even quicker.
That was a good launch from him, Greg. Good launch, looking good. Now put the power down. You're obviously not flat with this one, although you've got good grip in that car. Not too late on the brakes now. It's all about, this is an important corner for your run today. You have to get it right. Looks like a good run. He uses a lot of room. Let's see how he's lined through this turn 3.
Also inside, same as Reggie. Stays away from that bump on the outside. Keeping it smooth on that inside line now into turn 4. He'll climb on the power as he gets off. A little bit off there. Oof. That might cost him slightly. A little bit of off-track excursion there and onto the rumble strip, but looking for a long lap penalty maybe. There. But here comes Volk looking for a top list. 50.199 was his last pass in qualifying 4. He'll go to the top, no doubt about it. 49.2. First sub 50 of the day. 49.208.
James Gerber on the track now, but you can see, so Robert Volk is really building up. But we're going to see, Greg, you say yesterday his best was a 48.
48.8.
So we'll see. He's obviously, he's not far off now.
He's got half a second to find, though, if he wants that 48.8. That run counts, though. Remember, it was done in qualifying, so it counts as the overall fastest for the weekend so far, and it will set the official outright lap record for the top of the hill. But as Yusuf Kotza gets off on to the circuit, nice little run there from the Birkin 7. We were watching JM Gerber almost on his way to the finish line. JM had a phenomenal run as well. He finished up in the top 10 in 8th place overall on a 58.814. Let's see where JM comes in now. He comes in 7th place, 58.118. So he is slightly quicker, about 0.7 of a second quicker than his qualifying 4 run.
Yeah, so we can see, look at the guys improving, they're trying. Greg, that turn, well, this is turn 3 now. We'll see turn number 4. Because of the guys that's run a little bit wide, 1 or 2 of the guys, you can see it is a bit dusty there, when they do go onto the curb.
Yeah, there's a little bit of debris on the outside for sure.
You can see it. Just there, you'll see the guy, a little bit dust, but that wasn't a bad line. He kept it on. There's the Opel.
Dutoy gets away now. Jonathan Dutoy at the wheel of the Opel Astra, former Peter Goff Westbank modified saloon car here. It was the sister car, of course, to the all-conquering car that we saw Johan Fourie take a championship in. And Johan Fourie in his day was a tough man to beat in Westbank modifieds, that's for sure. As Yusuf Kotze goes through, he's going to finish just outside of that top 20. And he'll be down further down the field. They're not picking him up on the screen there just yet. But needless to say, he's running all on his own, so he can afford to just take it easy there. When it comes to the class final, he'll run all on his own sim because he's made the class final just by being the only car in the category. Let's see now what happens with this car as it heads to the top of the hill and into turn 5. Looking for an improvement here from Jonathan Dutoy. He finished up in a 104.3. But remember, that was the very first run that Jono did in this car. So this will be slightly better, I'm sure. As he crosses the line, he comes through in 16th place, 101.7. That's better. That's kind of the lap times that car should be doing. 101s in that car is exactly what its potential has. So almost a 3.5 second improvement there for Dutoy in the Westbank modified saloon car, Opel Astra.
Yeah, Greg, so we've had lots of action so far. Yeah, qualifying 5. We still got qualifying 6 to come. And if we had this action now, I think qualifying 6 is going to be very interesting as well. But yeah, let's see who's up next. One of the recovery vehicles come out. But yeah, Volk will be happy with that 49.2. I'm sure he wants to do a low 48 later.
I think we're going to get a mid 48 from him to set the pace here for the final run. That's what I'm going to bank on for his last attempt at setting the outright lap record. Right now we've got, of course, our media and Rookie Cup cars. 8 of them making their way back onto the circuit to go to battle once again. And if we looked at how they finished up earlier on, Zia Khan was quickest on a 110.8. Chris Tate was behind him, 111 dead. Luke Hill was 3rd, and then it was Mauro Deleuze. So it was the rookies 1, 2, and 3. Nikki Netchefefe coming through there for the lead of the media challenge, ahead of Jeanette Kritzinger, Chad Jones, and then it was, of course, Mpo Mboy, who unfortunately the young lady didn't quite get it right there. She had to fall right to the back of the pack in terms of the rookies and media challenge. But you see them swinging the cars left and right, trying to get a little bit of heat into that Dunlop rubber. And then they'll come to the line, and it looks like a little bit of a change up in terms of the way that they're going to go out. It is the 7-4 car that will lead things out there. Nikki Netchefefe looking to try and take the lead and set the pace from the start here for qualifying 5 for Rookie Cup.
Yeah, the track conditions will be a little bit better for them as well. I'm sure the tires will react better to the conditions. But we'll see, and they all want to improve, especially some of the slower guys and gals here in the Rookie Cup. But Nikki, doing a practice start.
Getting some heat into those front tires. Doesn't want to do a wheel spin from the start now, so a little bit extra heat might just give him a bit more traction. Here we go. Standing by to get that all clear.
Now they have to wait for that on the right hand side. That light has to go green before they can do their start.
Now then they got the time to start. I think they're given 30 seconds to get into the start procedure if they need it. There we go.
Not a bad start, a little bit of wheel spin, but putting the power down and obviously very keen to go.
Now let's see what his sector time is like. That's what we have to keep an eye on with these guys and girls, because they get very evenly matched cars to play in this weekend. And of course all these cars will be fighting next year for another Rookie Cup championship. It's not a bad line at all for a non-racing driver to come out of turn 2. Let's see if he uses the inside line, avoiding that outside bump. Yeah, he does that perfectly.
Yeah, as you can see, the perfect racing line out of that corner is basically in the middle of the track. Those guys who ran wide or left, they did carry too much speed in.
Yeah.
And I must say, Nicky, they're coming out of that corner. You don't want to maneuver your car to the inside. You want to stay on the outside, straighten up,
100%.
use the track there. Man, that could cost you just a tenth or two. Small little margins here for these cars, Greg, because they're very similar.
And it looks like they're putting them into their teams now as well. So Netchefefe and Nomara Deleuze, of course, are partnered up for this weekend. So they're going to try and put in the times that they need to. And as Netchefefe comes through there, he finishes 32nd overall, a 1:12.4. And his first run, he did a 1:12.7. So he's gone quicker. Let's see if Mara can follow him and follow suit in terms of the team effort
that's
here
a
from
good
these
line.
two.
So let's have a look at the different lines these guys and gals take here out of this turn here, this turn 4. As they see, you get there, get to the apex. You can use all the room. Yeah, that's a much better line. You know, remember, the straighter your wheels, the faster the car will go, Greg. Don't want to scrub off any speed.
Straight wheels on the pink lipstick car, heading down towards turn 1. I think in these cars you could potentially go through here flat, eh?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think you can probably hang on to a full flat gear there, third all the way through, bang it down to second for turn 2, and then up the hill.
Yeah, you definitely flat. It's just about your braking marker.
That's pretty close. Look at that. Netchefefe 12.4, 11.3 from Mara Deleuze. Balance of performance between those two cars, pretty evenly matched. Two ladies in the mix here, Mpo and, of course, Jeanette. And Jeanette Kritzinger has been pretty quick all weekend long. She did some top 3s yesterday in this category, in amongst the rookie guys as well as her teammate Chris Tate. And yeah, they've now paired them up into their teams to try and keep our jobs a little easier to watch out for in terms of the times that they get allocated and get put down after they cross the line. Kritzinger about to cross that line. Her previous run was a 14.941. And she comes through now on a 14.919. So, what's it? 11.2 of a second. 0.02. 0.02 of a second quicker.
Yeah, but it's good. It's improvement. Christopher Tate been very consistent all through the year. And let's see what he's going to come up. I want to have a look at his line here. For me, this is one of the corners. Yeah, he's using. It's almost perfect there, Greg. He used all of the tractor curb, but he didn't run wide. So I think we're in for a good time.
Had a little correction, slightly up the hill there. Nothing majors though. You wouldn't have picked up on it really unless you were being nitpicky. But unfortunately, he is now heading to the line and see what he can do. He'll probably go to the top right now in terms of this class, the Rookie Cup and Media class. He does so, 32nd place, goes ahead of Mara Deleuze, and that's to, what's it, almost 10.9 and 11.3, so it's 8/10 of a second quicker.
Yeah, but on that first run, Uzair Khan did a 10.8.
Yes.
So we'll see when he comes up.
The 10.8 from Uzair Khan was the one to beat, that's for sure. But he's, of course, partnered up, and Uzair Khan will be partnering up in that little battle with my boy. Thanks, Cole. That's the qualifying official from qualifying 1 to 6 combined so far. That's how we stand at this stage, which is pretty tasty. Nice to see that as well. Get an opportunity to see exactly how things have stood there from qualifying 1 to qualifying 6. Okay, we're only in qualifying 5 at the moment, so it's only taking in the first 4 qualifyings that we've had so far.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll give us a better idea who needs to improve on that last qualifying.
Correct.
To maybe get into the top 3 in the classes. But let's say Uzair Khan was very fast, was fastest rookie in a previous qualifying session. Let's just see there, you can see they're late on the brakes. They're trying hard, these guys and girls, Greg. There. For me, that was a good line.
Yeah, good line. Chad Jones better off the line as well. Much improvements from Chad Jones all through the weekend. Non-racing driver there in, of course, the car that came second in the championship. Josh Moore was the pilot of that car. He's moving on. His brother Jack, though, is joining us next year in Volkswagen Rookie Cup. And Ozir goes quickest again. 10-7.
Oh, he's improved 1/10. So it's going to be close between Uzair and what's his name?
Chris
Tate, yeah. Those two are going to gun, well, this stage for the overall.
But remember, they've got to add their media team partners' time to theirs.
Yeah, for the team.
And for the team event, right now, I would say it's advantage Tate and Kritzinger.
Woo.
He did that a couple of times yesterday as well. Luke Hill, his teammate, and making his round to the circuit. So they sent the media contingent and then the rookie afterwards in each of the teams.
Yeah, if you could give Chad Jones a little bit of advice there. He thought it was running wide, but it was very heavy on the steering wheel or hectic. You just need to be as smooth as you can. Remember, don't be rough on your steering movements, especially in these cars.
Yeah, no, you remember getting the drive out of the front wheel as well as the turning ability. Chad Jones down in 44th, 120.089. He did a 115 earlier on, so he's gone a lot slower there. That little maneuver cost him big time.
Yeah, obviously, maybe after that he slowed down a bit, but it's a learning curve.
15.2 for him and a 20 on the last one didn't quite work out according to plan there for him. This is now his teammate, Luke Hill, heading to the top of the hill.
Yeah, if I was Chad Jones, go to my teammate and just get some advice there and some help.
Just for the lines, I think.
Yeah.
More than anything else. I think his braking is okay, his accelerating is not bad. Just get those race lines right and maybe just soften up a little bit more finesse on the steering wheel as opposed to being as hard as what he was. But that wraps up qualifying 5 now. As Luke Hill crosses the line, he will finish up on a 1:14.1. And on his last one, he was quicker than that, I think. Luke Hill did a 1:11. So not quite sure what happened there with Hill and his teammates. They went very, very much slower than what they did in qualifying 4. So that's how things wrap up for qualifying 5 now. And we'll stand by, of course, for the action pretty shortly because we're going to try and go back-to-back as quickly as possible to get through the whole of the day's proceedings. We have still got a demonstration coming away from Jim McFarlane and the drift team. They're going to be out on circuit giving us a bit of a drift demo. Qualifying 6, it's supposed to have started a while ago, we know, but we did run slightly longer than normal because of course, all the action that we've had on track that we had to clear. Colin's down in pit lane though. Let's go down to him and see who he's picked up on.
One of the cars, absolute favourite, Mark 1 Escort, with lots of carburetors and induction noise. Jerk Fenter, he's qualified so he'll go through to the class finals and hopefully through to their top 10 as well. We come back a little bit here. You've got to look at MG Special. It's got the gear levers in between your legs. Doesn't that make you nervous?
No, it's great fun to drive this motor car. It's quite an experience.
And have you also learned to hop around as you go around the corner like Rob used to do?
This is the first time I'm driving it and I've had the time of my life. So I'm a bit scared, so I'm taking it slow.
Awesome. I mean, this thing is a 1950 something, 70 years old, this car. Cross-ply tires, absolutely total fun. I'm keeping an eye on the launch pad. Patrick, 4-cylinder Riley, you had a bit of a problem last run. Did it get fixed?
Let's hope so. The trick to keep these old things going, but hopefully it works this time.
Needs a pacemaker.
Yeah, it or the driver.
Both. Are you having fun?
Absolutely.
Right, off you go. Right, so there we got our next load of cars going up to the launch pad. This race is starting to be really, really...
Indeed, Carl. Things are starting to heat up here. We're into qualifying 6, the final qualifying now. If you haven't got a qualifying time in, this is the last time you can put a qualifying time in to secure a place in the class final and in the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, so this is qualifying 6. So for some guys there'll be pressure. Some guys will be already through to their class final, the top 3, Greg, in their classes.
Yeah.
But for some guys they need to either pull off a miracle or just go a little bit faster. So it's, for some of these guys, this is all or nothing.
Let's have a look and see. Just waiting for them to update our qualifying 5 times. When they come through, we'll get into them. But let's start with the man who sets the pace all morning long so far for Lindenberg Racing in that Shelby SA Daytona Coupe. Jimmy T, James Temple. About to light those Goodyears up. Lovely to hear the growl of that car as well. He's got the green, and he's got a great start off the line as well.
Yeah, very good start there for him. No wheel spin, and by this time he's got it dialed in. He's been going consistent, and well all day. Look at him, you can see him. Good line there. There, turn 1, Greg. Keep it tight on the inside. Then you come outside. Find your braking marking. Maybe there was a slight, He obviously braked as late as he's done. Slight lock up there, but it wouldn't have cost him too much. Coming through turn 3 now. As you turn in, you need to keep, that's the line there. Yes, that was an excellent line. On the exit, you can use the road, but not too early. And then you get to turn 4, you harden the brakes. As you turn in, straighten up, use all of the track. That's a great line there. So good stuff there from James Temple.
A nice run from James Temple now. Rod Green makes his way out onto the track in a slightly elderly statesman compared to Jimmy T's Daytona Coupe. He'll set the pace here initially. He'll stay at the top for a while, probably until we see the likes of Schofield back on track. 1 minute flat there from him. That's a pretty decent time. And it just brings him back into sort of contention for how things have gone so far from his class in the H category. James Temple in qualifying 4 ended up down in 14th overall, and with that Shelby Daytona did a 1:01.7. He's done a 1 minute flat .162, so that's the fastest we've seen out of Temple today. So he has kept it till the final qualifying run to put in his fastest lap so far of the day.
He was, keep it all together. I mean, he's basically 2/10 outside of breaking into a 59, so maybe that's his goal. But it's 52, Rodney Green out on the track now. We heard them say in the interviews that these older cars are just finicky to keep going, but once they're on the track they enjoy it.
And you also saw the explanation of how that engine configuration is there. Twin cam, overhead, you name it, valves coming from the inside, from the outside. How many people have used that engine in the past and used the development that Riley did with the Racing 6 to create faster and better cars in their prime. But magic to see, as we mentioned earlier on, there's 3 very special cars in this H category, and most of them are from the single-seater side of things. That's one of them. Rob Gearing is in the other one. Rod Green is one. And, of course, we've also got that magnificent little Cooper F2 that Stuart Gregg is piloting as well. So nice to see the slightly, as I said, elderly statesmen and their cars having fun here at top of the hill.
Alistair Simpson goes up the hill, and Heinrich de Pre takes the start. He'll go down now, initially, so you go through the gears. Then depending on your power and how brave you can be coming into this turn 1, you want to keep it on the inside as Alistair just completes his run now. Number 61 there, down the hill.
107.672 there for him. I think that's a personal best as well. So not a bad run there from Alistair Simpson. If I look at where he was standing overall from, what was it, qualifying 1 to 4. Simpson was down in 32nd place. He did a 108.4. 107 is definitely a personal best for him there on that one.
Yeah, Greg, so this is the last run for the guys. If they want to change anything or to make improvements, whatever changes, this is their last chance now for those who are going to make it to their class finals.
Dirk Venture's already through to his class final, so he'll be pretty happy with the performance so far. His rival, of course, is Andre De Lange, who unfortunately didn't make it out yet this weekend. And the other one, of course, is Karen Pitcher. So doesn't really have much of a contender there from Karen's point of view. Not to take anything from Karen's efforts being put in there. But Noddy versus the Ford Escort, not going to win.
Yeah, so Pitcher, I saw Andre De Lange on the entry list. You say didn't make it out at all. Yeah, pity, Andre. We needed you here.
That was the Opel Cadet that De Lange was piloting.
Yeah. Okay, so Jerk will just do almost like it's almost an installation run here for his final later.
Yeah, maybe just a final little check on everything. Maybe in the final run we'll get a do or die run from him.
Yeah, he'll try for his final run later to get his best time of the day. So, good stuff. But yeah, Greg, at the moment the weather conditions are good. It's quite hot outside.
Yeah.
But it's much better than the wet conditions the guys had later yesterday.
Yeah, I'm watching the clouds on the far side there. Every time we get a shot from that side of the track, just keeping an eye on the cloud cover. But it looks like it's all clear. I think we're going to have a good day's racing and a clean day's racing without any rain coming down. That's what we're hoping for.
We do know sometimes, I felt when it's so hot in the morning, we do get the late afternoon showers. It happens. But ja, so we're keeping one eye on the weather there. But ek hoop almal geniet om nog hier so saam met ons hier by die Top of the Hill Challenge. Tweede jaar wat ons om hardloop hier by Zwartkops renbaan. Kyk net hierdie, it's so great to see these older vehicles on the track.
Yeah, 1947 MG Spider there. 1500cc 4-cylinder. And as you heard there, Grant Haskins loving this car, but also having to get used to having to change gears between his legs. The gear shift is not on the left or right hand side of that car, it's literally underneath the steering wheel. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to sort of pilot.
Yeah, he says he was taking it easy, just enjoying it, but yeah, it must be something to get used to, Greg. Your gear shift is in the middle there.
Pat Gearing though is loving life. He's enjoying that Riley Racing 6 of his. Also a 1935 model. So two 1935 models, a 1947 model, and then of course that Cooper F2 is from 1957. So some really nice little older cars that are piloted in this H category. And they'll be fighting later on, of course, for honours in each of their respective classes, first of all. And then in the Classic Conqueror title for the shootout.
So what's our oldest car here? 1947?
35. Oh. 35s. The 235 cars are the oldest, yeah. The two Rileys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, if you take, we're in 2025, they're both 90 years of age. Still going strong. There you can see it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's got the right race line.
Yeah, he's using the
following
track
that
and
rookie cup line perfectly.
Yeah. He's obviously got confidence in that car, but yeah. People on the racetrack use all of the racetrack.
Yeah, Pat being a racer certainly knows how to do that. So when you watch some of the media guys and girls coming through there, they might not have the same experience as the racing drivers that are here this weekend. They'll know how to use all of the track and some if necessary. And Patrick Gearing comes through there for another run on a 132.5. So 132.5 there from Patrick Gearing. Let's have a look and see what his times were up until then. Pat was doing 131, so he's slightly slower, but he's not worried. They're not worried at all. In fact, he did that yesterday in qualifying one, the 131, 185 that he put in now. So that 131, 132 bracket is ideal for that little racing 6 from Pat Gearing's point of view. Got a few more H's to come out there before we get into the slightly more modern and quicker cars. But there's still some fast cars in that H category that have still got to make their way onto the track. One of them being Sia Faris piloting the the Chevrolet Can-Am that Willie Hepburn built. We've got him in the Lolette as well. And then also we've got to see some action still to come from the big Opel Astra of Jonathan DeToy. He also falls into the H category. Because of the age of the car. One fast car that's on track there, in amongst some of the slower cars, is Ian Schofield's March 77B.
Yeah, so we're well into qualifying 6 here, Greg. And then, but looking forward to those class finals later and shootouts. It's all action here. Different format of racing, but it's exciting in its own way.
For sure. Teapot back on track as well. See if he put in a banker earlier on, so he doesn't really have to worry about jumping from one car to the other. He's got 3 cars that he's got to to have fun in today. So we've got Karen Pitcher there in the Noddy Mobile. That's the Nash Metropolitan. Behind her is our second lady racer, Nicole Donker, in the GSM Dart. Then Ian Schofield in the March 77B Cosworth powered single-seater. Coming out of Formula Atlantic. And then Siafari Jr. in the Teapot Austin 35.
Yeah, so for some of these cars, depending on their classes, could be their last run, unless they get to that
class final.
Yeah, class final. So if there's more than 3 cars in your class, then that's where you really have to bring it all to the table. And Noddy decides he's going to go slightly left there in the start. He doesn't want that black stuff.
No. I don't think he needs it, to be honest. I don't think there's a lot of torque on those wheels if you drop the clutch on the Noddy Nash Metropolitan. There you go. Even a little bit of tacky squeak there.
Putting a bit of new rubber down there. Good stuff.
Squeaking some tacky as she got off the line there, so heads down towards turn 1. Karen Pitcher into the battlefield for potentially the last time. Could be the second last time, depending how that class final goes. If I look at the class final, though, from her point of view, she's in H5, and there are... how many H5 competitors? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so she has to push hard here to try and make the class final. Currently sits... where is our top H5? Our top H5 is Dirk Venter on a 112.588, and he is in 43rd overall on the last update we got. Then we go to Siafari Jr. in the Teapot, Jonathan DeToy in Jumbo, and then Karen. So she might just miss out unless she can find a good lap time here to get herself back into the running for the class final.
Yeah, Nicole Donker up next. She's in H2 and also trying to improve. But yeah, Karen Pitcher just completing a run there. She would have enjoyed it a lot there in the Noddy car. Then we'll see if Nicole can improve a bit. Yeah, we're just keeping our eye a little bit on the different classes, Greg, to see who's going to make it through now in the top 3.
Yeah. That's kind of what we're going to need to see now, is the top 3 for the class shootouts. And then it's top 10 overall for Class H, Class A, Class B, Class C, and then for Rookie Cup. We'll start with Rookie Cup in terms of the shootouts there. And we will then go into the Conquerors, the classic cars, the road and supercars. Wow! Okay, they moved the start over slightly there, and it did catch Schofield out slightly. He got completely lit off the line there, so that might cost him a little bit of time.
But I wonder if all the guys have to go now slightly to the left. I don't know if there's a...
No, I don't think there is. Unless there's a problem with the concrete and they've moved them across. Maybe the concrete's burnt out a bit there on the right-hand side. I did see the marshal sort of just moving a foot over a pretty smooth spot there, so maybe it's just gone down a little bit too smooth there. They prefer to have them on the slightly left-hand side of that start gate.
That's Coldbill there, benching ages, looking good, using all the track up the hill. There's a slight problem there.
The Teapot didn't quite get off the line, did it?
Schofield completing his run.
Should go top. Does so. 59.4. Oh, see if he's got a problem in the Teapot.
Yeah, small problem there. Doesn't look like he's going to make his run. Seppi might have to run.
Well, that then puts into effect what we just said now. Karen Pitcher getting that banker in. If that car of CF doesn't make it out, she automatically gets pumped up. So Karen Pitcher could still go into the class final.
Yeah, but depending on their earlier times, we'll have to remember the combined time.
No, but if she's not there, it's still top 3. Top 3 will still go through. So if he's not there,
if he can't make the final.
If you can't make the final, the next car is on standby.
Yeah.
And I don't think Sefi's going to make that final in Teapot.
But if the car's okay, but his earlier time was faster,
then he goes through.
Yeah,
then he goes
but
through.
we'll just have to see what happens there.
Remember, there's 2 of those. There's Teapot and Jumbo. And I think Jonathan DeToy is in Jumbo.
Yeah, they'll have to recover that car quickly. Pity there for Sefuri, Teapot. Looks like he just could almost be a gearbox problem there, Greg.
So as they're recovering that car, I also heard in my ear that Colin's making his way down to Rotary to possibly catch up with him and see how he's feeling after qualifying 5, having set the pace all the way through, only being outgunned. So Cole's down at Rechard Ritz's pit. Let's go and find out exactly what the plans are now for this final qualifying session for Reggie.
Reggie, you've got a really cool time qualifying 2. What's your plan for this last run?
Colin, we were just talking about it now. I think we might sit this one out. It's getting quite hot now, and it's hot in the cars, and we've got good times in the bag, so I mean, we don't need to qualify anymore. So I think we're going to save her, and keep her for the class final and the in final, hopefully.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Does that mean that yesterday you were talking to me about prop shafts and cook sisters? Does that mean that we've got a cook sister brewing there?
Nah, we're conservative, we don't like to go fast.
You conservative. Yeah, I've heard some BS before in my life, but that's... so the car's good?
The car's very good. Like I said, I think the track's a bit slower than yesterday. There's maybe a little bit of time in me, but I definitely the track's gone a bit slower. So I was hoping that maybe today we'd dip into the 51s, but that won't happen with these conditions. But you never know what comes from the sky later,
Yeah, I've been looking at that sometime around about 4 o'clock. They say the waters will be coming.
They might come. If they come, it's fine. Same for everyone.
Yeah, Reggie, thanks a lot. We'll miss you, the entertainment that you give us, because you're one of the most spectacular hooligan drivers that we know. But well done. We'll see you in the class final.
I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Reggie. Right, guys, I think that we've got... Who else have we got here? Let's just take a walk. And if there's some other stuff that starts happening, the rule, we just cut and move on. Let's check out the Lindenberg pit here with all their Shelbys. James Temple is here. Went a little bit quicker in this last session than he did before. Let's very quickly... James, sorry to interrupt. You've got some pretty cool times there. You went a bit quicker. Reggie thinks the track's a bit slower. How are you doing?
Yeah, I think the track is a little bit slower, but I mean, it's the same for everyone. So we can't complain. I feel good. I think for in classics, I think we're okay. I think we're again be the top saloon.
Yeah.
So I think we might be second overall for classic. I don't know where we are overall, but
There you go. You are... There was somewhere over there. If your eyes are better than mine.
12th. Yeah, we're almost there. It would have been nice to get top 10 overall, but I mean, we gave it a go.
Yeah, but take the single seaters out and you're there. Right, James. All the very best with the great beast. Have fun. Cheers.
Thanks, Colin.
Right, back to the Oaks in the studio because racing cars on track.
Certainly we do have a lot of race cars making their way to the track at the moment and to the launch pad. Alan Poulter will be the first of those cars in the electric Volvo EX30. Looking for improvement. Now they've moved everybody over there by the looks of things. I think there must be an issue with that start lane where the marshal is. I think there's a possibility that maybe the concrete is worn through with the amount of burnouts and start attempts that have happened there. I think it might be just a safety factor that they've moved the cars over onto the left-hand side. It'll change the tactics up ever so slightly. You've literally set yourself up for that. So, I don't think it'll be a major factor, but it certainly is going to affect a couple of starts here that guys are looking forward to getting onto the track and improving on.
Yeah, Greg, but it's definitely going to change up for some of the guys. Remember, some of these guys are on fine margins, 1/10, 2/10, even thousands and hundreds. Now the whole day they've been practicing putting rubber down. But okay, obviously there's a problem. Now on the left-hand side, it's fresh cement, if you can put it that way, and no rubber really has been gone down. It will be effective for some of the guys, definitely. So there's all small things coming into play, but looking good here in the Volvo is Alan Poulter, and look at his line. Now that car, it's how can I say, your throttle control. So when you put your pedal down, you've got maximum power. So the speed, it's amazing to drive an electric car actually fast around the track.
Alan Poulter's been doing that all weekend long and loving it. He clips the curb there coming out of the final turn and across the line. He'll move up into third place overall, 105.335 for Poulter. And in qualifying 5, let's have a look and see where he ended up there. So Poulter was in 23rd place, and he did a 104.2. So yeah, it did affect him slightly, that different line from the start. Might have a change up here for a lot of the drivers. Let's see what happens now with Jared Rousseau.
They're running a little bit wide, kicking up that dust. So the guys have really been, that's one corner where the guys have been running wide, getting away with it because it's straight up, but they're kicking up a bit of dust. And like I said, for some of the guys, 1/10, 2/10 will come into play. But Jared's looking good here in the Porsche.
Jared Rousseau moves up into third place, 101.605. His last run was a 101.1, half a second off. Is that new start line giving half a second gap here?
Yeah, also Greg, if we look at it now, this time of the day, remember track conditions, it's now very hot. Remember, if a track gets too hot, you also do lose a little bit of grip.
Like that.
So, there were lots of understeer there.
There was lots of electronics working right there, pal.
Yeah.
That Porsche kicked into the electronics there big time. Willie was saved by the electronics of the 911 Turbo.
Yeah, he's obviously, but it's sometimes a good idea to keep your electronics on to help you. But I was just saying, Greg, I think from a track conditions, it's not as good as it was in the previous qualifying.
Yeah.
It's maybe it could be slightly too hot almost, if you put it that way.
Willie
so they're losing a little bit of grip.
101.3, Willie now doing 101.5, so 0.2 there for him. So yeah, it's definitely the track conditions that have changed here. Maybe the heat in the tarmac is a bit too much, and they're now starting to feel the effects of that maybe slightly warmer track temperature on the tyres that they've decided to run here. This is the M4 of Stratianicus.
But also now, as a driver, you get to the start, you sort of sight, you know what you want to do, but now you get to the starting block here, and all of a sudden they tell you, no, move over to the left. It just changes your mindset.
The one thing I've got to say about that is they didn't notify anybody via the group that start line was a problem. So it's literally arriving there. Look, it's the same for everybody. So there's no advantage gained unless you've used that left-hand lane before, but no one has.
Yeah.
They've only used the right. So it is the same for everybody. That's probably why they didn't have to put a notification out.
Yeah, so the Shelbys are out. I'm not sure if that guy who had it off earlier, if he'll make
we'll
it
wait
out.
and see if Padiachi's been able to get back on track. But right now we're watching Josh O'Callaghan, who's in the silver gunmetal grey car, followed by Arnold Duplessis from BB Motorsport. The BB Motor Group, of course, supporting here with a BYD seal. And that's also an electric car. Also getting in some relatively good times there in his first attempts in these BYD compared to his normal block of flats that he races. The Nissan Patrol.
So far, Greg, what we've seen here, we haven't seen any improvements from your previous qualifying. So for the guys that's on the bubble, as we call it, it's going to be difficult maybe to get into that class final.
Everybody that's gone out on track so far in terms of the top guns has gone slower, not quicker. Other than Karen Pitcher. Karen Pitcher went quicker.
Well, she had a best run. Kudos to her.
Mammoth on his way. That's Paul Malachi. Heading towards turn 1 in the Super Snake from Shelby, South Africa. I don't see Padiachi in the lineup in the background there, so I don't think they've got that car sorted just yet. Maybe they're working on it still to get it ready for the class final. if he makes the class final. Just looking to see they run in A7. So if we look at A7, it's Malachi, Pomasham, Callahan, and Pariachi. So it's literally just the Shelbys in Class A7. So they would be running against each other. So top 3, he wouldn't have made it anyway. Pariachi wouldn't have made it into the top 3 because he was down in 4th place. So unless he can... No, he's not going to get a chance to get back out again. So he's probably called it a day. You have to assume that he called it a day because those are the times quickest so far in qualifying all weekend long up until qualifying 4. And Pariachi was 4th in the class, I think.
He was at one point 3rd.
Yeah, but he's
now
in qualifying 5, he's dropped to 4th.
Yeah, qualifying 5 because he didn't have the time. Greg, the other thing from the starting block, if you have a look, so earlier it was completely on the right and you just stay on that line, a straight line. Now you're starting slightly left, you actually have to move over to the right hand side.
It's a slight adjustment on the wheel. A little adjustment on the wheel, yeah.
It is a little bit of time,
Stops you from going fast.
But it is the same for everybody, but at the moment it does play a role in trying to go faster. So it's difficult to go faster than your previous qualifying.
It just changes the variables again, and it's a variable that's not in your control. No one would have thought that the concrete's going to wear through completely and you can't launch from the original launch pad. We have to go to, pitch B. Okay? It's like when they're playing the Ashes. They look at the 2 pitches available and see which the best one is. And right now, it's not the first choice pitch for the launch pad that we've got here at top of the hill. We've gone to option B.
Okay, but we're into qualifying 6 here for these classes. Top of the hill challenge. Zwartkops Raceway was our second running of the top of the hill challenge, and things are heating up here. Some of the classes is very tight to make it to that top 3 in your class. And as we go further into this day, the guys will be pushing harder and harder, Greg.
I see the boys at ATS are working hard as well to get the Dunlop arch back up again too. The generator made a juice there, so they've got the Dunlop arch back up again. Just getting information there from our medical team as well, because of course Hundley was down there with the doctor when Pariachi went off. He was okay, but the car is a bit anal, and she actually just sent me some photos of the car, so I don't think that car was going to be able to be fixed, despite the efforts that Lindenberg Racing put in. So thanks for that, Hundley, appreciate it. She just sent me a couple of the photos sort of first hand from the side of the track, and you can see there's quite a bit of damage on the car, and I don't think they would have had enough spares to fix it and get Pariachi back on track. So that means in that class particularly you're going to have a fight between Paul Malachi, Josh O'Callaghan and Anton Pomasham. Those are the 3 cars that'll roll out for the fight in class A7.
Yeah, unfortunately that will rule that guy, was it Pariachi, out of the top 3. Pity for him, but he gave it a go. But also, yeah, Greg, as we know, motor racing, it happens. As we get the next bunch of cars on the track, and let's see how these guys are going to do.
Yeah, so we're into qualifying 6 now, the final qualifying run here for all of the classes. We're into the B category now, which is the modified saloon car class. You'll see there's a whole bunch of variations of racing categories that have jumped in here, including that magnificent Chevy of Willie Hepburn's. Great to have that tribute to Uncle Willie, the late great. And Sia Farid spoke about him and spoke about how awesome and what a monster of a car that thing is to drive. Willie Hepburn prepared it. You must know it's got lots of ponies underneath that bonnet.
Yeah.
Speaking of ponies, here comes Pomasham in the Super Snake. Yeah, originally what we'd call that a pony. It was a Mustang in its former life, but it's now known as a Super Snake. And Pomasham now would like to just get in one more banker just to sort him out. You'll see them also just moving across to the left-hand side. A lot of guys hopefully are watching our live stream from their pit boxes and seeing the change-up on the start line. It can sort of throw you off a bit, coming down there and you think, okay, I'm going slot in. You're in sort of that racer zone, the the visor's down and the red mist is about to come out, and then all of a sudden you get a little, just to the left slightly, please.
Yeah. But for those guys, Greg, well, at least they will know it for their final runs later, if in the finals. Then they know, so they'll prepare for that. But you're not prepared for it right now. And like I said, it does change your mindset slightly.
Parmesan about to rock and roll. And you'll see there's a lot less grip there compared to the normal line.
Now there's no rubber laid down there, so there will be slightly more wheel spin. And although it's the same for everybody, you know, it puts you slightly on the back foot on your start. And then you're going to have to try extra hard. You're going to try and make it up, you know, through the rest of your circuit.
That's exactly what Parmesan's doing now. Trying to hit those racing lines as much as possible. The smooth ones that don't cause any issues for their cars. These cars particularly are pretty much on rails around any track that they get onto. They are well prepared machines from Shelby, South Africa. The toy follows him in the Z4. Seen this car in a few battles in the past in various forms of motorsport, including the extreme supercars driven by Dunlop.
Yeah, and it sounds awesome.
Oh, actually, sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm getting pulled on my ears there. It actually might be the GT version. It's not the supercar version. But I think he did pilot it in the supercars initially, and then changed it into the. Did I say super hatch? Pardon, I meant supercars. He drove it in extreme supercars driven by Dunlop for a while, and then he's now converted it into the 111 GT class configuration. So that's the car he pilots up against Wouter Roos, this year's champion in the ACD Velcom 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
As I think Brad Liebenberg starts his run.
Yeah, Brady's right behind him. The run there for Brad Liebenberg to try and improve on the times he's got so far. Liebenberg eventually ended up in the top 10. He said he was looking for top 10. And considering that this is a test run for that car, a 1 minute flat point 003 is what Liebenberg got in qualifying 5.
So his goal was to get to that top 10, although it's a test session, but it'll be nice to be in that top 10. The overall.
Mark the toy 103,333. Is that kind of a sign for Trans-Africa Racing? Isn't their famous numbers 33? No, that's Jono's number. Jono's number is 33. Mark's 27. So he's doing something there for his brother. 3-3-3-3. So double 33s there for Mark. Here comes Brad. To the line. Where does he pop into second place on a 100.152? So he goes 0.05 of a second slower. Some guys going slower, some guys going quicker. Is it really a big factor, the start line? I don't think so anymore, now that I'm seeing it. I think we're going to have to wait until the big guns come out to see if there's going to be a major turnaround there in terms of starting from a slightly different position on track.
Yeah, Greg, I think it's depends on the power you've got under the bonnet there. Remember, let's say some of these rear-wheel drive cars with lots of power. Your start is important and your throttle control. So... But yeah, no, the guys will get used to it quickly, and at least it is the same for everybody.
Here we go, Arthur Thorne coming out of the top of the hill, down to complete another lap. And a good run there from him, puts him into 12th place at the moment with a 108.252.
You can hear those guys are just trying to get around that corner. You want to jump on the power, but you need to get your car settled. We just turned in.
107.7 from Thorne on the last one, so he also goes about a second slower. Just under a second slower.
So I think in this session, Greg, if you manage to go quicker, you've really done well.
Yeah, you have.
Because most of the field's gone slower, but if you've gone quicker, you can say yes, well done.
Something worked for you. Beloy fighting for honours for Super Hatch. Remember, there's a three-way fight there between himself, Leon Breedenkamp, and Josh to Toy. There's Josh on the line.
Yeah, for these smaller cars, that turn number 3 is not a problem. You know, they not easily you're going to run out of room there. So it's bigger cars with the power, Greg, with the speed. They get in there, so you really have to time it and get it perfect. That turn 3 is a big one for the, let's say, the big boys.
It is a problem if you go the other way around, though. If you think about Super Hatchet when they go into turn 1. There's 10 cars abreast sometimes.
Yeah. Now, when you're racing side by side, it's a different story. But on your own, not a problem.
Here we go. Breeden come across the line. Another one done. 1:12.9 for him. So 1:12.9 also puts him slower. Oh, no. He goes quicker. No, he doesn't. 0.3. 0.3. Watching Josh Tatoy there. He goes through and completes another run. As he gets to the halfway stage of this qualifying 6. It's only qualifying 3 for him though, because he's only done 3 qualifying sessions, but not a bad effort there from the youngster. And tight. No replacement for displacement. Let's drop some V8 power down that back straight away, shall we?
And I think a nice spectator position today will be there at turn 4, there where the start is, for the guys to listen to those starts and just to see the guys launch.
Now, your friends down that back straightaway must be enjoying themselves on the back wall, I'm sure. And if they aren't watching us on the live stream, they should be, because you can pick up a little bit more of the action that you might not see from turn 4 or on the back straight.
So Sep is giving it his all. Yeah, look at him getting this
sideways
and putting a little bit up, but he did put a wheel on the dirt there. A little bit of an untidy run. Although you've got the power, yeah, but you're still smoothness.
I like the way you
is the
say
key.
untidy. I'm going to say he's having an absolute jolt in that car. He's just chucking that thing from left to right. It's absolutely brilliant. Across the line. That's a good run from him, eh? There you go. 103.2. That is superb stuff there from Siafari in Willie Hepburn's little Chevy.
Awesome.
Alright, so from the little Chevy, let's go back down into pit lane. I believe Colin might be standing by. He's picked up on some news down in the pit lane to take us into the next part of qualifying 6, our final qualifying session for Top of the Hill 2025.
I couldn't hear anything on my radio. That Mazda makes so much noise last qualifying. He's got a little bit of work to do. I wanted to talk to Charles in the Subaru. He's also got a little bit of work to do, but the sound of that Mazda is absolutely glorious. And the smells coming out of its exhaust is just fantastic. Now I need to find some way. We're not going to make the cars quieter because noise is absolutely beautiful. So we're sitting with an empty pit lane at the moment, an empty queue, because this is Q6. It looks like most of the positions have been sorted out, but hey, let's see what some action gets going. Back to you guys in the commentary box and enjoy the sounds.
Cole, you're spot on. There will be a few cars that will come and join you there, I'm sure, in a few moments' time, but certainly not all of them. I think the guys that have got those bankers in, the guys that are happy with their setup, will be happy to sit this one out and just say, you know what, we don't have to do all 6 qualifying. We've got a car that's going to be relatively competitive, if not a giant killer, or maybe someone that can do some damage. One car that we will have to keep an eye out for is whether or not Peter Zidi's car is going to be able to be sorted out or not. And as I say that, I'll just reiterate it over the radio and just make sure that Colin can hear us to say maybe we need a little bit of an update on the progress on Peter Zidi's car, if possible.
Yeah, Greg, I was thinking exactly that now. If Colin can maybe go and see what's happening with Peter Zili, I'm sure they're working frantically there. But yeah, it's a good point you're making. Not all of the guys will come out now. If you've secured and put your banker in and you're definitely in your class final, you don't need to come out now because conditions aren't ideal, and if there's nothing else you can tweak, it's all about you now just getting set for your class final. But they will definitely, I mean, the Scribante boys, I think they will come out.
Well, one of them is. One of them is already there. Frankenstein's in the queue, so Aldo will be waiting to go. Silvio could potentially still be coming out with this next batch because there's still a couple of cars that might go and line up there where Colin said they were clean and clear. I did see the Porsche of Vic Camphor rolling just behind him and not too far in the background distance there to come and take up his position. But of course, as we get that fire-breathing dragon of an RX-7 and the arguably the loudest car out here, there are a couple of events that we go to where you found the loud car. We've certainly found the loudest car there with that RX-7. It is a magnificent sound. And yes, Cole, I agree 100% with you. It's probably one of the things I agree with. One of the only things I agree with you is we are not getting rid of sound in motorsport. We've got to keep the noise. The noise works, and it works really well.
The spectators, they want to listen to the noise. They want noise. He had a bit of wheel spin there, the Mazda, but to listen to him is amazing.
Well, I'm just getting information here from JL, who's joined us in the studio as well. It looks like Peter Zili's not going to be able to get that car fixed, and he's already returned the transponder. So maybe Cole can just go and catch up with him and get confirmation and have a last chat with him. But what a pity to lose Zili's MR2. As we said, a small mistake, just going slightly wide out of turn one, catching the bump, and it threw him sideways, and he's just never going to catch that car in time. And I don't think he... Oh, there we go. As I was about to say that we have a massive flame out of the RX-7. It nearly took out about, I think, the half of AMG's grandstand there.
So yeah, just burning the grass there. But Greg, that's a pity for Peter Zili if he's out. He was one of the top 3 contenders, definitely. But what it means now, that's going to, at this stage, will put, I think, Silvio into that top 3.
Yeah.
The class final. But that's why Aldo, he's got one run left, I think, to try and get there. As he runs a little bit wide, yeah.
Jason Newsmore making his way onto the circuit as well, but I know that Colin's standing down there with Vic Camphor, last year's road car winner. Maybe we want to catch up with him quickly while we watch these guys in the background and listen to Colin having a quick chat there with Vic Camphor in the Porsche. Okay, no worries. We'll wait till we finish up the session before we get down there. So Colin waiting and standing by with Vic, but we'll see these cars to the finish line before we go to him. As we come through here, this is Jason Newsmore, also looking to do some improvements. He's gone quicker every single session he's gone out. JL gave him a little dispensation in the last session yesterday afternoon due to the fact that he only arrived in time for qualifying 3. He got 1 run and then got to do a run right in the closing stages. 30 seconds to go, they sent him out. Frankenstein off the line.
Good launch there, Greg, but this is an important run for him here.
To be honest with you, a great launch, considering he's in the new line. That didn't affect him at all. If you watch where he got off the line there was no wheel spin, there was no kick out whatsoever. Arguably one of the best starts we've seen out of Aldo Scribante there.
Well, this is his run. He has to improve here if he's got any shot at the top 3 in the class final. So let's have a look as you go through this turn 3. Good line there. Yeah, that's very good. Looking good.
He's on it here. He is on it big time into turn 4. Does he run a little wide onto the rumbles? Yes, he does. Perfect race line. There is a bit of rubble there, as you've mentioned earlier on. As the guys have gone off, they've pulled a little bit of dirt onto the track, but it doesn't affect once you've got the tyres up to some temperature.
Yeah, just at the top, you still have to pick your braking marker, turn it in, and then it's pedal to the metal, down the hill to the finish.
Aldo goes quickest 56.287, and on his last pass he did a 56.050, so he's a little slower. Not quick enough, I don't think, to make the B5 top 3 shootout for the class final.
Yeah, they're good run there, Greg. Like I said, I'm just going to put it down to the track conditions at this stage, the heat, time of the day. Track's just, let's say, a little bit hotter than earlier.
Right, let's go down to Colin and catch up with Vic Camphor before he goes out on track.
Last year's road car winner, Vic, I've been told that you may not do donuts in the pits, but how's the run going?
No, it's going very nicely. This car is just so nice to drive, and I've been the runs have been positive so far. So let's see if we can do it again. There's a tougher competition here.
Awesome. We're holding up the queue. Off you go. He's got the air conditioner in there. He's just He knows that car, backwards, forwards. Okay, they've done a few mods to Silvio's car. He's got a good set of tyres out on the car now, and he's got to find at least 2 seconds. Reggie Roots is going to sit this one out, but Franco Scribanti is going to give it some full beans. I asked him before he got into the car, have you found that rabbit that you can pull out of the hat? At Cape Town, he was on the back foot the whole day, and then he came out in the final and blitzed him. So back, behind, over my shoulder is where the start line goes. Robbie Walk with the most beautiful Gould. It's light, it's fast, little sneaky move, parking under the shade. Right, track action, let the cars talk. Greg, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Cole. Leon and I are having an absolute blast up here at the moment as Vic Camper rolls to the line. I was chatting to him earlier on in the day, and yesterday when he arrived here, he said that it was taken down to one of the Porsche stables to be helped out with a little bit of setup in terms of the wheel alignment, and also a nice new set of rims put onto that car from Porsche South Africa. So the man from Tom Camper Volvo getting helped out by Porsche South Africa to get this car into slightly more race trim, but it is a road-going version. And of course, this road saloon so far has been the quickest. He finished up just outside of the top 10 in the qualifying 5, and he's certainly looking forward to keeping that car at least in the running for a top 10 finish, and possibly in the hunt for the front end of at least of his class, that is for sure. So Vic Camper gets off the line, heads down towards turn number 1. He went quickest in the last time he was on track, so let's see if he can go quicker again.
Yeah, Greg, he's enjoying his time in that car, but you know the modern road car like that Porsche, you can actually keep your aircon on. It's not going to make you slower. You know, the modern cars got electronic aircon, where in the olden days the aircon works off the pulley and the fan belt. That drew power, but in a modern car like this is not going to make a difference.
Not in a flat 6 like this thing's got, eh? But Camper now on his way into turn 4. And of course a big supporter of this event, and a big supporter of course of the Passion for Speed Festival is Vic Camper and the Tom Camper Volvo team. That's a good start. A little bit of wheel spin though, a little bit too much wheel spin I think on that RS3 for my liking. I don't know about you, but that was a little bit too much wheel spin from Silvio's point of view, so that might just cost him, but remember he's already banked that 3rd place, so he doesn't have to worry. He wants to try and go a little bit quicker to see if he can get into the hunt and maybe put himself a little higher up in the standings, and maybe in the possibility. Is there a problem? There's a problem. He came out of turn 2 there horribly. Oh, he's slowing.
It was almost a gear selection problem.
Something's gone wrong there on Pikachu. And he's had to pull and out of that one completely. Rolls out of the run. Does Silvio Scribanti.
Yeah, he had a small problem. Okay, he had to come out. Obviously, they're still changing stuff on that car because I mean, to be a competitor, for the top honors, they have to try stuff.
Yeah.
But we'll see now what happens with that car, because it's going to be between Silvio and Aldo. Will be in that third. At this stage, it's Silvio, but depending on now the problem there, because it almost sounded like a gear selection problem there, Greg. But we'll see.
I have to agree with you. I think there was definitely some kind of a gear issue coming out of turn 2. He couldn't select the right one, and it cost him dearly because it slowed him down. He eventually found a gear he could drive around in, and he circulated very slowly. This is the Lillette Chevy powered machine of Sief Fourie Jr. coming out of Trans Africa Racing Stable. Original Peter du Toit race car. It's been sitting for a while, but it's great to see it in full flight now. It's going to be interesting to see where that car slots in at Passion for Speed. Remember, if you're watching us here at the Top of the Hill Challenge 2025-2026 race season kicks off on the 30th and 31st of January at the Passion for Speed Festival's 25th anniversary. Yeah, we just heard from Colin that this could be an attempt to go slightly quicker and maybe just throw a cat amongst the pigeons in terms of Reggie's times. We saw and heard from Cole, that Franco held back a little bit until it really counted, and then he dropped the hammer and came through rapidly to become one of the top contenders at the previous event they were involved in.
Yeah,
Now-
much better line through 3. Greg, he put black lines through turn 1 there. His
Yeah.
line through 3 was better. I think he's really trying to go quicker this session. And I think he's looking good, yeah. Let's see how he's going to complete it.
Well,
it's a big machine to maneuver.
He's done a 53.8 as his fastest. Let's see what he can do now as he comes through to complete this run. He'll be one of the fastest cars if he does go through that finish line and go quicker. 54.5, not quicker. 54.6 was his last run, but a 53.8 is his best run. So he goes quicker than qualifying 5, but not as quick as what he did in qualifying 4 earlier on today. So that just changes up the standing slightly there. But I think what we're going to see is going to be Richard Roots, Franco Scribanti. If Silvio can fix the car, will be Silvio, or Aldo might just get promoted up because of the demise of his brother in the RS3.
Yeah, but also, Greg, the guys, if they did any tweaks or any changes, they know what they have to work on still or what worked for them and what didn't. So all those small little, for these guys, little tweaks, it's important. Everything counts. At this stage, yeah, Richard is relaxed and sitting pretty, and the other guys are chasing him. But as we see, our single seat is coming out now.
Yeah, the most relaxed man is in that front single-seater. 49.2 in qualifying 5, 48.8 in qualifying 3 yesterday afternoon. Do we see another just circulation and installation lap here from Robert Volk? Or do we see an attempt to go even quicker than he did yesterday afternoon? It was a lot later in the afternoon that he set the 48.8 in. And as I said, it was also after the rain had come here to Zwartkops. As the track was starting to dry and a dry line formed, that's when him and Schofield decided to go for one more run and blitz this track and literally light it up like no one's ever seen at a top of the hill challenge in terms of times.
Yeah, Greg, I guess yesterday, obviously, okay, the track was better dried out, so once it was dry, but the cooler air conditions would have played into his hand, you know.
Yeah.
Remember, racing car, the cooler the air is, the better. Dry track, but cool air.
Bit of a breeze, as you can see from the flag there, the flag marshal, and it's straight into the driver's face down that main straightaway. So that could help him out in terms of traction into turn 1 because those wings work when the wind is blowing straight at them.
No, aerodynamics.
Aerodynamics, and it'll keep the car stuck to the circuit.
Yeah, for a single seater it'll be advantage, but not maybe for some of the bigger cars.
Or if you've got wings.
Yeah.
If you've got wings on your cars like Franco's got, it'll help you.
Yeah, with the downforce.
So good to see the first time there. I don't think he caught it onto the main straight. A little squirrely onto the tarmac, but he kept it straight eventually.
I kept a good line actually. He stayed left initially before he came over a little bit. Now Gregor must stay going in any car through that corner other way around. It's scary, believe me. Scary because you look to your right, the walls are very close. Can't have any problems there. Very good
through
line,
3,
yeah.
heading to 4.
Yeah, things sounds awesome. Gear change is smooth. Awesome stuff.
Jam Crab about to make his way onto the circuit. Bob has almost completed his lap. It's amazing to think that they wait for the car to pass the crossover point, and by the time that car's gone over the crossover point, J.M. Crabber should start. As he starts, Volk finishes and goes 49.3. So 10th up. Not quicker than what he did in qualifying 5.
Yeah, so you say yesterday he did a 48?
48.8.
Yeah. We'll see if he can possibly match it later. Later, by the time it gets to the class final or the shootout.
I think the shootout's where it's going to come, because that's where it's going to be a cooler conditions. It's about 4 o'clock this afternoon that we'll get to that shootout. So the ambient temperature will drop, which is going to make that car work better. And of course, then those tackies work better as well. They got super sticky tackies on that car. They don't require a tire warmer on them. That's how soft compound they are. They literally need just the run to the line to get enough heat in them to give him maximum traction on that car. J.M. Khaber comes through. Does he go any better than what he did earlier on? Doesn't look like it. He goes to 4th overall for now, 59.149. And he did a 58. Yeah, so they're all going slower. You kind of, I would be looking at it if it's looking at a team point of view here, and even with the Rookie Cup guys and girls, they're going to try and go quicker, of course. But if you were coming out now and some of the top guns, I would stay in the pits. I wouldn't even chance it. You're not going to go faster. No one's going faster.
Yeah, if I had my class top 3, there's a bit of tire rub there.
A bit of tire rub, yeah.
Yeah. If I've secured my top 3 class final, I wouldn't go out now.
Also picking up on Kotze there. Yesterday he had the wheel arches on the car. He's removed those wheel arches from those front wheels this time. Is that maybe just for a bit better aerodynamics? Maybe not too much hindrance there from them.
Or is he trying to cool his brakes down a bit more?
Also a big factor. Right, so the single seaters move in. We're now going to be looking at standing by to pick up on some of the Rookie Cup competitors as they're going to be coming out. You're at Top of the Hill Challenge 2025 here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Looking forward to, of course, action this afternoon from our class finals and the top 10 shootouts in each of the categories. If you've just joined us, a big welcome wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much for your support. Please like and share all the action that you're seeing here on YouTube and Facebook and any other social media platform that you might be watching on. We do appreciate the support for what we're doing here. And we value the fact that the more you share and pass it on to your friends, fans and family all around the world, the bigger the footprint we can create for motorsport in South Africa, and particularly here for the Top of the Hill Challenge.
Okay, so the rookies are out. Look like all of them are on the track. Yeah, for these media guys, every lap they do is a bit of practice. But yeah, let's see if there's any improvements here on the times.
I'm going to run to the bottom of this list to pick up on them. Fastest in the last one was Azir Khan. He did a 1:10.7. Thanks, Cole. Coming through now with qualifying 1 to 6. I think that's including qualifying 5 now, because they're still in the middle of 6. So that'll be qualifying 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 combination times.
Yeah, we'll see how they line up. And but we know it's a tight battle here for the individual and the team point of view. So good to see the Rookie Cup out here.
So there's Azir's time to beat, 1:10.7. That's the quickest in qualifying 5 that we got out of him. Tate was on a 1:10.9, 1:11.3 for Mara Deleuze, and then Luke Hill on a 1:14.1. I'm not quite sure what went wrong with Luke Hill's run, because both him and his teammate were slow at the end of the session, and they didn't put in any relatively good lap times at all.
Yeah, we'll see when they get to the start, but Maro Deleuze up first.
This time they're changing it slightly. Deleuze is going to start, and Nchefefe will go behind him. But still staying with the teams that they've allocated in this class between the 1 rookie and 1 media representative.
That was a good start. Good start there by Deleuze. And these cars now, you just put your foot flat. Go, and then you just pick your braking marker.
You can actually hear it. It's flat. There's not even a lift there at all. It's flat through 1. First, second, third, fourth gear, flat through 1, keep it buried, then back down into second, come out of this one, short shift to third maybe, and hold third through 1. Try and carry that corner speed if you can, so that you can avoid shifting here if possible. Stay in third and then down into second for turn 4 to take you up the hill. Nchefefe joins his teammate on track at the same time. He'll be starting as Deleuze finishes.
Yeah, Deleuze will finish now. We'll just have a look at that time.
.111.8. for Mauro Deleuze, and he did a 1:11.3, half a second off. Our track's definitely not coming to the cars. It's not playing the game, is the track. Taking nothing away from this track itself, it's just the fact that it's got so hot and the track conditions have changed compared to this morning, where cooler ambient temperature and cooler track temperatures allow for the tyres and cars to work better.
But Greg, for these rookies, as we see Christopher Tate go, are they allowed to put new tyres later again, or
these tyres they run the whole weekend.
Yeah, they can't
change tyres at all unless they have a puncture.
Yeah, no, that's good. So they on the same tyres. So a little bit of tyre wear, obviously.
They would have started with probably a new set of Dunlops yesterday morning in practice. There were 4 practice sessions, and then we had 3 qualifyings. We've had 3 qualifyings. This is the 3rd and final one now for them before we get into the class shootout.
Yeah, not that at Zwartkops Racetrack on a polo like this, new rubber at the back necessarily doesn't make you go faster.
No.
But on the front it does. It can help.
Can help a little bit with the traction as you turn in and try and get the power down. Because front wheel drive, you've got to turn and get the power down on the same set of wheels.
On the rear, Zwartkops Racetrack, smooth tires is actually good at the rear.
Yeah. You want it to be slipping and sliding slightly, that you can catch it if you need to. This is Tate looking to get to the top of the list if he can. He'll probably outgun Mauro Deleuze. He usually does as he runs wide and puts a wheel on the dirt. And comes through for top of the list. Yeah, there we go. 1:10.8. Did a 1:10. He's gone quicker. He got a 10th. He's the only car out of this whole session that found a 10th quicker, other than Karen.
But it's still going to be tight between him and Uzair Khan. But yeah, Tate, he's trying to get to that top spot at this stage.
He needs his teammate to be slightly quicker than Nicky Nchefefe. 13.145 from Nchefefe was about 7 tenths slower than his previous lap in qualifying 5, and Jeanette was able to do a 1:14.9. So she needs to try and find something to stay in the hunt there with Nchefefe. Maybe a 13, a low 13 would be good for her. She comes through, gets a high 14, not where she wants to be, but also goes a 10th quicker. So her and Tate have gone quicker. So those 2 cars as teammates are the only 2 cars that have actually gone quicker in this qualifying succession.
Okay, so that was good for Jeanette.
So Zaya can continue the trend. And Impor Boy hopefully can do the same with, or my boy I should say, should be able to run a little higher up as well if possible to help the team out. My boy and this man, Azir Khan, partnered up for this weekend as a team in the Rookie Cup. Azir goes second, 11.7 there for him. He got a 10.7, so he's gone a second slower. We got the drifters on standby as well, remember, after this, so we're going from on track time attack, top of the hill challenge action into some drift demonstrations. So they'll be standing by to come into the circuit to entertain us while we have a little break in proceedings to give our marshals and medics and everybody behind the scenes a chance to just catch their breaths, and then also of course the timekeepers a chance to allocate all of the classes for the class finals and all of the top 10 shootouts for the top of the hill shootouts at the end of the day.
So Greg, so Uzair Khan with the second slower there this run, so it was very good from Tate, but let's see Luke Hill what he can do.
Oh, that's sideways, that's backwards. Put it in reverse, just keep going. Put it in reverse.
Okay,
put it in reverse. He crossed the line.
He kept
crossed
it on
the line
the black.
backwards. He crossed the line backwards. How many cars have crossed the line backwards in the past that you know of? Crossing the line backwards. Fantastic. We've got the running order for the top 3 shootouts on the group as well. Thanks, JL. Appreciate that, buddy. COC coming in there just telling us that he's posted it onto the group for us for the top shootouts there, the top class shootouts.
Who was that going?
The one going backwards was my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, purple lipstick on the car. Paul got it all wrong there. She's welcome to Zwartkops and how to go backwards.
But at least kept it out of a barrier and eventually on the black stuff.
Good catch considering she's not a racing driver.
Yeah.
That's pretty spectacular actually.
But I'm sure it's a heart and mouth moment for her there.
120.022. Have a look at it. Here it is. So runs wide and it's wheels on the dirt. That causes the problem. Back end steps out, catches it, and then catches it the second time. Bangs it into reverse and crosses the line.
Or just clutching.
Yeah, maybe just clutching. Yeah. Clutch in to stop it from stalling. Oh, Chad going to be doing something the same as well. Chad Jones coming out of turn. He doesn't like turn 4. He is not a fan of turn 4. Every single time I've seen him go through turn 4, there's been a little squirrel there on the front end. So he's not enjoying turn 4 at all as Chad Jones. But he's the last car on track here for our final qualifying session for the Top of the Hill 2025. It's the Rookie and Media Challenge about to be wrapped up. Chad Jones locks up into the final turn. He runs wide but stays on track and completes the run there at the bottom end. Oh, in fact, he just beats my boy, but that's because of the little spin she had. So there you have it. Qualifying 6 is done. That is how it wraps up, and I believe we can go to the group quickly and have a look and see. We've got our drifters standing by. They're at the top of the hill at the Gazoo side. They're going to come onto the track there. And of course, just trying to pick up on where they put that on the... Where is the group now? There is the group. There is the group. They're going to put it onto the group. They haven't put it on the group yet, though. So there it is. Qualifying 6. Robert Volk, top of the list with a 49.3. Franco Scrivanti, Aldo Scrivanti, J.M. Gerber, Ian Schofield, Vic Kampfer. Oof, that's a good run there from Vic Kampfer. 6th place overall in the Porsche. 7th is Brad Liebenberg ahead of James Temple, Charles Fowles, and Willie de Beer, the second Porsche in the top 10. We've got 2 road cars in the top 10. Pretty awesome stuff. Well, I've got a Ferrari on track, which I didn't expect to see. I thought we were done with qualifying, but it looks like they're going to send Brandon Dean out for one final run. I think he missed his gate to get in his final qualifying, so he'll be the only car for this last run before we bring the drifters on.
Yeah, Greg, so it's all eating up here at the Top of the Hill Challenge. Qualifying just about done. Brandon Dean in the Ferrari just going to do his last run. And then we'll just wait for the guys to see how we're going to start those class finals. But yeah, a little bit of action there by the Rookie Cup as well. Sure, Paul, my boy, had a big heart and mouth moment there. Spinning around. But eventually kept it on the black stuff, although it was in the reverse.
So just looking at Brandon Dean coming to the track now. He finished up 15th on a 101.430. And he's not in a 430, he's in a 296. So he needs a 101.296, or maybe quicker than that. 101.296 will move him up ahead of Mark Dutoy in the GT1. So let's have a look and see if this Ferrari gets offline. And then I believe I heard Colin in my ear. He's standing by as well, I think down at Robbie Volk's pit. But we'll just finish this run quickly, and then we'll go to Colin in the pit lane. This should be the last run in the qualifying session. Let's see what this little prancing horse can do with Brandon at the wheel. A little squeal of the tackies there. Those Pirellis probably just crying out slightly as he heads towards turn number 1. It's a good line through 1. Holds it.
Not a bad launch there by him. Good line there into 1.
So I wanted to ask you earlier on, and maybe it's a question we can bring in now because we've only got one car to go here. When you've got electronics on these cars, if you're good enough, you can flick those electronics on and go through turn 1 flat, and then maybe make the adjustment on the fly to go out of the electronic stability control as you come into the areas where you don't need it anymore.
Yeah, Greg, it's actually a bit difficult.
Is it?
Because depending on where it sits, but no, you actually have to decide before the time. Electronics off or halfway on or on.
Okay.
If you're going to fiddle with that, no, that'll mess you around. So
it's a little bit squirrely compared to the last time, as Brandon Dean.
Yeah.
Sideways, there's some 11s through turn number 6.
Yeah, he's got the electronics off, but it's just getting used to that.
But magnificent still see that 296 in full flight as he comes through there. He'll finish up in top 10. And he gets ahead of Willie de Beer. So that was a worthwhile run there for the Ferrari. He's second in the road class in supercars with Vic Kampfer in the top end of it. And of course, as we talk about that, let's go down to Colin and find out what's happening with Robert Volk in the Gould.
Always good to be down in the pits and see a racing car without its clothes on. It's pretty much like going to lunch on a Friday afternoon. Beautiful suspension, push rod with rockers onto the springs, and then the third element. The purpose of this thing apparently is as the aerodynamic load goes down, it adds vertical stiffness to help it. Nicholson McLaren's best 2.8 litres of 13,000 RPMs, somewhere north of 600 horsepowers. We've got the driver of this thing just down the back of the WCT pits. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Rob. Rob, you just going through laps and seeing how you can get some extra time?
Yeah, just having a look at the changes that we made to the car. Didn't really pan out as expected, but yeah, still a bit of time to come in the launch. Overall, just a bit of power understeer, which we're trying to dial out. So yeah, I think slowly but surely we're chipping away at it. So 2 more runs.
Fastest car top of the hill. That's got to be quite satisfying so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to be the fastest. But yeah, let's see how we can do the rest of the day. So hopefully we can beat our time from yesterday. I think that is obviously the goal. It's getting a lot hotter, so a little bit more difficult. But yeah, overall, I think if it all comes together, we should be able to definitely beat yesterday's time.
When it gets hotter, the grip starts disappearing. Does it affect one of either the front or the back more, or is it just in general slip sliding away?
I guess it's general grip, but obviously depending on the track conditions, what's happened in the run before, if there's any oil. But usually, yeah, I suppose the hotter it gets, the more sort of the back might break out. So, but our problem at the moment is more power understeer, so I guess maybe it won't affect us too much, but we'll wait and see.
Awesome. We're looking for a 47 somewhere there. Rob, you can do it?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Thanks a lot for chatting to us. There's a whole lot more stories in the pits. But for now, let's go back to the guys in the booth and we'll find a few more. What we can say now is that Peter Zeely is definitely out. The left rear upright should be broken and they can't fix it, don't have a spare. So Zeely has officially withdrawn, which changes the top 10, puts Silvio Scribanti into the top 3 for the class. We'll come back with some more, but for now, back to you, Greg.
Yeah, drifting cars are out. Just trying to pick up on some information there from Colin as well in my ear as we were getting them onto the circuit. It's great to see Jim McFarlane and the team here from this incredible drifting squad. They are based out at FOS 5 Motorsport. Of course, that's where their home base is now. But it is fantastic to have them here. That's the big drift taxi. It's nearly 700 horsepowers and can go up to at least 1,000 horsepowers there if they really wanted to. So a whole bunch of the drivers there coming out of the Excess Promotions team here this weekend. They were on, of course, the skid pan all day long and get a chance to come and show what the sport of drifting is all about. Getting cars sideways, smoking some tires, putting a little bit extra grip down in some of the corners maybe there for some of our drivers. That might help out. I think the next time they come out there and they see these big black lines all over the place, they're going to be asking themselves questions going, who went wrong and what happened at this corner since the last time I came through here? It's normally Jim McFarlane, Hudson McFarlane, and I'm not quite sure who else has joined this team. Zelda didn't send me a list of who's in the cars, but I know Big Jim is usually in his car, which is the 350Z, and then Hudson might have been possibly in the drift taxi. Just trying to pick up on some of the helmets as they come through there as well. We also got a couple of new drifters there joining the team. You can see maybe not as experienced as some of the other drifters that are there. But needless to say, BMWs, 350Zs, usually the choice weapon for drift cars. A couple of Nissans thrown into the mix there as well. And some Hondas on a few occasions are the ideal cars to go drifting in. If you want to see these guys in action, if you want to have a chance to get into the car, and you are here at Zwartkops, they are down on the skid pan and are doing some taxi rides for the public. I think that was Hudson at the wheel of the drift taxi there. But needless to say, great to have a little bit of entertainment in between the action that's been happening for Top of the Hill Challenge. Just giving us a chance also to get all the classes sorted out, the class finals sorted out, and also exactly what was happening with how things have gone into the closing stages of today's action. The Cell C car out there. Fortunately, as I said, I don't have a list of who the drivers are, but it is definitely XS Promotions here and running their drift squad as they always do. They here most weekends that we go racing at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, and then provide us a little bit of off-track entertainment as well. I'm getting messages coming through as well with the class finals heading on to the group as well, which is good to see. We're getting that information passed on to us, so we're ready to go for when the on-track entertainment has been concluded. This gives us a chance for our teams around the track, and also shout out to the Orange Army and the amount of effort that they put in there and what they do to assist us with all the work done by the marshals, race control, of course the team behind the scenes here at Zwartkops, Tanya and her team. Incredible job as always for providing the entertainment at Top of the Hill. And it's a nice way to wrap up the season as well. I know we kick off the season here always at Zwartkops with the Passion for Speed Festival, and make sure, as I said, you've got the 30th and 31st of January in your diaries, because that is the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival that will be happening in 2026. So here we go. Here's a great example of how to get big V8 Chevy Lumina absolutely sideways. The Monster Energy Drift Taxi usually has about 3 people in that car, 1 in the front seat and 2 in the back. I've been in on a few occasions. I've also stood in front of it and had it drift around me as well. It's pretty awesome to have that amount of power just literally up close and personal with you, and you just feel the throb of that engine as it comes past you. So you're here at Top of the Hill Challenge 2025. We are into the sort of lunch break of the proceedings. Giving us a little bit of on-track entertainment is XS Promotions with their drift club and the drift squad out there. A couple of the beamers down in pit lane could be that BMW's example maybe for how to get your exhaust pipe to work better when you've got to have no exhaust out the back of the car, rather just run it straight out the bonnet like that man does. Just literally straight out the front end, almost like a hood ornament on the front of that BMW. You could mistake that car for a Rolls Royce actually, with that hood ornament. This is an awesome run. Look at this, absolutely lit sideways, flicking left to right. Left and right as you can go into the Top of the Hill past AMG Driving Academy. The Rocker Mama's 350Z, getting it sideways there as well. Brilliant stuff. First run there just to have a look and see how the track goes, and then you just throw it in there. Remember, with the sport of drifting, the idea is to try and keep the cars as close as possible. They don't usually run one by one. They normally run in tandem, and I'm not quite sure if we're going to get a tandem run. Oh, we're going to get a train, that's for sure. We're not going to get a tandem run, but we are going to get a train here from them, as close as possible. The CLC machine there from XS Promotions, right on the tailpiece of the drift taxi. Then the Beamer in the background. So massive thanks there to Jim McFarlane and his team for a little bit of slightly different entertainment that they provide for us here. I do like what they've done on the back wheel there with that little yellow insert on the inside of the wheels, just to give it a bit of definition as it gets into the drift. This gives it a slightly different look and feel, and it works really well from a spectacle point of view. So yeah, I might be looking at an option for that. Well, they're waiting at the bottom. I wonder if they're waiting for that Rocket Mom's car to get a full 4-car train, maybe up to the top of the hill. Here we go. The Cell C car is going to lead this train out. The Z leads out and flicks it through, going into turn number 5 and 6. Going this way around. And as I said, if you did enjoy the action, remember they are always here at Zwartkops as part of our entertainment down on the skid pan. And then if you do want to catch them at other opportunities, of course they run every Tuesday night at Fast 5 Motorsport out in the south of Johannesburg as part of the entertainment that they do there on a Tuesday night for the drag racing and drifting that they do out there. Massive thanks to them, the Excess Promotions team, for that little on-track entertainment that they provided. We are now going to be standing by for the class finals, and we've been sent all the class finals for Class H, Class A, Class B, and Class C, and of course that will take us into the run, of course, also for the class finals for our Rookie Cup and Media Challenge. So that's the next part of the day's proceedings. We go into the class finals. And then it's a little bit of a drifting demo again, I think, one more time. Give us a bit of time just before we go into the shootouts for Rookie Cup, Classic Conqueror, the Road and Supercar class, Modified Production Cars, and finally the single-seaters here at Top of the Hill Challenge 2025. So just a heads up to everybody out there on our social media. We're also just going to give a call out to Class H, please, to make their way down to pre-race for the class finals. All the cars that made the class finals for Class H, please double check your WhatsApp group, because there was a revised list that's just been put out as well. So anybody that's out there, please, if you make your way down to Class H and to pre-race. So just before we get underway now with our class finals, we're going to head back down into the pit lane and catch up with Colin Hasty as he is standing by as we're about to kick things off now for the all-important class finals. We start with Class H first. 10 cars will go out in the first group for Class H. It runs from H1 right through to H8. And each of them, if they had 3 cars that qualified, will have 3 cars in it. If they didn't, then of course it's just the cars that qualified in that top 3. If you were the only car, well, then you made it through without too much effort. So, standing by down in pit lane, down to Colin.
I gotta love these old cars, Greg. 75 years old. Rodney, up until now, everything, all the times are gone. It's this run for top 3 in the class. What's going through your mind?
Well, I'm glad to be here and have another last run. And, I've really got to get another couple of seconds off. I'm learning. It's a newly rebuilt car, so, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Now, these old cars, they've got all these levers on the steering wheel. What are they?
Well, advance and retard and a throttle. So I can set my idling speed here, and when I'm going, full out, I advance the ignition.
Awesome
so
stuff.
It's all manual, yeah.
You got to think in these cars.
Too much.
Love it. 6-cylinder Riley. And then the 4-cylinder Riley, which has been a little bit recalcitrant. Mr. Gearing, interesting gear lever that you've got down there.
Yeah, so this has got a completely different gearbox arrangement. We call it a pre-select box. So you, I suppose, DSG pre-war. Basically select the gear you want next, and when you want it, dip the clutch and off you go.
Awesome. So does that work for first as well?
Yes, for everything.
And you've also got advance and retard and what there?
That's it, yeah. Pre-war pilot's license required.
How much faster can you go than you've been in qualifying?
Not very. I think I've pretty much got everything out of it that I can. But it's so nice to be, especially behind another Riley like that. And that's, I think, been a very special day.
6-cylinder Riley. So basically we've got 10 cylinders of Rileys here.
Yeah, but amazing that 90-year-old cars can still get around as quickly as they do.
Awesome stuff. I thought they were 75 years old. 90 years old. We can see we're getting to the modern cars now because we've got full face helmet. You've even got seat belts.
And I have a distributor instead of a magneto.
Stuart, what's your plan?
To go and beat the 2 Rileys in front of me. Keep it on the black stuff and don't f it up.
What does this Coventry Climax rev to? I see the rev counter goes to 8,000, Smith's finest. What does it rev to?
7-ish, because it's not mine. I need to give it back to the owner in one piece.
Awesome. How much fun is this car to drive?
It's the best fun you could ever have. It's absolutely epic. Epic.
Would I be right in saying that this was a Formula 1 car many, many years ago?
So, yeah, Formula 2, essentially. So John Cooper, the guy famous for the Mini Cooper, he made Formula 1 and Formula 2 cars back in the day, and this is one of them. With provenance, with history, matching numbers, hand-built, beautiful.
Now, having said that, hand-built, matching numbers, and its full provenance, it basically means you're going to be very careful with it.
Extremely careful. My house depends on it.
His house, his life depends on it. We're just waiting for circuit inspection to get finished. But just look at some of these beautiful old engineering. This was totally state of the art at the time. A leaf spring at the top here that acted as the top wishbone. Lovely yoke drive shaft joints, they don't break so much, and the fantastic ventilated drum brakes from Girling's finest. And then the Italians have to come in and get involved in here with the Weber carburetors on it. Absolutely magnificent. Got to love this stuff. Should we take a little bit of a walk down the pit lane and go and talk to Jonathan du Toit in what looks like an Austin? It must be an Austin because it's got an A on the roof. Let's see if we can open the door. Jonathan, This is such a cool car. We see these things racing in historics in Europe. How much fun is it?
Yeah, lots of fun. I just can't go too fast around the corners because we've had one of them fall over before. So the suspension's quite soft and it's quite top heavy, so if I launch a curb, I'll be on my roof.
And you've got a rev counter in there. What does it rev to?
6,000.
6,000 RPM, Smith's gauges. Got to love it. You've got to go running. Good luck. And they start. These are the class finals. This is where all the times that we've had up until now have just been to get us here and then get us into the top 10 shootouts. So they all start with 0. And this is where the brain power comes in. This is where the focus and the attention to getting it just right. Because in the words, I think it was Marshall Mathers, you've got one chance, make the best of it. Off they go. Greg, the cars are going onto track. The excitement is building. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we're about to get into the class finals now, Cole. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. It's not quite the epitome of the event just yet. We've still got to get to the real nitty-gritty later on when we get into the shootouts. But this is for the all-important class finals. A lot of these cars have come out here just for this purpose, to try and get in as quickly as possible. And as they shut the gate there on Nicole Donker, looks like they're only going to send 4 or 5 cars out at a time here for this session. One car missing from this first session. Looks like Karen Pitcher in Noddy is not going to be making it out. So do we get a substitution from 11th place moving up into the top 10? We'll wait and see. It's basically the single-seaters and Jonathan DeToy in that Austin 35. And that one's nickname is Jumbo. As you heard from Jono, can't clip the curbs in that thing, otherwise it might throw you onto its roof. And they are racing all around the world in those cars. This is the last time we're going to see these 3, I think, in anger. I don't think they're going to make it through to the shootout for the single-seaters because they'll be a little bit out of their class there for the overall single-seaters. But we never know. They might just be thrown in just for the way they run things here. And these are single-seaters, so they would sort of still qualify for the overall single-seater shootout if they were looking to do that. It is Rod Green, though, will lead them to the line with his fastest lap so far of a 1:41.323. We did say that they've opened up the right-hand side again.
Yeah, Greg, looks like they just they preserved a little bit the right-hand starting side.
Maybe
it's okay.
There was a little bit of a cleanup that was required there. That's maybe why they were pulling the cars to the left. So they've got an option of running on the right-hand side in the original start box compared to what we saw in qualifying 6 where they started them from the left-hand side of that start box.
But okay, basically we're into H1 class finals. First up, Rodney Green, and like we already said there, he's just going to enjoy it. Possibly his last run for the day, but there we go. Let's have a look-see. Good start there by him.
Yeah, look, the H1 final is between those 3 single-seaters. Rod was the slowest of them on a 1:41.323. He's not going to look to go any quicker than 3rd place, I don't think. He just wants to get this car around and complete the outing here at Top of the Hill 2025. He's 10 seconds off Patrick Gearing in the Riley. And also 10 seconds off the other Riley out there as well. So I think it's a 3-way fight there for H1.
Yeah, track conditions still good, nice and hot outside. Yes, Greg, some of these guys, all they want to do now is just bring it home.
Yeah.
And the top 3 want to bring, especially these guys with the older cars, just bring it home and enjoy.
The car that didn't make it into this final was Grant Haskins in the MG Spider, 1947 model. So, Rod Green into turn 4. Peels in there in those slightly bigger wheels than most other race cars we've used to seeing going around here. But it is always great to see those big wheels and big steering wheels, the adjusters on there, as you saw in the interview there with Rod. You can adjust on the fly the idle, and of course advance the ignition on that car as well, just with a lever on the steering wheel if he needs to.
big wheels but thin wheels, Greg. They were big and thin.
That's how they were in those days, but
It's amazing to think they raced like that in the old days and the grip, those tires give you.
And they used to race a lot longer than sort of the 2Ks of top of the hill that they're doing here today. They used to run 500 milers and 1,000 milers in these cars as well.
Whoa. Oh, a little bit of side.
Gearing's not holding back, eh? He decided, right, let's give it a final bit of wheelie here, I think, in this little rally.
Got the rear end stepping out there.
That 51 car, Pat Gearing's, of course, is the 4-cylinder version of the Riley. You did hear it gave a little bit of issues earlier on, but it looks like they've got that sorted. As we go on to our drone into turn 4.
Yeah, nice footage here from the drone, Greg.
Yeah, just a slightly different option of turn 4. Stuart Greg lights up the F2. Cooper Climax, Formula 2. He'll probably be looking for the victory. He was about 16 seconds quicker than any of the other single-seaters in H1. But as you heard from him, it's a valuable car that he's racing there. So
yeah, he said he has to bring it out. Rodney Green did a 1:44.1, and that's a little bit slow. Oh,
and Patrick Gearing is going very slow, so he's going to come to third by the looks of it, because Rod Green might get bumped up to second with Gearing having some issues. I just said he had some problems in that 4-cylinder Riley. This car won't know anything about those problems until he gets towards the top end of the circuit, but Gearing should get through to the line before this car gets anywhere near him.
Yeah, looks like he's just freewheeling down. But okay, class finals now, so times don't count. This is your final run now.
This is the run that counts as we start with.
Yes.
Now, Jonathan Detroit, he was our 6th car on track as opposed to the 5th one that didn't make it out there of Car and Pitcher. I don't think she's been able to get that naughty car, the Nash Metropolitan, sorted. Jono wants to stay away from the curbs, as you heard. Doesn't want to put Jumbo onto his roof. Rod Green was quickest, but he's now just been outgunned by Stuart Gregg, who goes even quicker. And that's almost, what's that? 16 seconds? No, 20 seconds quicker. 20 seconds quicker. Stuart Gregg gets the win for H1. Rodney Green gets second, and Pat Gearing will get third place. Although he hasn't crossed the line, so his time hasn't been put down. But he'll still get the third spot, even though he's not crossed the line and put in an official time.
But Greg, looks like in H5 we've got Jonathan Detoy, Sefuri Jr. and Dirk Venter.
Yes.
So remember, I don't think Karen Pitcher made it to the final.
No, Pitcher hasn't made it out, unfortunately. So Venter will be the next one. Start delayed. I think that's just to recover Patrick Gearing's car. Sorry, Patrick Gearing's car. Pat Gearing's car is stuck there slightly. We'll probably see it as Jono goes past him. I wonder if Jono's lap will be negated and he'll have to start that one again, because I think as he left, they might have red flagged it. Well, while we're waiting for them to sort that out, maybe we just shoot down a pit lane for Colin to pick up on the winner of the class. Yeah, they are recovering a car there, so we've got some time. Let's maybe shoot down there if we can, D. Let's go down to Stuart Gregg and Colin with the win for H1.
Fuck, what a jolt. I'll get the swear words out.
Yeah, you can say.
My mother wouldn't be good. Was that better, Ryan?
Stuart Gregg, you've just won H1. How does that feel?
Yeah, Colin, it's a biscuit, man. This thing's incredible. Yeah, I loved it.
I just see the massive smile in your eyes.
Man, these things just want to drift and move, and it's the most rewarding thing. The input that you put into it and what you get out of it, and the sensation through your backside.
Awesome.
It's just sensational. Love it.
Now go and have
It's in one piece.
Now go and have a beer.
Yeah, 2.
He's going to have 2 beers. Let's wait for our next class winner.
Wait there a little while there, Colin. Unfortunately, we've got one car that has to do rerun. That'll be Jonathan Detoy, because his run was negated. The red flag been coming out as he'd already started his run. So we'll change things up there in the start order slightly, because Dirk Venter will start that H5 class. It should be Venter that takes it relatively easily over Jonathan Detoy. Unfortunately, the third car in H5, Car and Pitcher, did not make it out. So Sefuri would have been the other car, but of course, remember, he broke Teapot, the other Austin A35. So those were the 4 cars in H5. So it doesn't look like he's going to make it out either, which is why I think Karen Pitcher got promoted up into the 3 spot. And I don't think that Nash was ready to go. So it's literally a 2-way battle here between DeToy and Dirk Venter. But Venter already has the advantage of about 13 seconds quicker. So we can start that car up now.
Yeah, okay, so I understand now, Greg. So there's only 2 cars left in the H5.
Yes.
Yeah, one didn't make it. One couldn't make it.
DeToy did a 135, but he's going to have to come back because they red flagged his session. And that's what happens. If you get a red flag in your session, you automatically come back to the start line and you get a rerun because your run is hindered by that red flag.
But good to see the guys on the right-hand side again from a starting point of view. I'm sure that's where you really want to be.
Now, straight to the line, the better, that's for sure.
Just keeping all the way to the right, there's Jerk. But yeah, he's having a good run, yeah. He's had a flawless run so far and he's just enjoying it out there.
Looking for the win for H5 here is Dirk Venter. Jonathan DeToy will still do his second run as his first one was negated with that red flag coming out. But here comes Venter into turn 2, Castral corner. As he heads up, as you can see, we've mentioned it all day long, kind of tightens on you on the exit of turn 2 there compared to if you'd go the other way around where it opens up. So it just changes your whole strategy in terms of your driving and what you can do in the car.
Yeah, basically you have to get your car rotated before you can put too much power. A little bit on the curb there. On the inside was Jerk.
Oh, curb's okay on that car. Not on this one. Jonathan DeToy will have to try and keep them off the curbs here, if he can.
Yeah, this car's almost as high as it's long.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost a square. Don't be rolling that dice. There we go. So Jonathan DeToy will set the pace for H5. And his time should pop up any second now. I mean, Dirk Venter.
Dirk Venter.
I was looking for Jonathan DeToy because that's
13-0 for Jerk.
And he did a 12.5. So he's basically on the same kind of time as what he did earlier on in the qualifying session. So he didn't really have to push it because he's got the advantage of 13 seconds over Jonathan, over Sief, who should have been there in the teapot version of the Trans-Africa Racing Austins. And also Corin Pitcher, who was in Noddy, the Nash Metropolitan.
Yeah, good stuff, good view here as Jono goes up the hill there. Coming up to what is the S's. So you need to find your braking marker there. And you turn left. And this is your last chance to make up a bit of time. Into this left-hander, down the hill to the finish.
Open that wastegate, get everything you can down to the line. And across the line, Jonathan DeToy goes third quickest of the pack so far, but second in H5. And that's quite a big margin. 18-second difference there between Venter and Jonathan DeToy for first and second in H5. I'm not sure if they've rolled the next pack out. They're probably going to wait for Jonathan to come back in. But I know that Colin's down there, and Colin might be looking for Dirk Venter, the winner of H5. Oh, there we go. There is Corin. Corin Pitcher's on. So she's been called in. Maybe she didn't realize she'd qualified for the top 3. Might have been a late call there to get her back onto track. So Corin Pitcher will still go through there and have a chance of getting onto the podium for the H5 class, as Nicole Donker will follow her. Hedley Whitehead is in this pack as well. So is Alistair Simpson, James Temple, Sief Farid Jr.
Jonathan Ducharte.
Yeah, and then of course Jonathan DeToy's got to climb out of one car and go and get into another one because he's got 2 cars in this class, or in the H category, but different class in terms of the H category.
Yeah, so like we said, Karen Pitcher up here for a podium, which will be good for Greg.
Yeah. Just shows consistency is key, as we said earlier on. You might not have to be the fastest car out there, but if you're consistent and you stay in those times and stay in the top 3 all weekend long, top 3 finish is on the cards, and it certainly is now for the Nash Metropolitan Noddymobile.
Like we say, you have to be in it to win it.
Nicole Donker's in it with H2 with Hendy Whitehead and John Tender-Sharte. That'll be the fight there. It's kind of what would be considered the Little Giants class, because all those cars race in Little Giants.
Yeah, and it's quite close. Nicole Donker and Hendy Whitehead, their times were quite close, so it's still on there, for your podium positions. Things could change up. But yeah, Karen will enjoy her. Remember, her last run was very good. So I'm sure she's looking forward to this one. That maybe caught a bit off guard in the last minute. They say, you're in.
Exactly. She probably was changed and on her way home. Had to phone her and call her back. Wind is still pumping down this first straightaway, though. If you look at that flag in the start marshal's hand. If this was a bike event, you'd be really worried. But one cool thing about it is that you can leave your braking very late into turn 1 if you're on a bike. It doesn't really affect the car as much, but it will certainly affect it slightly if you've got big wings on it. That wind pumping straight down that back straightaway is going to hurt a couple of the launches of the more pertinent cars in this competition.
But there we go. There goes Karen enjoying her last run here. Good line there through 1.
She's waiting to go and see her good friend Big Ears at the end of this one. In the Noddy car into turn 2. This will secure her 3rd place in the H5 class.
Coming through turn 3 now. Little bit uphill.
There's a slight rise there, just to get it back onto the main straightaway. And then it turns into a big climb up this part of the track.
Okay, Nicole Donker on her run. Nicole Donker on the H2. I'll be keen to look at her time here. As Karen just finishes her run. Nicole Donker coming through turn 2. Looking good. Going wide now. Trying to find the correct line for 3. In the middle of the track. Now these cars you can put foot. Coming up to this turn now. Yeah, don't brake too late. Try and get your apex. Next up will be the little Mini.
Hedley Whitehead.
Yeah. Whitehead. Nicole just finishing her run. Hedley Whitehead on his run. We'll have a look at those times. Nicole Donker finished on a 1:21.2. So this stage puts her in the lead of H2. But we'll see when Hedley Whitehead completes his run. Then it will be John Tender-Sharte on his way. There goes little Mini through turn 4. Yeah, almost flat up. They'll use the track there. There goes Tender-Sharte. Just waiting for Whitehead to finish his run. We'll look at those times. Okay, Nicole Whitehead on a 119.9, so he takes the lead. Puts Nicole Donker second at this stage. but we've still got Tendo Shata in the H2 class to come. So it was a good little tangle there with Nicole Donker and Whitehead, but Whitehead did a good time. And let's see who's next.
This will be the big AC Cobra of Heinrich de Prier. So Dirk Fenton takes class H5, Stuart Gregg takes class H1, and it's Nicole Donker to take class H2 so far. But still some work to do here in the Little Giants category. Fighting with John Tendershate and Hedley Whitehead. Whitehead at the moment has got the advantage over her.
Yeah, and looks like Tendershate just went over line, Greg.
He's just crossed it and taken the lead there and taken the win for H2.
Yeah,
so H2 goes to Tendershate.
Yeah, from Whitehead and Donker. Okay, so we're into the H8 class now.
He's the only class. So then Toy and Siafari make their way out now. So Siafari in the Willie Hepburn little Chevy. H8 being the V8 class, of course. Jonathan's still got to come out potentially in the West Bank car. It'll be in the V8 Super, the West Bank modified Opel Astra.
Yeah, the times Siafari Jr. and Jonathan de Toy, their times were close, Greg. Qualifying. Heinrich looks like he'll settle for third. But there's Siaf now, coming through. He's got the wiggle on.
If he did a 102.186 his fastest lap, and he's now trying to get that 101 in. He needs a 101 in here to give Jonathan at least a bit of a run for his money. As he comes a little clip of the curb there. Just running onto those curbs with a big V8 like that might not be the ideal line. Manages to hang on to it. Uses the inside curb coming out to the final turn and across the line. Should go top of the list with a 102.563. So that's a little slower than what he did in qualifying. But I think the wind is playing a big factor here, bud. I think the wind is coming into play here big time.
Still quite hot outside. Track conditions will be hot. Changeable conditions. Yeah, the wind. If you catch the wind at the wrong place, it can hamper your run. But now let's see.
We're waiting for the next batch. The next batch will come out now. It'll be DeToy, Simpson. Siafari's got to go and jump into the other car as well. He's got to get into the Lolette. So he's got to get into the Lolette, then Jimmy T and Ian Schofield, I should say.
Yeah, but next up should be Jonathan de Toy, in also in the H8 class. And he just needs to, still going to be close between him and Siaf, Greg.
Yeah.
For the win.
The times are close there between them.
Yeah.
For the win.
So it's looking good, yeah.
To be honest, if Jonathan gets the win in that V8, in the modified saloon car, he can sort of give it to Siaf, because Siaf did all the installation laps and practices for him yesterday to get that car to work. So it'll be kind of a shared victory, I think, between the two of them if he does take the win over Siafi. So we're just standing by for that next batch to be let out. The reason there is a little break is that Siaf's got to jump out of one car, the Chevy, the little Chevy Can-Am, and jump into the Chevy-powered Lolette for his final run. Those cars, though, might still be involved in the Classic Conqueror shootout. So there's still some work to be done. There comes Jonathan now in the Astra.
Yeah, so he just needs a consistent, smooth run to try and take the win, yeah.
Then Simpson is fighting with Free Jr. and James Temple for the win in Class H6. Temple on for the triple. I stand to be corrected, but in terms of the classes here, if he wins this class, James Temple will have taken victories at every hill climb in South Africa. So that'll be one of the only drivers, I think, here today that has that under his mantle.
Yeah, and we also have Ian Schofield there in the back. He's class H9. He's the only one, I think, in his class.
Yes, he's the only H9 car.
But yeah, it's interesting to see now what Jono's going to do, Jonathan the Toy.
The other H9 car that could have been here might have been Andre Besaidno's Lola. But he didn't bring it from Cape Town. He's keeping that for next year. They're working on it at the moment. They're working on his Gould as well to get it ready for the 2026 season. He had to get a new engine because he actually popped the engine on that Gould in a practice session.
Okay, but Jonathan, yeah, looking now for a win. Nice to see he's quite close in this class, so it's good.
Detroit's best time so far, 101.791. And I think that potentially could have been actually set by Sif as opposed to Jono. So we haven't actually seen a 101, I think, out of Jonathan Detroit. I stand to be corrected. I'm just going to check my notes quickly. I've got them here just to see what he did in that car. 101s we need to go to. So Jonathan Detroit. Qualifying 5. No, beg your pardon. Jono did. It was a qualifying 5. So Jono did set the fastest.
Okay, but there he goes. Quite a good launch there. A little bit of wheel spin, but he's going down the hill. Well, down the straightaway. And into turn 1. You won't be 100% flat, but you'll put as much throttle if you can. Don't brake too late for this tight turn now. Especially in these bigger cars, Greg. There's turn 2, tightens up a lot on you.
Big time. And there's not a lot of turning circle on those cars either.
No.
Remember, they're race cars, so there's like a small pitch left and right. There's not a full pitch like you see on a drift car or on a normal road going car.
And remember, yes, Zwartkops, these cars are used to turning right more times than left. Now today you have to turn tight left.
They've set them up slightly differently to run the opposite way around. Cambering those wheels slightly. Just looking at the times there from Jonathan Detroit. Sector times looking good. Can he get up to the top there? Seafree hangs on for now. Detroit should be crossing the line shortly.
Yeah, Simpson is on his
way. And
way.
goes quickest. Jono takes it. H8 101.397 to Jonathan Detroit. So he wins out H8 over Seafree Jr. and Heinrich de Prier in third place in the AC Cobra.
Yeah, quite a good time there, fast time there for him. So Alistair Simpson there in the H6 class from Seafree Jr. pulling off now. And then we'll see James Temple.
It's such a pity. Remember I said to you earlier on, it's such a pity that Teapot broke, because otherwise Seaf would have had all 3 cars in the shootouts for the class finals. He would have had Teapot in the H5 class.
Yeah, he would have been in that car. But he's enjoying this car as well. There goes James Temple now. Trying to win the class. Trying to do the triple. This is your H6 class. Seafree will be over the line. 102.5. Is it? No, sorry.
No, 102.9. 102.9 is his second lap time there. So that's the H6 that he's in there. Yes, third overall.
102.9 in that class.
Yeah, that's a good run there.
H6.
102.5 in the V8 and 102.9 in the V6 is not a bad run. That's for sure. Oh, sorry, it's a V8. I think it's a Chevy V8 as well. Here we go, H9, final car onto the circuit. Schofield in full flight. Does he go for a lap record? Yeah, possibly. It is ideal conditions for this car. A little bit of wind to deal with that wing, but now as he comes through, the wind will help him onto the main straightaway. Little wide there from Temple's point. Temple goes quickest overall and takes the win in H6. So it's James Temple for the win in H6. Jonathan Detroit the win in H8. Dirk Venter takes H5 and H1 goes to Stuart Gregg as it stands.
Yeah, Schofield is in H9. But yeah, James Temple 101.1. So it's a second slower than he went earlier, but it was all about the win, yeah, Greg?
Yeah, but his quickest has been a 60-second flat point 162.
Yeah.
Maybe he keeps that for the shootout, because Temple will go through to the Classic Conqueror shootout, and maybe there he goes for the sub 60. He's looking for a sub 60. Nice run there. Oh, that's a sub 60 proper from Schofield. 58.2 to take H9 in the March 77B. What a good run there from him. And that is Class H done. Class A, please start making your way down to pre-race. Class A, start making your way down to pre-race, please. So there you have it. Having a look at how things went there. Pretty interesting how the turnaround went. Ian Schofield taking H9. James Temple takes H6. H8 goes to Jonathan DeToy. H5 to Dirk Venter. H1 to Stuart Gregg. And H2 to John Ten Desharte. That's how we wrap up for Class H.
Class A, guys, you guys are lining up so long, just for people on the live stream. Trent Williams, you need to make your way to the start line, please. Trent Williams.
Right, standing by down in pit lane, catching up with some of our class winners is Colin. Let's have a look and see who he's got. Here we go.
James, you've just won H6. Bit of hard work. You've got a sweat building there.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, it would have been quite close. So I saw CFE's really decent driver. So he's all over the back of me. So we had to I had a conservative run, but I just wanted to try and pick up a class win. And then now we'll hopefully get into with the top 10 and we'll give it a real go there because there's nothing to lose.
I heard you say to Mackies that you'd done a little change, and did the change work? Did it?
Yeah, absolutely, we did. The turn was a bit lazy mid-corner, so we got that right now. So the car feels very ready for the top 10, so I'll be excited.
And that little smile on your face, you ready for it. Good luck. Thanks.
Thanks, Colin. Cheers.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Let's just try it again.
1, 2, 3. How can you find it?
So rolling out now for the class finals for Class A. We start with Class A8, the two electric vehicles there of Arnold du Plessis and Alan Poulter. And then the top three from the Shelby SA class are going to join them. Josh O'Callaghan, Paul Malachi, and Anton Pomersheim. So it's A8 and A7 battle on track for the first part of this class final.
Okay, going to be a good shootout, or a good class final here with the Shelbys. Those boys will be fighting out. The two electric cars, they'll enjoy it there as well. There's a little bit of a time difference between them, but those Shelbys, they're very close.
The BYD Seal 1089 and the Volvo EX30 did a 105.2. Those are the two top times out of those two cars. But I think what you might see now is turn everything off. Whatever driver aids you don't need on this BYD Seal will be turned off. And we might see Arnold du Plessis just give it a little bit more stick than what he has up to now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Let's see what time he ends with. Yeah, you can see it's quite windy outside now, Greg. Look at those, the trees blowing there and the flags.
Also just talking about the BYD brand. I mean, it's a new brand to South Africa, but in the world, it has one of the fastest, if not, I think, the fastest electric vehicle in its fleet. And it also has the fastest electric truck or bakkie in its fleet as well. So BYD certainly nothing to sniff at for sure when it comes to the power output of these cars. It's up to Arnold du Plessis now to see if he can find something special here and maybe just pip Alan Poulter in that Tom Camphor Volvo EX30.
Yeah, good line there through turn 2. I'm sure he's giving it his all now. Hy probeer sy beste. Hier by die top of the hill challenge, dames en here. Dankie dat julle saam met ons is, even on the live stream. Just a little bit of Afrikaans now and then for Afrikaans people.
And if you've joined us from all around the world, yes, that is Leon Oudendal talking Afrikaans. Hopefully YouTube have given us the option of subtitles when he does talk, because our international friends might not understand him. But yeah, it is fantastic to go tweetalig gaan as hier so vandag hier by die Zwartkops renbaan.
Just a little bit.
That's not bad for an Irishman, eh? All right, let's see what Arnie does. To the line, comes across 109.088. Not as quick as what he's been in that car. That potentially is going to give Alan Poulter the win, I think, because Al knows exactly what to do in this little Volvo and has done a spectacular job all weekend long. He's been super impressed with this car, considering he's a petrol head of note. So to normally change from a hardcore petrol head and put them into an electric vehicle, they don't usually have as much fun. But he's told us right from the word go that this car is absolutely a blast to be in. And he's had such a joy in Tom Camphor's Scale Electrics EX30.
Now, first of the Shelby's off. Should be, is it 37?
O'Callaghan, yeah. Josh O'Callaghan starts that pack. As we see Poulter to the line, does he go quicker? He does, by a long margin. Wow, almost 4 seconds. 3.5 to be exact. The difference there between Alan Poulter and Arnold du Plessis for the win in Class A8. This is the A7 battle now. Josh O'Callaghan looking for a chance now to try and maybe just go slightly quicker than what he has. Maybe he's kept it, last run. As we saw from a couple of cars, they tend to keep it right to the final. Don't show their cards until it counts. O'Callaghan will try and keep out Malachi and Pomersheim.
Great, but I think that conditions, track conditions and weather outside, wind and so forth, I think it's a little bit more difficult than it was earlier, because the guys are betting to go faster. And in your class final, this is one spot where you want to give it your all, but they're not really going faster than some of their qualifying rounds. But it's all about the win, yeah, and or your podium spot.
11.079 is not going to be good enough for Josh O'Callaghan, because Malachi's done a 107.1, so anything, even on a smooth run, not even a full tilt run, Malachi should still be quicker there in the Burgundy version of the Shelby Super Snakes. He hits the 5. Pomersheim drops the hammer on the line. And he'll be heading down towards turn 1 now in full flight. Fighting the wind down that back straightaway. can actually hear it just in the camera microphone on our camera at the bottom end of that straight. The wind starting to affect the microphone there. You can hear it pumping through there as well. And there you go. Malachi goes second quickest at the moment, but top of A7 for now. He beats Joshua Callahan by nearly 5 seconds. But now it's up to Pommersheim. Can Anton Pommersheim maybe just do the dirty on him and sneak through to take the win in the A7/Shelby SA class?
Yeah, the A7s there, times are quite close to each other. A little bit wide out of 4 there. As Strati in the BMW M4E pulls away, he's in A4. But yeah, the guys are fighting it out here for the top 3 positions in their classes.
This is Pommersheim possibly for the win in Class A7. Does he go top and ahead? Yes, he does. He actually beats Arnold Duplessis as well. So, nice run. No, he doesn't. Malachi stays top.
Yeah.
Malachi stays top. I didn't even see Paulie there ahead of him. So, Paul Malachi starts and finishes the weekend at the top of the list in the Shelby SA class. Great drive there from Paul Malachi, Anton Pommersheim and Joshua Callahan. Lindenberg Racing and Shelby SA top 3 for A7.
Yeah, Greg, quite close between Paul Malachi and Pommersheim. So it was a good final there.
Great final. This is the start of A4. Stratianicus, the lone car on track at the moment. He'll have to wait in the pit lane while the second batch of cars makes its way onto the circuit after this crossover. But he's going to set the bar. And Strati crosses the line. Top of the list, 102.666. His fastest so far has been a 102.189. So he's not far off his top pace so far. But he's got to find, hope that Willie de Beer and Brandon Dean don't have any big problem, or have big problems. Otherwise, he's going to battle to try and stay with the Porsche and the Ferrari.
Yeah, but he gave it his all there. Good run there for Strati. And now I'll just have a look, waiting for the next batch of cars to come out. We'll have the A4 guys going for the different class, the win or the podium spots.
Billy's one of them.
Yeah, Billy de Beer.
Brandon Dean actually is A3.
So A4 is Strati and Billy de Beer.
Billy de Beer and Strati are the only 2 in A4. I didn't realize that Brandon Dean was a separate class. I thought he was in class A4 as well, but clearly the Ferrari has got a slightly different setup there. I just want to have a look at the list there to see why that configuration would have changed. Because
and Brandon Dean is
in
A3.
3 litre 6 cylinder. Willie is 3.8 litre 6 cylinder. It's a 2.9 litre, that's why. 6 cylinder. So it's not quite a 3 litre, the Ferrari.
Okay.
Although most people would definitely argue about that. All right, while we wait for these cars to go down to the start line, let's go and catch up with Colin and some of our fans in the audience.
Sif, top of the hill, top of the bridge. You've had a blast today. 3 cars having to run to get into them. What's been your highlight?
Oh, obviously, like I said to you this morning, the Can-Am is obviously the highlight for me for the weekend. I mean, it gave me such a thrill driving the car. It's got so much horsepower, but yeah, the handling is a bit, it's I don't know how to explain it. But I think there was probably a 101 in the car, and then I messed up. Turn 4, yeah. I messed it up and I still did a 2.5, so I'm quite happy with that. And then the Lolette surprised me. That car stood for 12 years. The tires is also 10 years old, and we did a 2.9 with that, and we didn't have a lot of seat time in it, so yeah, it was fun.
And now as a spectator, we up here, we can see the launch down there and cars coming through. This is a tricky corner here.
Yeah, so...
Okay, hold on. Where they got cars going now? Porsches. Cheers, Greg, take it.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks for catching up there with CFE. He's had a busy day in the saddle. Let's have a look and see what Willie de Beer can do. Gold wheels on the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Looking for a chance to possibly be the fastest supercar and road-going saloon if he can get to the top end of this field. But he's going to be hard-pressed by the other 2 Porsches of Jared Rousseau and Vic Kampfer, and the Ferrari, who's not too far behind him there, of Brandon Dean.
Yeah, good battle here, Greg. Willie de Beer and this A4 with Strati.
Strati, yeah.
A little bit of understeer going through 4 there for Willie. But still, although they're different classes, they've got a little battle there, like you say, for the road cars.
This is an A3 road car at the moment, 2.96 litre as it heads down towards turn 1. The only prancing horse here this weekend with Brandon Dean behind the wheel. Willie goes top 101, so he beats out Strati. Now, can he keep out Jared Rousseau, Vic Camphor and Brandon Dean for overall honours? Remember, they are class honours here, but it's the Class A's that will be out later on in the supercar and road car shootout.
Yeah, and their times are quite close, so Greg, yeah, that's going to be a good shootout later.
It's basically the same amount of cars. These same cars will be out for the top 10 again.
Yeah.
So as they head up there, let's have a look and see. This is the Ferrari going towards the finish line as Jared Rousseau starts his run in the GT3.
I almost think that Ferrari's been better with the systems on.
Yeah, it is.
He kept the systems on. You know,
it is.
You can drive a car still fast with the systems on if you go smooth.
Second, 101.3. So Willie de Beer holds the mantle for now for top road going in the supercar. He's got A4 win. Brandon Dean's got A3 win. Alan Poulter's got A8 win. Paul Malachi's got A7 win. Jared Rousseau looking for A5's win now.
Now Brandon Dean went a little bit quicker as well than his qualifying time, so it was a smooth run. Smoothness is important.
Here's the man who could be top of the list again. Remember, that's last year's champion in terms of the road class. Top of the hill shootout champion. Vic Camphor. We've already seen his Volvo take a victory in the hands of Alan Poulter. Now it's up to him to try and get the double. The two black cars looking for a chance for a double victory here for Tom Camphor Motors. He had a bit of assistance, I mentioned earlier on. Porsche South Africa have helped him out with a little bit of the setup there. Getting that car to work just a little bit better than what it was, handling-wise. Getting the toe in right. And
now Jared Rousseau did a 101.4 there, Greg.
He did. That's not going to be good enough. I don't think here. Vic Camphor is going to go to the top of the list by the look of it. He's going to take the win here. Overall, he does 59.5. He's broken the 60-second bracket. That's what he wanted. 59.5 from Vic Camphor. That is exactly what he wanted. That is an amazing effort there from Vic. Well done. Ready to be a second place. He takes Class A4 though. Brandon Dean takes Class A3. And second place in Class A5 is Jared Rousseau. A good run from Strati up into 5th place overall with Alan Poulter taking Class A8. Vic Camphor coming into pit lane. Colin's going to go and catch up with him. And Cole, by the way, that is the first time he's gone sub 60 in the circuit. So a 59.580 is the fastest, and he retains his class title. We've got to just wait a little bit longer to see if he takes the road car class overall in the shootout.
Vic, 59.5, you win your class. How does that feel?
Unbelievable. Under a minute on a road car. That's amazing.
It's not just any road car, it's a Porker GT3.
Yeah, standard one. It's amazing what these cars can do.
Okay, now new rules. You're not allowed to wheel spin in the pit lane.
Okay, all right. So what are we going to do?
Just a little bit. No, don't. Last year there was donuts here. It was a beautiful experience. What a lovely car. Vic, take it away. We'll see you at the top of the 10.
That's what he's hoping to do a bit later on there, Colin, for sure, is to go to the top of the list again in the top 10 shootout for the road car shootout. That's going to be coming up pretty shortly. But first, we've got to go into arguably one of the most competitive classes here this weekend. We're moving into the B class final. And they line up with Leon Breedenkamp. In fact, it'll be Ishmael Beloya, beg your pardon, starting things out. Then you're going to have Josh Totoy, Leon Breedenkamp. You've got Jason Loosemore, and he'll be fighting for B10 honours with Jared Rousseau. B6 honours will be Diewald Pretorius, Mark Totoy. B2 will be Arthur Horn, Brad Liebenberg, and Jonathan Mahotsi. And then we'll go into the B3s, which is just Pierre Bester and Charles Fowles. B7 is Mark Totoy, all on his own sim. and then we get down to the nitty-gritty, bud. The last 3 cars on track. Franco Scribanti, Pete Zeeley's not there, so it's probably going to bump Silvio into that 3rd spot, and then it'll be Rekard Rutz for the class final if they do that. I don't see Silvio there, but we'll wait and see because he also had a bit of a problem. But let's see what happens as we roll these cars out for the first time, starting with the bottom end of this Class B final with B1s, Ishmael Beloy, Josh Tatoy, Leon Bredenkamp, Jason Loosemore, Jared Rousseau, Dieval Pretorius, and joining them will be Mark Tatoy. So we're going right up to B6 in the first batch of cars.
Yeah, exciting class here, Greg, Class B. And obviously one of the highlights of today will be that B5 battle. We'll just see we'll know Rekard will be there, Franco will be there, but we'll see if it's going to be Silvio, maybe Aldo Scribante. But yeah, looking forward to this one, and things are hotting up now.
No, it's going to be a great little battle here. They've been pretty evenly matched all race weekend long. Ishmael Beloy's 14-4-12 dead from Josh, 11-8 from Leon. That's the super hatch battle in those Honda Civics. Behind them, Jason Loosemore, 108.5. Jared Rousseau, of course, slightly quicker. He's got a slightly quicker car underneath him, but I don't see Jared Rousseau on track. Did he not? Yes, he did. He broke that R6, the R6, the Golf 6R, sorry. So Jared Rousseau won't be there either. Golf 6R is out of this one, so it's a battle for B6 between Dierwald and Mark.
Although Jared isn't he wasn't B10.
Yeah, fighting with Jason Loosemore.
So if he's not there, it's only Jason Leesmore. Yeah,
Loosemore's on his own. He's got to just
if
do it
Jared's
right.
going to make it out, we're not sure. But first up, it will be Ishmael Beloy. He's looking for about 2 seconds or so if he wants to improve his podium position. And it's close between Joshua Deto and Leon Bredenkamp, as you said. So Ishmael must go for it, yeah.
He's just been known in the past to put in some hot laps when he needs to in a super hatch. Can he do it now to outgun his 2 stablemates out of Trans-Africa Racing? In-house super hatch fight here between the 3 of them.
You can still see that turn 2 is still tricky for most of these guys, Greg. You know, they're still trying to get their grips 100% with it. Where do I accelerate? Where do I brake? How much speed can I carry in? So it is quite a tricky corner. But it's looking good so far. Let's see him out of this one. Yeah, good stuff, good line. Trying to find the shortest line, straightest line. And there goes Joshua the Toy.
He's going to try and find a slightly shorter and more straighter line than Ishmael Beloy was able to. And then Leon will do the same thing to outgun him. That's the plan. That's what they need to do as they come through here into this class final. And Ishmael Beloy will set the pace and open up the account for the Class Bs with a 14.531. That is just a little bit quicker than his best time. He's done a 14.498, so he's about a second off his best time this weekend. Josh now looking to try and get at least into the 12s, but he has to get into the 11s if he wants to beat Leon. But remember, the times that they've done so far don't count. It's only the times they set now.
Yeah, but the qualifying just gives us a ballpark figure.
Yes.
Now each 14.5, he went a 10 slower than his best qualifying. But Joshua, maybe to win it, he knows he'll have to try and do a high 11.
I think an 11 will put him in the running, that's for sure. He comes out of the final turn, crosses the line, goes to the top. 11.6, that'll do.
Yeah.
That'll be good enough, hey?
That's
an 11.6. If Leon can't get an 11 in here, he might lose out in the super hatch battle for Class B1.
But that's a very good run from Joshua Deto there. 11.6. We'll be very happy with that. I think the pressure's on. Leon won't know what time he did, but he knows he has to push as hard as he can. They were close, but that's a good improvement from Josh Deto in the class final, Greg.
He raised a really valid point, which we haven't really spoken about all day long, is the fact that these drivers, when they're down on the line, have no idea what their competition have done. because unless they're carrying a smart device in their car and they can see the lap times on maybe the internet, they're not going to have any idea as to what the times were. So there's a big surprise when they come down there to see what their times are like. And let's see if Leon's is quicker than Josh. He's not. Josh Tutoy wins out B1. 11.669 for Josh Tutoy, 12.430 for Vredenkamp, and Beloy with a 14.5. That's your top three in Super Hatch and Class B1.
Jason Loosemore, B10 now. He's out there.
All on his own. Because Jared Dessau's not coming. He broke that Gifts and Goodies goal.
He's the only one in B10. Next up there.
Diavolt in B5 or B6. B6, I beg your pardon, yeah, B6. Diavolt Pretorius in the Mazda RX-7 rotary powered machine.
And he'll be up against Mark Dutoy in the B6 class, but there's quite a big time difference. But Jason will take that 107.9 B10, good lap time. For Jason Loosemore there.
Takes the victory in B10 with that as well. Nice to have him here though. Former Polo Cup champion, part of the Volkswagen Motorsport team. Knowing that his two teammates are doing some development on his car for next year. Volkswagen giving him an opportunity to jump in the safety car for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Take the lights off. Don't have a Joel. Pay for the entry and he can have some fun here this weekend. So Jason now becomes... Oh, that's quite a feat as well. We spoke about the triple for James Temple, taking a win in each of the hill climbs in South Africa in his respective class for Lindenberg Racing. But Jason Loosemore now becomes a winner at circuit racing level, oval track level, and hill climb level. That's also quite a decent feat there from Jason Loosemore's point of view.
Diavolt Pretorius a 107 dead. That's a nice improvement. Won't be enough, I think, to beat Mark Dutoy, but nevertheless, it's a good run. Mark using all the road and some more. Running a little bit
for
wide.
that. He paid for that land. He's allowed to use it. Nice one, Dutoy. I think Vota should have come and played with you this weekend. I really do. Brought another look of those GT cars to come and play from the ACD Valcom 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
But there we go, Mark, 102.2 for the win in B6. But a good lap time as well.
Yeah, easily done in the end. About 5-second difference there. 4.8 to be exact. Over Diavolt Pretorius for B6. Oof. There goes that rotary underneath us. I feel the whole building start to rumble actually. So that was the last of the first batch of cars. Now, ladies and gents, we tell you to maybe go and quickly grab something out of the fridge if you need a cold drink. If you need to go to the loo, it's time to go now because class finals for B5. Be ready for an epic battle about to come onto the circuit. B3, B7 and B5 will be making their way onto the circuit any second now to go and fight it out for the last part of these proceedings. B2 in there as well, of course, with Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Mkhotsi, but that's just a matter of circumstance for the two of them. They're not going to be fighting each other for that win. Brad knows that he's got the normal Super Cup Polo GTI. Arthur Horn will be with them. Of course, he's also in the B2 class. He's in a Volkswagen Challenge car. That's the Super Cup Polo GTI. And this is the Super Cup Polo GTI Hill Climb Special. Pierre Bester and Charlie Folds will be fighting for B3 as they roll out. And is that where they're going to stop them? Yes, that is. Oh, so they're going to keep the top guns away from us and send them out on their own. I like that. That is good thinking.
Now it's the B2s that will be out, the B3s, and then later the big B5 boys.
The big 5 Top Guns. B5 Top Gun battle for classes. Oof, can't wait. Can't wait. It's going to be good.
Yeah, things are hotting up here at the top of the hill challenge, everybody. So it's all happening here. We're sitting here in anticipation of B5, but first up here, Arthur Thorne, B2. He'll just bring it home and should be a podium for him.
It is a podium for him. If he just finishes the lap, he gets a podium in B2. It's quite a nice podium to be on, considering the fact that he's going to be on the podium with I think Brad is now sitting on 10 South African championships. Makhotzi's on 1. So he's on the same podium as 11 South African champions in total between the two drivers alongside him. I think RU will be happy with that. As Colin called him earlier on, Thorn de Toy.
Yeah.
Only because that car was shared between Thorn and de Toy in one of the endurance races.
Yeah, that's the two surnames on the side of the car.
Yes.
But
I think Colin thought that was his first name.
Yeah, Thorn de Toy. It's Arthur Thorn.
Come on, Arthur Thorn de Toy, you can do this. If you do this, you might even get brought into the de Toy fold, hey? If you beat these two Volkswagens behind you, there's no doubt about it that you'll be brought into that fold. All right, there we go. In the Volkswagen Challenge Polo, heading down towards turn 1. Arthur Thorn starts B2's battle for the class final at Top of the Hill 2025.
At the B2 class here, all VWs, just different. They're the same,
different versions of the Polo, yeah. This was the original Polo Cup car, which now then became a challenge car and is now in this trim racing in, I think, T2 in Super Hatch. So that's where Arthur Thorn races this car normally. Then from there you go to the next car on track, Brad Liebenberg, which is the upgrade. A massive upgrade they made to Super Cup. Goes straight to the push to pass mechanism. That gives him an extra little bit of power down towards turn 1. Liebenberg, of course, a former champion in that class for Super Cup, so knows exactly what the capabilities of that car are, but has spent this weekend developing the new gearbox for that car for the standing starts for 2026's championship. Arthur Thorn goes third quickest. That's not a bad run there from him, 107.363. He's done a 107.7, so that's his fastest lap of the weekend in the final run. So he's not holding back. That's good to see.
Yeah, good improvement there from him, Greg. Arthur Thorn, 4:10, so you'll be happy with that.
He's still up for the fight, even though he knows he's maybe fighting against cars that are going to be a lot quicker than him.
You're racing against your clock than your best time, so you're trying to prove your own best time, which is good.
Personal
you're not
best.
just there, you don't just take it home, you try and go faster, which is it's a very good sign.
Brad coming to the line now, might go top of the list. He does 59.5. Wow, a sub 60 from Brad Liebenberg in the Super Cup Polo. Now, what has Jonathan Makhotzi got? Because Jonathan Makhotzi was talking about the fact that they were going to try something special. Maybe not now in the class final, but he was saying that the boost would certainly be turned up at one point in this car. Is this a test run to see maybe half a boost higher than what they've been running before they go all out? Pierre Bester will be sent on his way shortly in the A45.
But yeah, Bradley Liebenberg, good run there. He improved by half a second, so very good. John Makhotzi should go fastest now, and then Pierre Bester on his way in B3.
57.017, fastest of the weekend for Jonathan Makhotzi there on his final run for the class final, taking the win in Class B2, beating out Brad Liebenberg and Arthur Thorn, your top 3 for B2. Nice run there. B3 now on track in Pierre Bester's lone Mercedes-Benz. It's the only Mercedes-Benz that's been piloted here this weekend. That AMG 45 has been a very good car for Pierre, but he's got a bit of a fight on still with Charlie Folds, who will be out, I think, only in the next batch of cars. Have they kept him or did they send him out? I'm not quite sure. I didn't see if the Subaru got out, but I think he might be there. Oh, there he is. He is there. On that one.
Now they're battling out for B3. Pierre Bester ran a little bit wide out of 4, but he had to give it his all to try and improve on the time, because he was looking for about 2 to 3 seconds.
Let's see what he does as he crosses the line now. Bester goes 4th quickest, 103.038. So his best time's been a 102.4, so not quite his fastest. But is that enough? I don't think it's going to be enough, because Charles has been a lot faster than him in the Subaru all weekend long. Almost 7 or 8 seconds quicker. So Charles can literally just cruise around. He doesn't even have to give it stick, but he'll try and go, as you said, for another personal best. Beat himself and the clock if he can.
Yeah, he's looking for the win here in his class.
Should be done relatively easily. He does there. Goes third overall. 60-second.052.
Yeah,
and that beats Pierre by 3.5 seconds. So a nice run there from Charles Folds to wrap up that batch of cars. That, I think, is the last batch of cars, because we now head into the B5 shootout. I'm not quite sure who's going to be joining Franco and Rechard Ritz with the demise there of Peter Zili. I'm hoping it's going to be Silvio or Aldo. One of those two cars might be substituted into the top 3 shootout for the class final. Let's have a look and see who it's going to be. But Colin was going to be waiting down in the paddock to see if he can catch up with Jonathan Mahotsi after his win for Jono. Just going to try and find him down there. So Mahotsi takes B2, Charles Folds takes B3, Mark Dutoy takes B6, B10 goes to Jason Newsmore, B1 to Josh Dutoy, and we now stand by for the B5 shootout. Just a reminder to everybody as well, of course, so we wrap up all of the season's racing here today at Zwartkops. The Top of the Hill Challenge is the final big event at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. But then on the 30th and 31st of January, we come back here in 2026 and open the season with the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Let's go down to Colin in pit lane. I think he might have caught up with Jonathan Mahotsi.
Jonathan, 57 dead to win your class. You've got to be pretty happy with that.
Pretty happy with that. I think there's always a little bit left on the table, but nonetheless, for a front-wheel drive, super stoked with that and happy with the performance.
Okay, so you say you've got a little bit left in it. You go into the top 10 shootouts. We're going to look for a faster time.
Absolutely, all the time. I don't know how much faster, if there even is anything, but just look out for it.
Full beans.
Full attack.
I love it. Thanks, Jonathan. Congratulations. Oh, I can't wait to see this thing back. Tires super hot. Get it all sorted out, and off we go. Right, back to some track action. Robbie Walk. This is going to be an exciting run.
We're still waiting for the B5s to come out, as well as Mark Dutoy later, B7. But we'll just wait for the cars to get on a track. And it's a pity we lost Peter Zili this morning, Greg.
Yeah, with Zili's crash, unfortunately, has put him out. He had to retire and bring his transponder back early. He broke a tie rod on the back of the car, and they didn't have a spare, so he wasn't able to fix that one. We were hoping he was going to get it fixed. He was quite positive about getting it fixed. Unfortunately, it didn't look like they had a spare part in the parts truck. But I'm eager to see who they've replaced him with, because we don't have it on our list. We've only got Franco and Rechard. And usually in a time attack and hill climb, they would have sort of a joker on standby in case of the demise of a vehicle or the retirement of a vehicle. So that would understandably go to Silvio, but he had some problems in his last run. And then Aldo is still in the pit box as I stood up and looked out our window. So I'm not quite sure who they're going to substitute in, if they are going to substitute anybody in for that top 3 shootout for Class B5.
But yeah, those B5 competitors should be making their way onto the track any minute now. And this is the one we're waiting for. I hope it's the 3 of them, because we've been waiting for this one.
And then it's a case of, have they fixed Mark Dutoy's GT1? Because he would have to go out for B7. And if he's able to go out for B7, he'll win B7 easy, because he's the only car in Class B7. So B5 is Rechard and Franco at this stage. B7 would be Mark Dutoy. But that's if they get them out there and get them out in time.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for those guys to come out any minute now. Well, I don't think it's Aldo. Aldo just
walked past us. It's definitely not Aldo, yeah. Maybe it's Silvio. Maybe they got the car sorted.
Well, there we go.
We'll soon see. Here comes the Sheriff with Franco Scribanti at the wheel. There goes Reggie. And do we see Pikachu making his way back onto track with Silvio Scribanti? It doesn't look like it. And Mark Toy's not there either. I've got a green flag still waving at that pit exit. There he goes. Pac-Man's on his way. Pac-Man is on his way. So it is Silvio Scribanti who's going to get back up on top. And he's going to have a final ditch effort here at his cousin and at Record Roots for the class final. So what a magnificent effort there from Michael Stephen and the team to fix that car and get it back up and running in time for the class final. Means it'll also be possibly available for the top 10 shootout as well.
Yeah, these guys, a little bit of nerves I'm sure will be there. You have to give it your all now. All they care now is about, they're not worried about the top 10 shootout, they're worried about the class final here. And it's always close between Rechot and Franco. They've had many battles in seasons before and climbs. And yeah, pity for Peter Zilli, he'll be back next time. But let's call it the Joker. Yeah, could be Silvio Scribanti.
Yeah, it's not done until that checkered flag comes down and the run is done. To kick off B5, the man who would be king, looking to take the title away later on this afternoon, but also would love a class final victory. Franco Scribanti for Scribanti Racing in the Sheriff. Arguably one of the most recognizable hill climb cars in the world. Traction control was good, launch was good. Great power as he got onto the tarmac as he heads down towards turn 1 now. And it's almost flat through there from him. First time we've seen him go through there almost flat. That's awesome. Just testing the opportunities and what the ability of that car is in full tilt through turn 1.
Yeah, it's all about then getting your brake markers correct for turn 2. Very good exit this time. Let's see if we can go to the middle of the track. Can you see the Greg? Much better line.
Yeah, better line. Didn't run wide, didn't have to worry about the braking or coming off the throttle at all. Into turn 4 now, also good.
Yeah, it looks like a smooth run so far. Good lines. And there goes Reggie.
So Reggie joins the fray now. It's a battle between the two of them. Behind them will be Silvio Scribanti as they head down towards turn 1 in Record Roots. He's also almost flat through there with a lot less wing to play with. Here we go to the top of the list. Should be the Sheriff. Franco Scribanti, 53.944. 53.944, and that is not the fastest we've had out of him, but that's a really good little mantle to set there. Can we see the answer coming from Record Roots, who's done a 52.465 as his fastest lap so far here this weekend.
Also good run through 3. Let's see 4. Little bit of slide at the back. It cost him maybe a tenth or so. And next up, Silvio Scribanti. Good launch this time, and he's going to give it his all.
Silvio into the mix there. As the replacement, of course, for Peter Zilli. Wasn't quite expecting to be there. Is it going to be Reggie to go ahead of Franco? They go to the line. Record Roots 52.2. Record Roots is fastest so far. Roots hangs on by a couple of seconds. Man, 1.7 seconds there. Where did he find that? We've still got the final shootout to go, but that is just the mantle dropped, the gauntlet thrown, and everything, and the kitchen sink on the track right now. Let's see what Silvio can do about it.
Yeah, Greg Rechot will be very happy with that time, 52.2. I think that's his quickest of the weekend, if I'm not incorrect there. But he'll be happy with this in this last run.
Silvio pushing hard now, looking good as well. He's got some great sector times coming through there in his run to the line, but it's not quite quick enough. I think he's going to be there for third place. He'll jump into third overall. He does 54.403. That's also one of the fastest times we've seen. In fact, that is his fastest time. So an awesome effort there from Silvio to come through for third place in B5. Man, are we in for an epic final shootout for the modified class. Record Roots taking the class final and waiting to go down to Colin to catch up with Reggie after he's taken the class final.
Reggie, 52.2, you win the class. You've got to be happy.
I'm stoked, Colin. I'm stoked. You know, everything worked perfect. The car was perfect. But the big one is the next one, is the top 10 final, you know, and that's the one where it counts.
You seem to have, coming out of the second last turn or third last turn here, you had the boost wound up and gave it full beans.
Yeah, we gave it all the beans, you know. It's that's how it should be. It's a race car, it's not tiddlywinks.
I love that smile in your eyes and the joy in your voice. Now go and get ready for a top 10 shootout. This is the real stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
Right, so we can catch our breath here a little bit there, Leon, as we now go into the class final. There's 3 of them, each of them in their separate classes, C2, C3 and C4. Yusuf Kotza will lead off. It'll then go to Robert Volk for C3 and JM Khaber will be behind that. That's how they're going to be starting them, I think. With no, they're going to put JM first and then Rob at the back. They're just changing them up ever so slightly.
And one of the rookie cars also
right there as well.
One of the rookie cars just in this group. They had to send them out 4 and 5, I guess. But yeah, let's see. Robert Volk, he's obviously going also for a time. If they bring it home, they'll win their classes, but they want to try and improve on their times.
Well, we've just seen an improvement in terms of the class time. That 52 run from Richard Rutz is a new class record for the hill climb at top of the hill, because last year was a 52.8, so that 52 from Richard Rutz in that last pass puts him on top of the list in the class, as well as a class record for B5. Yusuf Kotza on standby. Let's see if he gets a nice run in here to finish up his run, and as he goes there, I'm going to ask Leon to get him off the line. Look at that, as they're heading down towards turn number 1. That's Kotza on a flyer in the Lotus 7, the only Lotus we had here this weekend, but a man who loves this type of event, time attack / hill climb. He's a seasoned campaigner in that little Birkin 7.
Yeah, also flat out through turn 1, then you get on the brakes, not too late on the brakes, take a wide line, turn in onto the apex, get the drive. As you turn right here, it's a little bit of a blind race almost. Don't run too wide in the middle, then it flattens out, pass the normal start finish line, not too late on the brakes here for turn 4. Try and get to the apex, then straighten up those wheels as soon as you can, up the hill. There you go. Jan Gerber next.
Was that Bajaj Power? I'm not quite sure now. I think it's Bajaj Power now. It's no longer KTM. Since KTM have been taken over by Bajaj. Here goes Kotza to the line. Let's see what he puts to start the account. 107.245. Not a bad run there from him. That'll work. The reason they've put Jeanette in there is she's got to catch a flight.
Okay.
So she's got to get her run done before she can get so she can get away and catch her flight back to wherever she's going to be heading off to next on her travels.
Okay. Greg, this James Gerber, I think it's one of the only Formula M's around that's got a KTM engine in.
It's the only Formula M with a KTM. The rest have all got Suzukis, as you know.
All got mainly they use Suzuki's, very reliable. But okay, let's see. I'm keen to see what Robert Volk's time is going to be. James Gerber, he will cross the line now. We'll just look at that time there. 58.7.
Not quite as quick. He did a 1:18 earlier on. So 58 is where he's been all weekend long. But 1:18 has been his fastest. So he still wins his class. Let's see what Volk can do now. Is he going to win the class with an outright lap record? Or is he going to keep that for the shootout? 48.865 is what he did yesterday afternoon. And he's going for it. He's gone off track there big time as Robert Volk. So he's not holding back.
Robert went a little bit wide.
Let's see as he comes across the line. Volk looking to come now to go quicker than a 48.8. Does he go quicker? 49.028. Oh, he's just holding back slightly.
That cost him a little bit. Running wide there cost him 1 or 2 tenths there.
So he had to roll out of that one. The 49 coming through there. He did a 49.142 yesterday in practice 3. So it was the second sub 50 we got out of him. Then we had a whole bunch of 50s in quali 1 and 2. And quali 3s we jumped in and just threw in that spectacular 48.8.
Yeah.
So I think he's keeping it right to the end. The reason why we got Jeanette out there, of course, as I just mentioned to Leon, is she's got a flight to catch. So we're getting Jeanette out to get her lap in for the final run for the class final. Remember, in the class final for Rookie Cup, it's a combination of the media journalist and the rookie that have been teamed up. So Jeanette is teamed up with Christopher Tate. They are looking good to try and win this one out.
Greg, just on that side, I hope she's flying from Lanseria, not OR Tambo, because good luck to get to OR Tambo.
Yeah, especially right now, exactly.
Yeah. So
with the G20, you're going to need, you might need to take Robert Volk's car to get there.
Yeah. So let's hope she's flying from,
hopefully from Lanseria. Anyway, I believe we've got Colin down with Robert Volk in pit lane to catch up with our class winner, and so far the fastest car on track, although he hasn't come close to what he did yesterday afternoon yet, Colin. So let's see what he's got in plan for us for that final shootout in about an hour's time.
Robbie, quick one, sorry to interrupt. 48 dead, anything left on the table?
Yeah, I don't think the end of the lap was great. Ran a little bit wide through the pit corner and just got it wrong, the tabletop. So, yeah, I think we made some changes. We seemed to improve it the first half of the lap, just maybe pushed too hard the second part. But, yeah, it's a bit difficult at the moment, especially with the wind. So we'll see if we can do the last one.
Yeah, we got to see a 47. Come on, Rob, you can do it.
Cheers, thank you. We'll see.
Awesome stuff. Right, now we get ready for the big guns. This is the top 10 shootout that's coming. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Exciting stuff. There's a level of tension in this pit lane that is kind of huge. There are lots of guys, especially with the B5s. Nervous times these are. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, so class finals are done now, Cole. We're just standing by now to get the shootout grids in their order. We're going to start, I think it's with the Rookie Cup, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be the first shootout that we need to get out there. And then from there we go to the Classic Conqueror. We go to road and supercars, modified production cars. And as Colin said, right at the end of the day, we'll get to see whether Robert Volk has got something special for us to wrap up what has been a pretty spectacular season so far, spectacular run here for the second outing of Top of the Hill.
Yeah, VW Rookie Cup will be up first for their shootout. And but there was exciting stuff there in the class finals. And some of the guys, some of those guys, the big boys and so forth, they want to keep the best for last. So this last run in let's say the shootouts, they want to do their best time, their fastest time. So it's still all to play for.
Yep. That is exactly what they're all to play for right now. Kritzinger, 14.7. Chad Jones, 15.2. 10.7 from Uzier Khan. Mickey Nechefefe in a 12.4. 16.1 from Mpoma Boy. Hopefully not going to be crossing the line in reverse this time. Mara Deleuze on 11.3. 10.9 from Luke Hill. And a 10.8 from Chris Tate are the fastest laps so far for that Volkswagen Rookie Shootout. So they'll be going in reverse order. We've just seen Jeanette out there with the single-seaters. Get her out early because she had to unfortunately go and catch a flight. And as we said, hopefully that's a flight out of Lanseria and not out of ORT. But we will now start with a little couple of drifting cars to give us a bit of entertainment just before we go into our final shootouts.
Ja, daar sit dames en here, terwyl ons wag vir ons final shootout. 'n Bietjie driftkarre vir entertainment, so geniet hom terwyl ons net 'n vinnige breekie vang.
So we are almost ready to go now for our final shootouts, and a call out first and foremost to all our Rookie Cup competitors to please make their way down to the pre-race area. Apologies to everybody that's on the live stream, but we are also helping out here on the PA, and they now just need to be aware that they are required to make their way down to the pre-race area to make their way onto the circuit for the last 7 cars to go and do it in the Rookie Cup shootout, with our media and Rookie Cup competitors teaming up for this first top 10 shootout. Well, it's top 8 for them, but the rest of the categories all in the top 10s.
Yeah, thank you to the guys from the drifting guys there for giving us the display. And it's all about the shootouts now. BW Rookie Cup, they're going to be up, and I think it's going to be tight there between Christopher Tate and Luke Hill. They should be out in reverse order from slowest to fastest.
Yeah.
So, Greg, it's all to play for.
Chad Jones will lead them out. Zia Khan will be behind that. Nikki Nichefefe there, and ahead of Mpho Maboy, Mara Deleuze, Luke Hill, and then finally Chris Tate will be the last car onto the circuit. Tate looking to maybe look for a double victory, a win in the Rookie Cup, and then possibly a win in the Rookie Cup Championship for Hill Climb as well. That'll be quite a nice thing to have on your mantle, especially considering it happened within about 3 or 4 weeks of each other. Having wrapped up the Volkswagen Rookie Cup here at Zwartkops at the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And that one, of course, is proudly brought to you by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. This one, Top of the Hill Challenge, is about to get wrapped up for Rookie and Media Challenge. And there they are, waiting to go.
Yeah, and Usain Khan, he's had good pace so far. So I think it's Usain Khan and Christopher Tate. But Luke Hill also in there if you look at his fastest time. So there will be a little bit of nerves now, Greg, from these guys and gals. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Rookie Cup were told to go in reverse order, though. Because that's Mara Deleuze who's on the front there. And they're supposed to go in reverse order for this final run. They might just send them off in reverse order, though.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll sort themselves out as they exit, maybe. But yeah.
First car on track should be Chad Jones, 76. But he was right at the back of the pack, so...
Oh
no, there we go.
My boy.
Yeah, they're shuffling them around. There you go. Maybe they can hear us down there in the pre-race area. So first
Maybe
car should be Chad Jones, then Uzziah.
No, what about Mpho? If you look at the times there. Uzair Khan was
Oh, yeah, that's
top
not
two.
those are not on times. That's just the entries there. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
So I could be
you
wrong.
can see that there's their last times or their fastest times.
So it should be Mpho that's first.
Yeah.
Mpho, my boy, should be first. Then Chad Jones. Jeanette's already been, so we don't need to worry about her. Nikki Nichefefe will be the third car. Then Mara Deleuze, then Luke Hill, then Chris Tate. So Mpho, my boy, should be the first car on track. Followed by Chad Jones and Nikki Nichefefe.
Yeah, I think they're sorting it out now. But there we go, everybody. Volkswagen Rookie Cup shootout. It'll be 7 of them. Jeanette Kritzinger, she's on her way to the airport. But I'm looking forward to the top 3 there, Greg. It's going to be close.
Now, if you look at the times from those top 3, there's no doubt about it's going to be a close run. Zia can get in there as well. 10-7, 10-9, 10-8. That's how it goes. Azir was quickest so far today with that 10-7. Can he get a 10-7 now? You heard from Rob Volk, though, the wind is definitely a big factor. And with a slightly less powerful car, it's even bigger. And of course, it's not as aerodynamic as that little Gould is. So, yeah, the little Polos are good in terms of aero compared to the Golf 1s and Golf 2s and Golf 3s. But possibly not as good as that F1 Gould's aerodynamic package that's available for it. And even though it's got that aero package, Rob Volk still battled with the wind.
Okay, there we go.
My boy Jones and Chefefe. They've got them in the right order.
Yeah.
Behind that should be Mara Deleuze. It is. Then Luke Hill and then Chris Tate. So they're in the right order.
And Jose Khan.
And Jose. I didn't miss Jose. He'll be the last one.
It's the last one, spot.
He's the last car. Yeah. There we go. Rookie Cup onto the track for the last time here for 2025's Top of the Hill Challenge. This is the top 10 shootout, or for their wanting, the top 7, because we've already got one of the cars who's posted a time in Jeanette Kritzinger, and they'll have to just adjust that one for her category finish later on.
Yeah, trying to get a bit of heat into those Dunlop semis, and we'll see. They'll do a little bit of a practice start, and then it's all or nothing now.
I'm not sure if JL can hear us while we're out there as well. Just our COC for the day. Just asking him to have a quick check to see if they're going to adjust Jeanette Kritzinger's time and add it into the current list we've got on our timing monitor, so that we've got an indication as to who's going to be the quickest of the teams. Because remember, we have to combine the two team drivers together for an overall win for the team side of this competition. She has already posted her time. She was in with the single-seaters. They just need to adjust it and add it to the time here for this final run and shootout. Paul, my boy, will start us off. Quickest so far has been a 1:16.164. Let's see what my boy can do now into this last run.
Now, Greg, if you look at that picture there, the clouds have stayed away. A little bit of clouds in the background. But there goes my boy. Got the lights on.
Lipstick and lights on. Does that draw power for the car? Huh? With the lights on. It'll make you go faster. I don't know.
No, that makes you go slower.
You got your
Using
lights
a little
on.
bit of battery power.
Using battery power, yeah, exactly. So the lights should be off.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a little bit. But there is a bit of a cloud over the bottom sections of the circuit, as you see coming through here. First time into the shade out of turn 2.
Now, good exit out of 2. Now she gets to turn 3. You can turn in fairly early with these cars. Keep that foot buried. Then run out. Actually use a bit more track on the exit. You need to come as wide as you can out to the left-hand side. Use all the track, yeah. That'll give you a better run. She's a little bit in the middle. Still learning those lines. Okay, next up will be Chad Jones.
Awesome stuff. So we're getting confirmation that they will add Jeanette's time in right at the end, so we can then work out who the best team is for the day as well, never mind just the best drivers. Because remember, there's an in-house fight here between the media, an in-house fight between our rookies, and then a team combination of those rookies and media that have been racing all weekend. So my boy sets the pace on a 1:20.558. That's nowhere near her fastest. Got a 1:16 in earlier on, so unfortunately that's not worked out to perfection on that last run. Chad Jones now coming through. It looks like he might actually have a bit of a problem here, or is he?
No, he's just using all the track.
He's using all the track and some more there.
His indicator's been on from this, but he's using a lot more track, so that's where the time is
Let's see if he
gained.
gets turn 8 right for the first time, or turn 4 in this direction. No, locks up again.
Yeah.
He has not hit that corner once perfectly at all this entire weekend. Nchefefe is up next. Nicky Nchefefe going to be trying to push hard here to at least get himself up into the running, because remember, he partners up with Mauro Deleuze. I think Mauro Deleuze... Oh! There's Jonesy. Out of shape. And is he parked in the way there? Is he going to be able to get going again? And we
think
should be
okay.
we're not going to need a red flag.
He was trying to follow the drifting lines.
Yeah, look like it, eh? He's come from PlayStation rules. Follow the green line. If you follow that green line, you get the right line into the corner. No, don't follow.
But that's also the
line.
pressure of your shootout. That means that was a 31-2 for him. It's going to put him in, I think, the last spot for now.
The problem is it's going to give issues there for Luke Hill. Luke Hill's been pretty quick, but his teammate has not joined the party. So Chad Jones is not going to help their attempt to win the team competition, because he's gone down to a 31-2. This is Mauro Deleuze now on track. First of our Rookie Cup competitors, as the third and final of this particular outing for the media. Goes across the line. And Nchefefe goes quickest on a 13.122. He's done a 12.4 in the earlier sessions of the weekend. But a 13.1 in the windy conditions is not a bad run.
Yeah, quite a respectable time there from Nchefefe. But let's see how the rest of the guys get on. Now, a little bit of a cloud over now, guys. Greg, means the track's going to cool down.
Was that like on cue for Robert Volk? Because that's exactly what happened last night when he put in that hot lap. There was a little bit of cloud, a little bit of rain, a drying track, cool conditions, ambient temperature dropped. Everything worked out perfectly for Volk to go 48.8.
Almost half past 3. The track will be just starting to cool down now, and some of the guys will be smiling at it.
Deleuze, 111.777. Will that 777 number be the lucky one? It's usually the blackjack number that you're going for there, so let's see what he can do to stay ahead of his arch rivals in Rookie Cup, Luke Hill and Christopher Tate. Uzziah Khan has got to be in there as well.
Yeah, Uzziah Khan will be the last car out. So those guys were doing high 10s. We'll see what they do now, but it's all on. Christopher Tate, and it's his final showdown here.
Tate needs a good time because Kritzinger got to go to time. If they are the top two in both of their classes, they will win the team competition between the two of them. This is the run to the line for the 7-1 car. Hill goes quickest, 10.6.
Very good time.
Wow, that is a fantastic run for Luke Hill. That's 3/10 off his fastest lap so far this weekend. Luke Hill's dropped the gauntlet there big time.
Yeah, that's an awesome time. Is that the quickest time so far of the weekend for these guys?
No, not the quickest so far. Quickest so far.
But it's a good time.
Yeah, quickest so far I think was... No, it is. It's the fastest so far. 10.7 from Uzziah Khan was the quickest. 10.6 is now quicker than Uzziah. As he starts his final run, he's the last car on track for Rookie Cup.
And Christopher Tate used also more of the road there out of 4. So he kept the momentum, but it's going to cost him maybe a tenth or two.
See as he comes to the line and see if he gets across there at the top end of the field. Does he go first or second? Does he split Hill and Deleuze? Or does he go to the top? He does. He splits Hill and Deleuze with a 10.8.
Yeah, 10.8. Like I said, it's a good time, but he lost out a little bit. Sometimes, if you try too hard, you're not smooth enough.
0.02 of a second but now, slower than what he did originally.
Uzziah Khan, he will know that he needs he won't know the times, but he'll know that he needs a good run.
Now, if Uzziah Khan can get a good time here,
it's all about this. That's a good exit. I think that's good. That was smooth. And he's using all that. That's a good line there, Greg.
Very good line from Uzziah. Heads up now into the second last corner. Double left onto the short straight. Into the final turn.
Break in a straight line if you can. And put the hammer down.
Here we
go. I think it's going to be...
Second. Whoa!
Yeah,
by 700.
Yeah. So Luke Hill, awesome
Luke Hill
stuff.
takes it. Luke Hill takes the win in Rookie Cup. But if we look at the times, Kritzinger's time comes up. Well, we're waiting for it to come up. We're just waiting for them to adjust Jeanette Kritzinger's time onto that. It's not done yet, but they said they were going to adjust it for us. So Luke Hill takes the win. He partners up with Chad Jones, who comes 7th. So 1 and 7. That's not going to be good enough, I don't think.
Yeah,
Uzziah,
Chad had a problem. So
Uzziah Khan is second. And his partner, of course, is Mpo Maboy, who's second last. That also might not be good enough. Chris Tate. I think Chris Tate and Jeanette Kritzinger might have taken this, depending on what Jeanette's time was. But I think there's a good possibility she would have been in around the 1:13.14s, which is going to put her into the running with the 1:10 that came from Christopher Tate. There we go. Kritzinger gets a 1:19. Okay, so she's got a 1:19 and a 1:10. Nchefefe. What did Nchefefe get there? Nchefefe got a 1:13. And he's partnered with Maro. Maro got a 1:11. 1:11, 1:13. And
now there's Jeanette. She's got a 1:14. So.
Oh, did she get a 1:14? Have they adjusted it?
Yeah.
Okay, apologies on that. I saw the first time that came up there.
It will be Christopher Tate and Jeanette. It's about, if you take it as 2:24.
Yeah, 2:24 for them. And
The other
no,
guys
it's going
are
to be
all
close.
about
It's
one.
2:24 between Deleuze and Chefefe as well. So 1:13 and 1:11 is 2:24, and that'll be 2:24.899. 2:24.899. Let's write that down. Let's do some maths quickly. 2:24.899. If we take Tate and Jeanette, it's a 1:10 and 1:14, so that's a 2:24. And if we add the back of that, it's 869 and 628. 628. Give us.
It's going to be a 225 something.
So 225. Yeah. 225 point.
So it will be Deleuze in
437. It's Deleuze and Chefefe that take the win, unofficially, of course, on our maths that we're doing up here in the commentary booth to win
the team
out
game.
the team game for Rookie Cup. Well done to them. Really close though. Came down to a couple of hundredths of a second there between the arch rivals there, but it looks like Maura Deleuze and Nikki and Chefefe have just beaten Christopher Tate and Jeanette Kritzinger for the team part of Rookie Cup. We now go into the classic Conqueror shootout. Stuart Gregg, John Tendish. I don't think Stuart Gregg's coming out. He's in that Cooper F2, the Cooper Climax F2. So John Tendershate will lead them out by the looks of it there in the Flamingo. Then Dirk Venter, Alistair Simpson, James Temple, Sief Farid Jr., Jonathan DeToy, Heinrich Deprier, Sief Farid Jr. again in another. How is he going to do that? How is Sief going to do that when he's in the same bunch? Is he going to have to drive back down and climb out the one car and jump into the other one? I'm not quite sure they're going to get that right. And then Scof, of course, will be the last car on track for that shootout.
Yeah, but they'll probably send him out in two groups, Greg, I guess. And
yeah, but the problem is that he falls into the second group. See, if you look at the timing there, he's in the second group.
But that Heinrich Depre's got a 111 there.
But remember, Stuart Gregg's not there. So Tendershate, Fenter, Simpson, Temple, Farid. That'll be the first group. And then they'll give Seffi a chance to jump into the second car, I would think. Oh, Gregg is going out. Okay, maybe not. Stuart Gregg is out. Tendershate is out. Dirk Venter's out. Heinrich Deprier is out. And there goes the Lolette of... Okay, yeah, so see if he's going to go out in the first group. He's going to the first group, come back, and there it is. It's waiting for him. On the left-hand side of that shot, just in front of the pole there, is the second car that Sief Farid's got to drive, and that is Willie Hepburn's Chevy Can-Am. As I said, can you imagine if he qualified the little teapot and got a chance to be in every single final today? That would have been something pretty unique as well there.
Yeah, so it's Class H, shootout, and let's see what's going to happen here with Stuart Gregg, Tendershate, Venter, Simpson, and it looks like Sefuri Jr. Well, the sun is out again, Greg, so the track will just slowly but surely cool down. Luckily, but the weather's still good. Weather's still good, and yeah, the more the track cools down, it's just going to get a little bit better for the guys later on.
Right, so Stuart Gregg will be the second car to start. John Tendershate is going to start the pack, even though he should be the first car.
No, if you look at the times,
I'm looking at times there.
Tendershate was the slowest.
So, sorry, I'm looking at the list there.
Yeah, you just look
I
at
should
the
be
times.
looking at the time.
They've got the times there on the right.
Yeah, but they haven't got them in the order that they should be starting in, so let's just go to the order they're starting in. It's easier that way.
There's a shot of the clouds. The clouds are building up, but no rain so far. I think it's going to be okay. But also, you never know. Okay, Tendershate's off.
Yeah, Tendershate is off. He will start. Stuart Gregg, Dirk Venter, Heinrich Deprier, and Siefri Jr. in one of two cars that he's qualified for in this top 10 shootout. Tendershate did a 15.542. Stuart Gregg did a 14.6. Still could have a bit of a change up here between these two. There might be a close little battle between these two. Venter and Heinrich de Prier could be in a bit of a fight as well. There's only about a second between them. So if Heinrich decides to maybe give that AC Cobra a final bit of welly, he could give a bit of a run there to Venter in the Pinto Escort. See my monkey Moose jumped on as well, watching from home. Hope you're enjoying all this action. Stand by for the big classes though. These are the classic Conqueror classes. These are the cars, of course, slightly older cars that are out there. This is a 1967 Cooper Climax that's just got on the way. And that GSM Flamingo is a 1964 GSM Flamingo that Tender Shate has just opened up the account with there with a 114,898. Stuart Grigg, 1964, no, sorry, I beg your pardon, 1957 Cooper Climax Formula 2. He wasn't expecting to make the top 10, so he must be pretty impressed that he's just squeezed in there. He's taken the class final and the title there for the class, beating Rod Green and Patrick Gearing. Could potentially still finish up in single digits here for the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, he thought it was his last run earlier, but he made the top 10. So good stuff. That's Jerk Venter now out. So we'll just have a look, see at Stuart Gregg's time as well.
There he goes. Goes quickest, 114.3. That was close.
Yeah, very close, yeah. Quite close between
half
those
a second.
two.
Half a second there, that's decent.
But well done to the Stuart Gregg there. Just slightly quicker than John Tender Shate. Jerk Venter out now.
Now Venter and Duprier should be in with a bit of a fight, but we'll wait and see how that turns out. That's a good line, eh? That's a great line from Dirk Venter out of turn 4. Lindenberg Racing Ford Escort Mark 1 is going like a Boeing. Now this man has to literally give this thing everything he can. If Heinrich de Prier wants to beat Venter, he's got to give it his all, because there's only less than a second between them. It's 0.9 of a second between these two cars. Venter goes quickest on a 13.0. That's not quite as quick as what he's been all weekend long. He's done a 12.588. So if
Heinrich de Prier's got a chance,
he's got a chance of moving up one position, yeah.
So give it his all coming up to this turn, this difficult turn 4 today for the guys. Yeah, runs a little bit wide.
That's okay. Big tackies on that car, won't be worried about that.
Mr. Apex a little bit on the inside, ran a little bit wide. It'll cost him a little bit of time, but he's obviously trying hard.
This man's trying the hardest out of everybody. He's got to get this Lolette across the line, get it back into the pit box, jump out the car, jump into the little Chevy Can-Am, and go straight back out again for the second part of this top 10 shootout. And I believe that our guys are standing by to catch that little changeover. It'll be pretty awesome to see. It's kind of going to be like when we saw Alex Marquez have to change leathers and get back out in time before qualifying ended. So it'll be a case of jump out the one car and straight into the other.
Yeah, nice turn 4 there, up the hill, using all the track.
And putting some black lines down as well.
Yeah, make the S is there, but you make those two corners as straight as you can. Running wide there. Keep it wide before you turn in. A little bit on the curb there, but it's not the problem.
That's nice. Should go top. Yeah, he does. 102.7 for Siafari Jr. So he sets the pace and leads the pack as he goes back into pit lane to change into his second car. Super Siaf today. Has to come out of the Superman suit, now climb back into his normal racing suit. So from the Lolette into the Chevy Can-Am. And I believe Colin and them are waiting for them down there. Let's go down to Colin and see Siaf jump out and change cars.
So Siaf has just come into the pits round the back there. He'll jump out of the car there, and then we can watch the sprint of the Siaf to come and jump into the Can-Am. So there might be a little bit of a small delay here. Here he comes. Check at that. The sprint of the CF. You got to enjoy the running. Keep going. And then take a breath. And any jumps. You don't see that often in a hill climb type event where the sprinting down the pit lane. It's got to get the belts on properly. Absolutely awesome stuff. Right, so that's a little bit of action from the pits, our excitement for this run, and now we can see the Chevs with all its 302s, Willie Hepburn's best horsepowers, making lots of noise and thunder around the track.
Yeah, great to catch up on that one, Cole. Thanks for that, buddy. As they got sorted out, you can see CFE having to jump out of the Lillette, sprint down pit lane, jump into the little Chev, and he will be the first car on track, so that's why they've had to wait for him. They're going to just make sure that he just takes his time to get those belts tightened up. Don't skimp on the safety side of things. Double check everything there, CFE. Fire her up. Should fire up relatively easily if it's been prepped there by Willie Hepburn. Just put the cars for the second. On top of the hill.
His adrenaline will be pumping. Just got out of a car and then you have to run. A little bit tired, but your adrenaline will be pumping and he'll be ready. Trying to get a little bit of heat into those tires before the start of his shootout.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, I've done that on a few occasions where I had to jump in from my car to my bike here at Zwartkops. When I did that day where I raced everything for the charity that we were involved with. And it certainly fires you up. You kind of get to the start line and the adrenaline's still pumping, so you don't really lose the race face that you would have, and the concentration's already there, so it just keeps your eye on the ball kind of thing. And I think CFE might just surprise us now a little bit with his attempt to get to the front end of this field in that Chevy. He won't catch Schofield, of course, and I don't think he'll catch Temple, but he's still got a chance of maybe spoiling the day there for Alistair Simpson and for Jonathan DeToy.
Yeah, I think Alistair's up first, then it'll be CF. Then you've got Jonathan.
And then Scope.
Then Temple.
Temple and Scope, yeah. Temple and Scope will be the back of that pack.
Yeah, so number 61, Alison Simpson. So see if he's got just a little bit of breathing space here, just to catch his breath a bit. But not a long time before he is there.
Yeah, that Camaro's good off the line, but that is a spectacular run off the line there from Alison Simpson. Not too shabby at all as he heads towards turn one. We go into the drone now through turn one, and we'll probably pick them up as they come towards the original turn one, turn three from the drone above the circuit. This is down into Cashel Corner, turn two. And a nice run so far from Simpson. Pretty plain sailing and smooth.
Yeah, good run out of two into three now. Yeah, he made sure he had no wheel spin at the start, which is very good. You want to minimize it or get a little bit late, a little bit of lock up on the right.
There. That's how hard he's trying.
Yeah, quite a big lock up actually on the right.
In the background, you can hear Sif just getting off the line there. A little bit of clutch control to get the power down, and then heads down the back straight into turn one. Simpson got a problem. Kind of thought he might be feathering the clutch there a little bit as he came up the hill. So is the car broken maybe on that last run? Alistair Simpson only getting down to a 10.958. So his best run so far has been a 107. So he's 3 seconds slower than he's ever gone. I think there was a problem on that Camaro. It's going to give the advantage here to the little Chev and to a possibility of getting Sefi. I wonder if Sefi could get a double podium. Maybe he gets second and third overall. He's not going to catch Schofield. Okay, that's one car that he won't catch. But there's still a chance here for a double podium for Sefi. That's never happened, I think, in a hill climb. Not in a top 10 shootout, that's for sure.
And you can see him trying very hard. He was throwing that car around. So, over the line.
There we go. He's 1 and 2 at the moment. 1 and 2 at the moment. And how's that? 0.6 of a second between those two cars, the Lolette and the Chevy Can-Am.
Yeah, so that was a good time.
Let's see if Jonathan DeToy is going to spoil his day, though. And potentially spoil the chance of a double podium for Sefi Jr. Temple might still have something to say about that as well, though. Temple's already gone under the 60-second bracket, and he is definitely hunting for something. He said he was going to throw it all at the track now.
Yeah.
Everything he's got, he's going to give it there. And there it is. Look at that. Oh, getting the wheel rub. You can see how hard he's pushing the car. He wasn't holding back there at all. DeToy goes quickest, so he spoils the podium opportunity there for Sefi.
But yeah, Temple is on it. He's maximum pressure here, maximum throttle, maximum everything. You can see him.
Just throw the kitchen sink, the Quelle waters, the Goodyear tires, and every other one of the sponsors' utensils that come out of Lindenberg Racing.
Schofield, Benjamin edges. There we go.
March 77B for the last time, down towards 1. Across the line comes Temple. Does he go under the minute bracket again for the second time today? Does he go quicker than what he did earlier on? He does. Oh, no, he doesn't. Goes top, but not under the 60-second bracket. 60-second .343.
That's still a good lap time there from James Temple. That means Sefi is going to lose out on the podium there, Greg.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to lose out on the podium because Schofield will definitely come through for the overall win here.
It's going to be a hard car from Jonathan DeToy at this stage.
Yeah, Schofield, I mean, been running all weekend long down in the 56s and 58s and 59s, so this should be relatively plain sailing for him.
Car looking good, sitting nicely. Last corner, turning it in. Pedal to the metal, to the checkered flag.
59.9, sub 60 for Schofield to win overall and take the Classic Car Conqueror title for Top of the Hill 2025. Congratulations, Ian Schofield. James Temple, second place there for him, and he wins the triple, of course, in the class category. And Jonathan DeToy comes through for third place. Spoiling the day there slightly. I was hoping that see if he might get up onto the podium. He certainly deserved it, but he gets 4 and 5 in 2 separate cars, of course. And then Alistair Simpson comes through ahead of Heinrich de Prier, Dirk Venter, Stuart Gregg, and John Tender-Sharte. Up next, we head into the supercar and road car shootout. And man, are we in for a battle there as well.
Well done to those guys from the Classic Conqueror shootout.
And we're standing by now to go down to Colin to catch up with our Classic Car Conqueror title and the winner again. Back-to-back titles for Ian Schofield.
Ian, 59.9. You've got to be very happy with that time.
Yeah, I thought the run was a little bit better than that, but at least it's got the job done and I've managed to retain my title.
And great tribute to Nelson Immond and the March Racing Car. Second running of, and you the conqueror.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great. Super day, and it's been a great event.
Awesome. Ian, thanks a lot for chatting to us. Cheers. Good. Got to love the March. Right, we've got standard road.
We have indeed standard road cars and supercars about to go out. It's going to be Josh O'Callaghan to lead them out. He'll be ahead of Arnold Duplessis. Can you believe Arnold Duplessis, practice 1, throws his block of flats Nissan Patrol 3.5 ton V8 into the wall and thinks, well, that's it, I'm done and dusted, I'm not going to be back again. Goes back to BB Motor Group and says, bring me a car. They bring him a BYD seal, and he's qualified for the top 10 shootout. Along with Alan Poulter, we have 2 electric vehicles in the top 10 shootout. That is, I think, the first time in any hill climb that 2 electric vehicles have been in a road car shootout here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, that's awesome, Greg. So the electric cars are there, the Shelbys, everybody, the BMW, Porsches, they're all out here, but it's all about, I think, Vic Camphor.
Yes,
Can
indeed.
anybody topple Vic Camphor? He's going to go out he's trying for the win here, but let's see what happens.
So Shelby SA, then it'll be BYD South Africa, then it will be Shelby SA, then another Shelby SA, Alan Poulter for Tom Camphor Volvo, Stratianicus for BMW in the M4, Jared Rousseau for Porsche, Brandon Dean for Ferrari, Willy de Beer for Porsche, and finally Vic Camphor also in the Porsche. They are going to send out the first 5 cars, make it 6 because Strati's going with him. They're going to send them all out. No, they're stopping Jared. So they've sent the first 7. They'll keep the last 3 to go out afterwards. They kind of could have gone all top 10, I think, hey, with the gap that's down there. There's enough space there for 10 cars for the shootout. But anyway, we'll stick to the rules. The rules say a 7-car maximum for each group, other than with Rookie Cup, because there was only 8 in that class. So they made a concession there. Also, I was just watching that cloud, buddy. I don't think it's going to get to us in time. We should get through the 2 shootouts here without any issues. We've still got 2 more to come in the modified production cars and then the single-seater shootout afterwards. But that's the cloud I'm worried about. That's coming
it's getting closer.
Rapidly.
It's getting closer. You never know.
I think
Remember,
we should go
never
top 10. Get these cars out there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
There's always a concern that rain comes pretty rapidly. I'm going to just watch the flags down on the start line there to see when the rain comes, because that's normally a great tell as to when they're going to be here. Joshua O'Callaghan for Shelby SA rolls up to start the proceedings for the road and supercar shootout.
Greg, I actually think the wind has died down slightly. Not as heavy. It's still there, but not as heavy. But there in the back, you can just see the darker clouds. That'll be a little bit worrying for some of the guys if you have a look there.
Yeah, but with that wind dying, it's now going to attract the rain this way. It was blowing the rain away. And now that rain has got a chance to come back and see if they can maybe spoil the day here for these last 2 shootouts. We're into the 3rd last shootout of the day. It's the road and supercar class. And it will start with Josh O'Callaghan.
Yeah, O'Callaghan's up first in the Shelby, foot flat. Basically flat through turn 1.
A little lift there at the end.
Yeah, can't brake too late here with this heavy machinery for turn 2. Slow it down nicely. Just get your line here. Tightens up on you turn 2 here, this way around. Good line though. Use a bit track on the left hand side before you turn right. Make sure you get the line. Yeah, that's a good line. Get yourself situated for your next turn, which is right-hander. And this corner's also been tricky the whole day for most of the categories.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to get right to if you get up the hill. Not too bad when you come down the hill, but you've got to be good on the brakes if you want to get turn 8 right, if you come the other way around, the usual way around, as opposed to the hill climb way around. Callahan will open up the account.
Malachi's on his way. Just see O'Callaghan.
109.0. His best has been a 110. He's gone quicker.
So
he's
that's
gone
a good
quicker than his best time ever. A 109.029 for Josh O'Callaghan.
It's going to be on here for these guys, yeah. 109, I think that's a very good time here to open up. And let's see now.
But Paul Malachi's basically been fighting at the front end with Pomersheim the whole day. So very good possibility that he could be in the running for what would be the Shelby side of this top 10. I don't think he's going to get into the top 5 overall. It's going to be hard pressed to get these Shelbys in amongst the Porsches and Ferraris. But you never know. In time attack and hill climb, things always change up and the variables are just, out of our hands completely. Malachi goes to a 107.7 and that's 0.6 of his best time. So it's still within his best time's grasp, but 0.6 slower.
But yeah, nevertheless a good time. So now we see what Pomersheim's going to do.
Sector time, 38.7, 38.7 between O'Callaghan and Pomersheim. Exactly the same sector times. Malachi was 0.3 up on the sector there. So he's got a slight advantage. Let's see what Pommersheim can do in the second half of the lap as we watch the Volvo EX30 down towards turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, so Pommersheim needs a better sector 2 if he wants to beat O'Callaghan.
He gets a better sector 2 and goes to the top, 107.6.
Yeah, good stuff. Only a 10th in it, but very good.
Half a second off his best time, though. He did a 107.1 earlier on in the weekend, but 107.6 is good enough to take the win for the Shelby side of this top 10 shootout.
Yeah, and Alan Poulter using all the road there, coming out of 3, and he's been throwing this car around there also. That was a good line, perfect actually, using all the road and the curb. Next up of the Strati, the BMW M4, he's got a good pull away there, and he's going to give it his all here in his final run.
Strati will hold nothing left, or will hold nothing back, I should say. He'll leave everything on the track in that M4. Let's see how good this little machine is as it crosses the line. And Poulter goes quickest, 105.955. Impressive. Very, very impressive stuff there from him. So Alan Poulter with a 105.955. He's done a 105.219 as his fastest. So he's about 0.7 off there, but that's kind of where the win factor, I think, has come in. And also, remember, we've got slightly cooler track conditions now.
There's Strati now up the hill. Put the hammer down, use all the power. A little bit of brake stage, just going into the first of the S's. Choose your braking point, yeah, get your turning.
Do you see what's happened there with Strati's car, by the way? Have you picked up on it? Look at that. He's duct taped the numbers on. He was on his way home. He didn't realize he was going to make the top 10 shootout. He's peeled the stickers off that car and didn't realize he's in the top 10 shootout. So he quickly made a plan and duct taped the number 30 onto the side of his car. Nice one, Yannickus. I do like it. But he goes quick on a 102.183. And that's his fastest. His fastest was a 102.189. He's gone quicker than that by 6 thousandths of a second. He beats his fastest time in that last run. It must be the lack of stickers and the additional duct tape that helped him there, eh?
Maybe he just pulled the sticker off too early, but he was always going to be in the top 10.
Yeah, but I think he was on his way home. I don't think he realized he was going to make that top 10. So Strati stuck around, fortunately. Found some duct tape available on the sidelines and got himself back into the running and has put himself on top for now. But the top guns of this class are now out, with the 3 Porsches, the Ferrari, and that BYD of Arnold Duplessis.
So it looks like it's Willy de Beer.
I think Arnie also got caught out by not realizing he'd made the top 10. That's why he's in the second group, because he was supposed to be the first car off the line. So he'll be the last car. Or is he going to let, is Vic going to let him through so he can finish it up? It's Jared Rousseau who will start the second part of the session in the GT3.
Jared, then Brandon.
Yeah, he's in the Ferrari. I think it'll be Willy de Beer behind him. Watch for those gold wheels just in the top right of that shot. Yeah, there he is. Then Vic. And final call will be Arnold Duplessis. Okay, wind seems to have picked up again slightly there. If you look at that flag at the start line. So watching in the background, if you've been watching all day, I don't know if you've picked up on it, the amount of helicopter traffic that's been back and forth between Pretoria and Joburg today, courtesy of our friends at G20. Here we go. Jared Rousseau about to light this GT3 up for the last time. Looking for a podium. Certainly would like to beat the Ferrari more than anything else on circuit right now, but he's going to be hard pressed to beat the 2 other 911s.
But a good start there off the line. Yeah, great. Good start there from him. And he's giving it his all.
Colin Hastie said at the beginning of the day that he thought this might be the car to beat in the road car class. But I don't think
But
he
yeah, you've
realised
got-
that Willie brought the 911 Turbo and Vic had brought his RS along for the ride.
Yeah, and Vic Camper's experience.
Yo.
But yeah, Jared there was using
Yo.
all of the road as much as he wanted. But you don't want to use
As
more
much
than
as the
that.
electronics would allow as well, because I
Yeah.
think they kicked in there a little bit, which might slow him slightly.
Must say, Greg, it's quite dark there in Joburg already.
Yeah.
Quite dark. There's definitely a bit of rain around there. Coming this way slowly but surely, but we're hopefully going to get through.
Rousseau goes through. Going to go to the top. Will he beat out the BMW M4, or is Strutty going to stay on top? He goes second. Strutty stays on top. 102.304 for Jared Rousseau. That's going to throw him out of the Porsche battle. And it might see Brandon Dean outgun him in the Ferrari.
Strati will be happy so far, but well done.
Strutty's going to be over the moon, considering the fact that he peeled the stickers off his car and was done. And then had to make a plan to re-sticker that car with duct tape. Don't want to be taking that duct tape off the doors later on, though. Eh? That's not quite the right tape to use for the side of a Porsche or a Ferrari or an M. Oh! And Ferraris are going into the kitty litter. There's going to be a red flag there for that run for Willie de Beer, because Brandon Dean has just put it into the kitty litter at the top of the hill.
Oh, that's a pity now.
That's a huge pity. So red flag should come out for this run there for Willie. He'll go back to the back of the pack and have another shot at it. I don't think he's seen any flags just yet. I don't see any either yet. Are they going to let him run? They can't let him run, surely.
Yeah, they're at the top. Let's see what's going to happen here.
He is still on it, bud. He is still on it big time there.
Did the Ferrari get out of the way? We'll have a look-see now, but pity for Brandon Dean there.
Yeah, Brandon Dean just unfortunately making a mistake there with a corner to go and putting it into the kitty litter. I think Willie's going to be brought back. It's the standard option on hill climb. Yeah, I'll start delay board, so Willie will be brought back to redo his run. He'll go behind Arnold Duplessis.
Although he went over the line quickest.
He's done a 60.7, even though he was going to have to redo it again. That's his fastest time, by the way. How's that? Even with the red flag, Willie de Beer still goes quickest.
Yeah,
and his fastest time of the weekend as well, with a 1 minute flat .768. No, Brandon, you're not going to get out of that one. But if you had all-wheel drive, I'd say yes, you can get out of it. But not rear-wheel drive. You're digging yourself deeper and deeper into that one.
But yeah, the marshals will be there to pull him out. But Greg, for those of the guys who may be keeping an eye on the weather there, this is not what they want to see. They don't want to see a delay. They actually want to, I think, get their run going.
They need to get it going as quickly as possible and get this Ferrari out. But the problem now is, where is the tow point on that Ferrari? I don't even know if Brandon knows where it is. Because you're going to have to find some place special to hook up that tow rope to not damage that car. They could come from the other side and pull it this way, I suppose. Because I think there's a tow hook on the front right of that car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the guys will have a look-see.
And they might have to actually get the tow hook out of the front of the car. Because it doesn't stay on the car like any other car would be. It's one that you sort of just take out and screw into the port that's available for it.
But I wonder now, Greg, is Willie de Beer, is he going to have to go again?
He will.
Although he's got the good...
No, Willie will go again. Unless he's happy with it. He doesn't have to go for it. So maybe he's happy with that 1 minute flat .768. It's his fastest run of the weekend so far. So maybe he's decided, no, that's good enough. I'm happy with that. Top of the list.
Yeah, they're putting on the tow hook there. So, yeah, not too long to go. And then, but that's also now, Vic Camper now sitting there. You as a racing driver, you don't like sitting and waiting.
No.
You want to get going. You just want to get going.
One man that has got some patience, though, would be Vic Camper in a situation like this. So, fortunately, that's quite cool. There we go. At least he knew where to go to find that tow hook. to allow him to get the tow rope onto the back. And onto the front of the car. They're going to have to pull it out from the front because I don't think there is a tow section from the back of the car on that 296 Ferrari.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of weather around in Joburg already. Slowly coming this way, but for now we're good. We're good for now.
We hope. I like your confidence, bud. This is exactly what I was saying at about this time yesterday afternoon, and we got a little bit of a drizzle coming through. But it came from that side, so the one cool thing is that there's no rain on that side. So we might just get through this and survive without having any water. So if you've just joined us here at the top of the hill, unfortunately we've got to stop in the proceedings there. Brandon Dean in the Ferrari 296 GTB having a little slip and slide at the top of the hill and ended up in the kitty litter right in front of Toyota Gazoo Racing HQ and the AMG Driving Academy.
Greg, it's a pity for him because you look at his sector time. His first sector time was quite good.
Yeah, it was.
He had a purple
sector time there for a possibility of at least the top of the field at that point.
Yeah.
Before Willie went out. In fact, he was actually quicker than Willie through that first sector as well.
He was possibly on for a podium there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he couldn't complete that second sector. But we still got Vic Camphor to come, and he was quick earlier on, and then Arnold du Plessis.
Brandon Dean, Vic Camphor, and Arnold du Plessis. Dean's not going to finish his run, so he will end in 10th place for the Supercar shootout. Vic Camphor is still on with a chance of beating Willie de Beer's 1 minute .768 run. And he hasn't lined up at the back of the pack again, so he's decided, I'm happy with that time by the looks of it. So putting the pressure there onto Vic. There you go, they've got the Ferrari out. They probably just needed to drag it out of the kitty litter and then onto the road, and he could get back on his own pace. But he'll end up going back into pit lane.
Yeah, we know the kitty litter these days, the Zwartkops. Once you get in there, 9 times out of 10 you're going to get stuck.
Yeah, that kitty litter is very, very thick these days, so it makes it a bit more difficult to get out of, and especially if you're in a rear-wheel drive, low-slung Ferrari, and you try and drive out of it, you just dig yourself deeper and deeper. Just also getting official results from the team competition from Mike Rowe. While we're waiting there, we can run through it. We were right. Maro and Nchefefe taking the win. 224.899. What did we say? 224.899. That's not too bad for maths on the fly there, hey? And I said 225.497. I had 437.
Greg, Vic's on his way.
There goes Vic. On his way to the top of the hill and potentially to try and get back-to-back victories here for the top of the hill championship, same as what Schofield did. Vic Camphor came here yesterday afternoon late in the day, got one run in and set the fastest road car and supercar time. He's now going to try and do the same thing again here for the supercar shootout and try and beat Willie de Beer's 1 minute .768. He's been under a minute already. Can he do it again? Oh, how much on the limit do you want to be?
Now he uses almost perfect. They're using all the road. But yeah, good stuff there. Arnold du Plessis up next, but Vic Camphor, he's going for it. Is he going to get the win? Is he going to beat Willie de Beer?
Willie de Beer, Stratianicus will be on the podium. They are secured there. Is it going to be de Beer on the top though, or will it be Vic Camphor? He's almost at the finish line. It's second for Vic Camphor. De Beer wins. Oh, what a maneuver there from Willie de Beer. Under possible red flag situation, Willie de Beer stayed out and still put in a 1 minute .768. So de Beer will get the win in the overall title for the road and supercar shootout. Vic Camphor gets the motor down one place from his victory last year. And Stratianicus, who was on his way home, by the way, Strutty, removing the stickers from your car and having to put number 30s on with duct tape, certainly helped you out, brother, in that M4.
Yeah, Greg, I must say, it looks like the weather is actually closing in now. It's getting a bit closer. I hope we can get out the next group.
We've got to get 2 more groups out.
Yeah,
never mind one. There's still 2 groups to come.
Arnold du Plessis will just complete his run.
And he comes through for 9th place. So he gets second in the electric class category, and he gets second in the electric side of the top 10 shootout for road and supercars. Good run there from him. Great substitution, though, for the big block of flats Nissan Patrol that he usually pilots. It's such a pity to have lost that car so early on. It's such a magnificent car to watch, and awesome spectacle when he gets it sideways. So Willy de Beer is your 2025 Top of the Hill Challenge Road and Supercar champion, and he beats out Vic Kampfer and Stratianicus for the honours there. And we now stand by for the modified and the modified production car class shootout, making its way back out on circuit.
Yeah, awesome stuff there, Greg. It was close. Maybe Vic got a bit surprised there by Willy de Beer, but what a good run by Willy. Well, there was no flags out, so it wasn't up to him to stop.
I just want to give you a heads up, bud. This is the worst thing I can have sent to me by Sam. Okay, so that's 25 minutes. If that came through at 5 to 3 and it's pouring, it's 10 past 5. We've got about 15 minutes more before the rain gets here, if we go on the usual situation when it starts pouring with rain in Alberton. So, yeah, that's how we will be going into this one. Wow. Unbelievable stuff. Right,
yeah,
so let's
we'll
go
be
down.
pushing hard now to get these guys through.
Modified production car shootouts.
Let's actually, Greg, I actually hope we can get these B5 guys, the top guys, Rechat and them. I hope we can get them through on the dry.
Yeah, we got to try and get everybody through on the dry.
It'll just be, yeah.
Mark Tutori will lead out over Pierre Bester, Brad Liebenberg, Charles Folds, and Jonathan Mahotsi. Those are the first 5 cars. Then you should have, in fact, that'll be the first 5 cars because Mark's got to go back and climb into his second car. So they probably only sent 5 cars out for the first session, and then they'll give Mark a chance to do exactly what Sief did, jump out of one car and into the other.
Track conditions are cooling down, the weather's cooling down, but it's still hot on the track. Action is hot stuff.
It certainly is. Exactly what we expected. Just would have wanted a slightly higher ambient temperature right now if it was me. Cool, yes, but not cold. Because what happens is that the tarmac now starts to get cool. And with no sunlight on that tarmac, it cools down very rapidly. As Mark Tutori heads off in the GT version of the Z4. He's piloted this car in the ACD Velcom 111 GT1s and Saloons all the way through 2025 and had a fantastic fight in that battle with George Economides, with Voterus, who eventually won the championship. But an amazing effort from Mark Tutori to be in this car here this weekend. Running wide, it won't cost him too much. He didn't come out of that at all, even though he put wheels on the dirt. He kept it buried and tries to now make up a little bit of ground here onto the short straight towards 4.
I used all of the track and a little bit more, but like you said, he just kept it buried, didn't come out of it. That was a good run out of 4. Pierre Bester on his way.
BMW versus Mercedes-Benz now on track. Tutori coming to the closing stages of his first run of 2. And he'll now try and hang on to that as he can, as he comes across the line. He'll open up the account. He'll put the first score on the board there with a 102.875.
Yeah, 102.8 there by Mark Tutori. Let's see what Pierre Bester can do.
Bester in second on the road at the moment and looking to try and get up there too. Here comes Brad Liebenberg.
Brad Liebenberg, yes.
Brad looking for a sub 60 if he can. He got very close to it. It was 0.003 that he missed out on going sub 60. Bester quickest on a 102.138. So the Mercedes-Benz holds the mantle for now.
Didn't Brad do a 59.5?
Yeah, but on what I've got on qualifying here, they've gone with their qualifying times. I don't think it was on their class shootout. There was a class shootout.
Yeah.
He's gone down under the 60, yes, in the class shootout. But remember the
qualifying
states where they're going to start for the top 10 shootouts. So Brad has gone, yes, under the 60-second bracket, but he wants to do it again.
Charles Foltz in the Subaru on his way.
Now that's Scooby. It's been good.
There, Bradley, 59.5 again.
Oh, well done, Brad.
It's about the same time as his previous run.
Yeah, Brad, exactly the same time as his previous run. Perfectly done. Here comes Machotsi. Now, he did say this last run would be boost up everything she's got, see what this car's capabilities are on the top of the hill challenge at Zwartkops. A little bit of wheel spin, but that's just because it's cold on that concrete now. And he just keeps it. That's buried, but that wasn't a lift at all. Machotsi absolutely flat through turn 1.
Falls on a 1 minute 0.3, not a bad time there. Second, up to second for now.
It's all going to change when the next packs of cars comes out, unfortunately for him.
See Machotsi, he just hit that little bit of a bump there on the outside, but he's using
sector
all
time.
of it.
Machotsi is quickest. 32.1 for Machotsi on the sector. So he's been fastest through this first sector. He's now looking to come fastest into the second sector.
But we know he's done a 57 before.
Yeah, he has. Machotsi has done a 57.059. He does a 56.4. Oh, that's incredible there from Jonathan Machotsi. That puts him into range for the supercars ahead of him. Those bigger cars could be in trouble here from Volkswagen Motorsports, Hill Climb Special, and Jonathan Machotsi at the wheel.
Yeah, good time there. Good time, very good time from Machotsi. Now.
So as we cross the track and Machotsi goes across, we're going to quickly jump down to Colin to catch up with our road car champion, Willie de Beer.
Everybody.
Yeah, I must say, I didn't expect that. I knew I was second, but I didn't thought Vic would bum on that one. It was a pity for him. But yeah, thank you. It's a win.
Vic must have been very frustrated sitting on the line and having everything cool down. And you got your lap in even after the Ferrari went off.
Yeah.
Did you see any red flags or anything?
No, I didn't. I was just focusing on it on the track, I must say. I didn't see any red flags. I only saw when I saw the Ferrari, I thought, oh, it's lying there, but I didn't. I just went through. I was safe, so I went through.
Awesome. Well done. And now we go back to track action for the rest of the cars.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So we are going to try and ask all the cars while we're here on live and also going out on the PA to start getting themselves ready. We are concerned that rain is coming. So single-seater drivers for the single-seater shootout, please start making your way down towards the pre-race area. I know we still have some cars to deal with here for B5, and that's our probably arguably most sought-after class battle here. There are 4 B5 cars about to make their way onto the circuit and 1 B7 car if Mark du Toit has got that GT1 fixed. I don't think he has, so I think it's just the 4 B5 cars that'll be out here now for the final battle. There are 3 Scribantes and a Roots. It's like a joke there, man. Going into a bar.
Oh. But here we go, Greg. It's excitement here. No rain, please. We need to get these guys through. But yeah, those single seaters, if you can hear us, make your way also to the pre-race paddock. But good to see both Scribantes are out there. And let's see what they can do.
Listen, it's all to play for right now. We've seen what can happen at this stage of competition. Last year, the man who would be king was Franco Scribante, and on the line had a problem. Will Aldo, Silvio, or Reichardt be able to do something about Franco? Or will Franco look to try and redeem himself after last year and come and take this title? It is the modified production car shootout for Top of the Hill 2025, and Aldo Scribante is going to open up the account for us here for the B5 category cars. We've seen him do a 56.050. We've just seen a 56.438 from Jonathan Mahotsi. Here we go.
Oh, Greg, I think...
And it broke on the line.
Yeah.
Aldo's car broke on the line.
Probably a gearbox, maybe again, I don't know.
That is such a pity there for Aldo. And they might just pull him off onto a safe position if he can't go all the way around under his own steam. But Aldo's car breaks on the line. I was hoping for so much more from Frankenstein there. Unfortunately, it broke as he dropped the hammer and tried to get off the line quickly.
Does that car still have drive, or is he freewheeling?
I'm not sure. But we can't afford another delay here. That's the one thing that we have to be very wary about. A delay in any proceedings right now is costly. And Aldo, I think, is going to come to a stop just before the uphill towards turn 2. Yeah. They're going to have to get recovery to him as rapidly as possible. There is a recovery vehicle right here by our camera point. So hopefully it can get out there and get Aldo out the way as quickly as possible. The problem that we have right now is Silvio, Franco and Regat are all sitting in the start launch pad area with tires cooling.
Yeah, we'll see. There goes the recovery vehicle. They'll be able to recover him quickly, but yeah, the guys, while they're waiting, it's the same for everybody, but their tires and everything is cooling down. So it's quite nervy, yeah, quite, how can I say, tense, Greg?
Tense is a strong word. I would go for a couple more adjectives onto the front end of that tense part. But if you're in the cockpit now of Aldo Scribanti, he's an exceptionally calm, cool and collected racing driver. But when things do go wrong, it's difficult to hold back on your emotions, especially when you've tried so hard and battled through the weekend with a couple of breakages so far. Remember, they changed the gearbox overnight on that car, and they were hoping that the gearbox was going to last the entire day. Unfortunately, it hasn't by the looks of it. He ran out of drive literally off the line, and I think it was a gearbox that went there.
Yeah, and there you can see that picture.
That's
there.
what we're worried about.
The weather is, and even that wind direction, the weather is coming. Just want to get these cars through. Just look at it there at the back, quite dark. Still a few minutes away from us. But that's why I say it's a bit tense there on the start. Nervy and tense at the start line, Greg.
Yeah, there's a small margin for error there, let me just tell you. Having done a couple of events here, as both you and I have, we know how fast that rain can come in here when the wind changes direction. Right now, the wind is in our favor, and hopefully, well, that's good. They've just removed Aldo's car into the inside of turn 2, just out of harm's way, so we can get going as quickly as possible. But we will have to wait for that recovery vehicle to get back to its position before we can send the next car onto the road. That will be Silvio. Silvio's best time so far in qualifying was a 55.704. And is he on his way? I heard it in the background. Yes, here we go. Silvio down into turn 1.
He doesn't look like he's going very fast.
And he's not going well either. There's a problem there on Silvio's car now too. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of an issue.
Mochotsi's still in.
Mochotsi's in with a chance of a podium.
Yeah, it's going to probably give him a podium. There's only 2 cars left.
Yeah.
2 or maybe 3.
The 2 top guns are left over. Silvio, if he circulates, will try and get a 4th place if he can. He might not even get that.
I know he's going really slowly. Pity there for these guys.
Oh, they've worked so hard. Michael, Stephen and the team behind the Scuderia Scribanti team. He pulls into pit lane. He's out. Right, Franco. Can he do something about it? Can he redeem himself from last year? That's a great start from Franco Scribanti, heading towards turn 1 in the Sheriff. Watch for this. No lift. Absolutely no lift there from Franco at all.
He's flat out there. On the brakes now for turn 2. Just needs to get a good exit here. And then you'll see him use all the road here if he can.
Goes wide, he'll cut onto the inside to try and miss that inside bump. And that's the perfect line to be on.
Good
Heading
line
towards
there.
turn 4.
Very good line for him there, Greg.
Leon, this is going to be tight, buddy. I can't tell you how close this is going to be between Franco Scribanti and Rechard Roots. Roots launches off the line. Absolute perfection there from the BB Motorsport R35 GTR. And heads towards turn 1 as Franco comes out of the final turn. He will go to the top of the list, I'm sure. There's no doubt about it. 54.090. Is that enough? A 54.090 in these changeable conditions might be enough here. Rechard Roots has got down into the 52s. Can he do the unthinkable here and go back to back again? This is what he's looking for.
Greg, his front splitter was catching on the ground there as he got through turn 3. A little bit of sparks there you saw, but he's giving it his all on the brakes. I just touched of the brakes through the S's. Now it's the last braking point. Turn it left, put his foot flat and just get the exit out of the last corner.
Get the squirt on and head down to the line. Are we going to see the champion go back to back? He goes across the line. He's top of the list. 52.467. Rechard Roots wins. Unbelievable stuff there. How close do you want it? But it's a long way, in fact, at the end of the day. Look at the difference there. A 52.4 compared to the 54.090. Rechard Roots, your back-to-back champion.
Yeah, I know Rechard was dialed in all day long, you can put it that way. Earlier, remember, did a 52.2, now 52.4, and awesome stuff.
Unbelievable stuff. I think Colin is waiting for him as he rolls into pit lane there. So let's go down into pit lane and catch up with the incredible run that takes back-to-back titles here for Top of the Hill for Rechard Roots and BB Motorsport.
Reggie, 52.4, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Colin. Couldn't have asked for more. Those black clouds are looking like they're getting closer and closer, you know, so I'm glad the rain stayed away, and great thank you to the team. They gave me the best equipment possible for the weekend.
When we started talking, you had a massive sigh and a big breath of air. Was that relief?
Yeah, I think always with this car, you know, there's so many things that has to just work and gel, you know, with the electronics, with the gearbox, and then also myself. I mean, this, to push like that with no preparation, no outlap, it's always risky, and it's always a relief if you don't screw it up.
Congratulations, Reggie. Well done, our winner.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, amazing effort there, Cole, from Rechard Roots and BB Motorsport Group to take the victory there and back-to-back titles for the Top of the Hill Challenge. It's not the official fastest lap of the weekend. That, of course, is going to go to Robert Volk, and we've still got to see what Robert Volk has got in store for us on his last run. But these are literally just consolation laps here for Yusuf Kotza. He will look to try and take the C4 and remain in third place on the podium for the overall single-seater shootout. JM Khaber also just ahead there. Robert Volk will be looking to stay on the podium as well. But as you've seen, things can go dramatically wrong, and sometimes it's a big case of upset, particularly when you've got hot cars and the amount of cars that are available that are fighting so hard for this honor.
Yeah, Greg, if Robert Volk, if the conditions stay okay or it doesn't rain, Robert Volk's going to try and better his time from earlier. So let's see what's going to happen. But first it's Joseph Kotze, then Gerber, and then Volk.
Yusuf Kotze will try and get off the line here and hopefully just stay ahead. Don't know if he's got enough in hand in that little Lotus to outgun the two single-seaters behind him. But needless to say, this is just for the podium. If he finishes up, he's on the podium. And that's a great effort and a nice weekend there for Kotze, winning his class and winning a step on the podium in the overall top 10. Well, there's only 3 of them, but it would have been a top 10 shootout if we had more single-seaters here this weekend. You got to be in it to win it, as you said earlier on, Leon. So he's in it, and he's possibly looking to get onto the podium at least.
Yeah, he'll take the class win and the podium here for the shooter. So hopefully maybe next time we can get a few more single-seaters on the grid.
Down into turn 4, now up the hill for the last time. We've got 2 more cars to follow him. One is JM Khaber. He's about to light it up. Heading to Zwartkops International World of Motoring for the last time in 2025.
Yeah, I love the sound of that KTM sounding good. And Kotze almost completing his lap now.
Kotze heads down to the line. He'll come across and he'll go top for now. 107, 101. And is that quicker than what he's been? No, he's been much quicker than that in the weekend. So that was just a consolation run, as I said, from him. JM might be going for a PB here. His personal best been a 58.118. And whether or not he's got what it takes here in this last lap with the cool conditions, cool track conditions, might not be ideal for him. Stand by, though, as Robert Volk is about to launch the Investchem Chemical Logistics WCT McLaren School F1 Hill Climb. Monster. This is a monster when it comes to hill climb racing.
Now, Greg, like you said, the track cooling down. You don't want it to cool down too much. You just want it ideal, but it has been
and I think that's
cooling
what's
down
happened,
quite a lot.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get a 48.8 out of him. But he is pushing. If he's running onto the dirt coming out of turn 2, he is pushing. Let's see what he can do now as he comes past us there on the drone into turn 4, heading to the top of the hill for the last time in anger for 2025's single-seater shootout.
Yeah, he had a good run through 3 and 4.
Now comes through 5 into 6. Final corner is 7. Down the hill he goes. Robert Volk set the pace yesterday at similar time of the day. 48.530. The fastest lap of the weekend on the last lap from Robert Volk. That is mind-blowingly quick. Robert Volk is your single-seater shootout champion, and he just puts in a 48.5, the fastest lap of the weekend on the last lap of the weekend. That's how you do it at top of the hill.
Yeah, well done to Robert Volk there, Greg. 48.5. He'll be happy with it, and he was aiming for that. And we just made it before the weather.
Yeah, look, before the weather comes in, let's shoot down to Colin and catch up with Robert Volk. That is the fastest lap ever in the Top of the Hill Challenge, Colin. A 48.530, the fastest of the weekend, the best for last.
Robbie Volk, 48.5. You happy?
Yeah, I think we're working through that through a entire day. I think we should have got the times a little bit earlier today, but yeah, it wasn't the cleanest runs, but yeah, I think the car was really good at the end. The launch was better, so yeah, I think it's a productive weekend.
Absolutely fantastic entertainment. Thank you very much for bringing a special machine here. It was absolutely chilling. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Ian Schofield for letting us drive it. It's a fantastic car.
It is indeed a privilege. Well done. Winner. Ian, you've got to be very proud of bringing a new Gould a Gould new to this country. And your boy does it.
Yeah, he does. Absolutely. When he's called on to do the job, he does the job. There's nobody better.
I guess between the two of you having both won today, there's going to be a few cool drinks drunk tonight.
Absolutely. And it's great. And a great job done by the WCT team as well, because we started up from a very, very low base this weekend, and we've really progressed and gone forward and set out to achieve what we wanted to, and all ready for Neisner next year.
Now that's very interesting. We had Cape Town earlier this year, Neisner, Cape Town. Now we've got Top of the Hill here. It bodes well for next year with 3 proper events, proper cars, and a bit of fun.
Absolutely, and hopefully maybe one day we can get a National Hill Climb Championship going in South Africa.
I think we need one in Joburg or Pretoria. We've got to find a road. You got any ideas there, Ian?
Not going to say that.
Right, so what a beautiful car, carbon fibers and all stuff. Let's take a walk through the pit lane and see some of the happiness, because motorsport's about love, joy, happiness. It has its ups and its downs. The ups are very high up, the downs are not so high. And let's just have another chat with Reggie. We're just going to jump in here. Reggie, you still smiling?
I'm still smiling. I'll be smiling for weeks.
You've had a bit of a rough time with this car recently. It's making Cook Sisters out of prop shafts, and the gears aren't gearing, the pistons, they're pissing properly, and your football is still puckering. But it's a lot of fun, the reward. to get to this point?
You know, the biggest pupil puckering factor is when everything goes smooth like it did today. You know, in every run, the law of averages says something's going to start happening now. You know, mechanically, this car's been brilliant now for a couple of seasons. You know, it's just always electronic gremlins, and you never know about them. But it's been a perfect weekend.
What a team, what a driver, what a car. We're going to the prize giving. We'll see you there. So on our way to the prize giving, we'll walk up and down the pit lane. It was so nice seeing all the Shelbys come out with the V8s, the superchargers, the whining. It's absolutely magnificent. James Temple brought his car out here. He's in the back there somewhere. Peter Lindenberg. Peter, you must be very proud. You brought a sizable team. You guys had a lot of fun.
No, we've had a lot of fun and a lot of success. If you think about it, our Daytona is now the only car to win its class at Samola, Cape Town, hill climb, top of the hill. I mean, that doesn't happen easily. And the Shelbys ran well. The one guy, Vanesh, had an accident. That's racing, we all know. But the team's done a hell of a job. I mean, our technicians have been fantastic. They really have. The car that won the Shelby shootout is a car that yesterday wasn't running. It got 4 holes in the transmission cooler in practice yesterday. Team's done a hell of a job.
Got to fix that stuff. That's why they earn the huge money, and that's why you get all the fame. Well done, Peter. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks to Peter and Zwartkops. I just want to tell you, this event was flipping well organized.
And how cool were all the marshals and all the officials? They're out in the sun. Brilliant.
This is a good event, and this facility lends itself very much to this type of event because of the free flow with the pits and the parking. It's really good.
So we'll see you back here next year.
Hopefully.
Good man,
More
Peter.
cars.
More cars. He says he's going to bring some more cars. And Quibus. Oh, heartache, eh?
Yeah, no, it's like that. You win and you lose, Uncle Colin. But we're happy for you, Gat. We are actually on our way to congratulate him.
Awesome. Before you go there, I've got to talk to your driver. Franco, you've got proper big match temperament. It just didn't work for you today.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did everything we could. I think we ran out of tyres. Not that that's any excuse. Everybody's got tyre issues, and you either sort your tyre issues out or you don't. But we had the same tyres on as we had in Cape Town, and we thought they would get through, and I think we didn't. But even that said, Richard had something special today. So even if I'd had a brand new set, I don't know if I could have matched him because he just had it. It was his day.
Just like you had something special in Cape Town. It just came out of nowhere.
It just happens like that sometimes, and today he was unbeatable, yeah.
What a great rivalry between the two of you. A friendly rivalry on track. Everything is hard. You on your way to have a chat with Reggie now and congratulate him. That camaraderie is fantastic.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the moment, I think this is the motorsport division to be in. You've got the hardest drivers, the most sportsmanly drivers. There's no crying. It's great.
And now we have a little brandy and coke.
Now we know I get doped up,
I love it. What a man. What a bunch of technicians and mechanicians here. The way they worked incredibly hard. Somebody you've got to feel for is Port Elizabeth Scribantes. It's just heartbreaking. Let's have a quick word with Neil. We'll call him Neil for now. Michael, sometimes you're the pigeon, sometimes the statue. You're the statue. You were the statue today, your team.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate the way it ended. I mean, the guys put a mega effort in last night. I think we got back to the guest house at 4 o'clock this morning. So, you know, all credit to them to get the cars up and running. But unfortunately, the top 10 didn't go according to plan. I think Aldo broke a gearbox. We've had some niggles with that this weekend. And Silvio's GPS failure, so it stayed in launch mode for the first 200 meters. So, yeah, not the way we wanted to end it. We had a good class final. But I think what the most disappointing thing is we know how much more there was for the final run. So there was a mid-53, you know, so we'll learn, we'll come back, we'll bounce back stronger, and we're getting there.
Awesome. Never, ever give up. We need to see Pac-Man running absolutely properly. Love the nicknames on these that they've got for these things. We've got Silvio and Aldo here. Guys, what heartbreak.
Yeah, she, man, what an anticlimax for the two brothers. I suppose it's racing, but yeah, we broke a fan belt, man, and the battery didn't charge, and I think it affected the ECU because it just wouldn't rev. So that's what more must I say.
That's it. But you'll work harder, you'll come back faster, stronger, and more competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. We try and we'll be back. We'll be back stronger.
Although you've got multi-piece gears in your gearbox, never ideal at a hill climb.
Yeah, well, it's 2 gearboxes for the weekend, so yeah. It's sad because it's officially the last race for Frankenstein, so we're putting her in the museum, and that's a very sentimental car for me, and we wanted to finish today. But it wasn't in the scriptures, so yeah, it wasn't meant to be. So,
That's not only a very special car to you, it's a special car to all hill climb time attack of fans. The way it launches, just the rawness of it, the roughness of it, and the sound, the backfires, it's just beautiful, visceral car.
It's extremely exciting car, and I mean I devoted 7 years of my life to develop it, and
And now it's the next 7-year cycle coming. Life moves in sevens.
There is a bit of a story to Frankenstein. He asked me to go on holiday, and I said to him, well, just behave yourself. And unfortunately, there's a lady involved that he got pregnant, and there's a young boy by the name of Einstein coming next year. So, we're very excited about the youngsters. He's fitter, stronger, much more horsepower, much lighter. So, we'll see.
I've got an inkling what it is. And if I started stuttering on a T, it might be T. Enjoy it, have fun. Let's go back up to the prize giving. We've done so well in this whole organization. We have Zelda, who's been absolutely magnificent, a rock in what she's done in terms of the organization. This whole Zwartkops organization is just, to me, very, very special. And we've got a prize giving about to happen. All the winners. Now, this is the right time to interview James. How are you feeling now, James? No, sorry, I know we've got to hijack him with a hamburger, a big bite of hamburger. Who else have we got here? We've arrived at prize giving, and that's it. We need all the drivers here to come and get some prizes and have some fun. Just hold on, we've got some more people here. We'll just ramble on and talk. What a lovely day. Are we happy?
The first thing, during the week they said it's going to rain. The rain stayed away for 2 days, fantastic. I think the times were fantastic. Richard Roots, yes, what a drive. But for us it was fantastic. And even if I don't win a trophy, I'm going to buy one tomorrow for myself.
And the rain has stayed away. The predictions didn't work.
No, listen, I just got the call from Sam.
Yeah.
If the Sam phones me and says the rain's pouring in Alberton, we got 10 minutes. So we got 10 minutes.
But that was half an hour ago.
No, that was 15 minutes ago, but so we were about 5 minutes away from rain. But just to call out to everybody down in pit lane as well, while we are, I know we live, but we're also doing PA, and we need to get drivers here as soon as possible, because with the rain coming, we've now moved the prize giving, I think, into the Volkswagen building. So if any of the drivers are down there that are eligible for prize giving, make sure you come down to Volkswagen, to the driving academy. We're going to be doing prize giving inside the driving academy, and we're going to be going live for that as well, Cole. But how was this day, bro?
Man, it had so many. Let's walk there as we talk. It had so many different emotions for me. Looking at the PE Scribantes, we were hopeful, then it didn't work.
Yeah.
Franco was on the back foot the whole day. But we saw that in Cape Town, he was on the back foot. And then come the final, and boom, he just pulled it out. But it wasn't to be for him. Happy for Reggie that the Cook Sister drive shafts didn't do what they become Cook Sisters. And all through all the classes, we thought that Vic Camphor was going to win the road car. And it didn't happen.
Yeah, listen, there's been so much happening over the entire day. I mean, if you look at Robert Volk going out there in the final run, on a similar situation to what happened yesterday afternoon, Cole, you were here, and with that rain that came yesterday afternoon, the drying conditions, all of a sudden we had a massive change-up. Robert Volk went out, put in that 48.8, and I thought, yes, that's incredible. Then just went and blitzed it this afternoon in arguably one of the trickiest conditions we've had all weekend long.
I thought that this afternoon it got very hot. The times weren't as fast as, my winning time was a 51.6 for the B5 cars. I thought that Robbie would get into the high 46s, but I'm an optimist. The way we ran on, we had a few delays from issues on the track, but the guys caught up.
Yeah.
The ladies manning the exit of the pits here did an absolutely brilliant job, as did Marshall's recovery, everyone.
Now listen, the team here at Zwartkops are incredible. What they do behind the scenes is just mind-blowing. Race control, the COC, how the marshals work, how quickly they recover vehicles. They make a call in the dying moments of that production car shootout and the modified shootout to just move the car onto the inside of the track and ensure that at least we've got an opportunity for Sylvia to go through. Then we think, okay, Sylvia's in with a shot. He then breaks. So the drama just doesn't stop, Cole, as we make our way into prize giving. We've still got a lot of drama to sort out here now as we get into prize giving, but it's a pretty spectacular way to finish up a phenomenal day's racing and a phenomenal weekend, and the second outing, of course, for what has been hill climb at Zwartkops.
There's each of the hill climbs that we go to has got their own character, their own feel, their own way of doing. This track has got a different kind of challenge on it. Being inside a building is very interesting as the signal comes and go. Faraday's cage we're in. What a beautiful facility that Volkswagen have loaned us just in case it rains. Sorry, we're going to move back towards the door so we can get some clear air. As everybody moves in here with their cell phones and radios and vibrators and things. And Grumpy, what did you think of that race?
It was fantastic. It was absolutely awesome. It's great to see guys pushing so hard all the time and just getting the best that they can out of their cars.
I've got to say, Jonathan Mokotsi was one of the absolute standouts for me. Where does the speed come from in that car?
Well, Michael and Jonathan are working together hard, and they just keep impressing us all the time. They find stuff, they make it better, they work together, and they just go faster. It's amazing.
Faster and faster. It looks like we've got most of the drivers. Thank you, Graham. We'll see you back next year.
Thank you.
Have to see
certainly
you back
will.
next
I think
year.
we have to. The development that went into just Mahotsi's car alone is pretty spectacular. I've got to say, when he came to you and he said to me beginning of the day, listen, I've got something up my sleeve, but I'm only going to pull it out right at the end.
Yeah.
And then Leon and I were in the commentary, and I said to him, you know what, we heard that from Jono earlier on. I wonder if they turned the boost up on that car and really going to give it wheelie. And they did. They gave it everything they could. I didn't think it was going to get onto the podium, but then as soon as the two Scribanti cars were gone, there was no doubt about it.
I'm not convinced that it was just boost. I watched it in what used to be turn one in the right way, coming onto the pit straight.
Turn three.
And he had
Do it on a few occasions today, but when I saw you sweating like you were, I thought, you know what, it's much better. I'll stay here with Leon and we'll have some fun and games and tell people about what's happening on track. What happened on track today has been pretty awesome as well. We saw a back-to-back title go for Ian Schofield too, a multiple champion, of course, in his own right, but a big supporter of the circuit, big supporter of single-seater racing. So to see that March 77 back on the top, that was pretty special too. So that's another highlight, I'd have to say, of what we saw unfold out there. Once again, just showing you how well this event works and how smooth they've got it running. I mean, you think about last year, there were a couple of little niggles on the track crossings and how to get them as smoothly out of the transitions as possible. Today, clockwork. Yes, we did have cars on track that needed to be returned. We had that big incident with Peter Zidi. That was a big loss to the event too. I think he'll be back and eager to please next year. And I know he's got some international duties to do in that car too. But if you take into account what he was capable of doing and where he potentially could have ended up, we were in for a big fight with the top guns in that B5 class.
That B5 class is, I think, is about to start Are we going to?
We're back. We're back.
And
There
we're
we go.
back. This is
that's how it happens, Cole.
This
With
is
last
like
week. And
a,
with the weather conditions we got, we have to deal with it, unfortunately.
like a pair of. Anyway, so that B5 class is going to change into something that we're not going to recognize now, but is going to be proper quick. I can't wait for the two Goulds that we've got to go head to head in South Africa, Robbie and Andre Bezuidenhout. I think it's going to be a great dice.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, you think about it, and if we come to the conclusion of the day, another spectacular event at Top of the Hill, the second running of Top of the Hill. Cole, from your side, a magnificent job down in pit lane. Well done. And of course, to our team behind the scenes here, bringing us all the live action, thank you so much. To the marshals, medics, and everybody behind the scenes at Zwartkops, the Zwartkops team themselves. We hope you've enjoyed all the action here from Top of the Hill. We're going to go inside. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go live for the prize giving, but of course, we'll get that out to you maybe on a pre-recorded one a little bit later on this evening. But a massive thanks to everybody for a spectacular event once again. From my side, the voice of choice, on behalf of Leon Odendaal, my fellow commentator, and Colin Hasty, we'll see you next year at Top of the Hill. And make sure you come and join us here next year on the 30th and 31st of January for the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Cheers.